a Toronto-based neurosurgical nurse. At the time, there were only medical associations that would band together and the nurses would just follow. And at some point, we have great visionary nurses that will come in with innovative ideas, and Jessie Young created the first Neuroscience Nursing Association in Canada. There are other neuroscience nursing associations across the world. We are part of the World Federation of Neuroscience Nurses as CANN. We're one of the member nations. Canada is one of them. And if you're attending here today and you're not a CAN member yet, I really strongly suggest that you join the association. The membership is not that expensive, nothing compared to your professional practice permit. It's a fraction of that.
That just went up.
Tis the season. And it gives you access to some pretty nice advantages. Conferences like today, when we have sponsors, we can keep the cost down, but at times when we organize events, it has to be a bit more pricey so that we cost recover, for the food, the AV, the room, and all that. But CAN members attend these events for free. So that's one advantage. You get a discount on the annual CAN conference, which changes location in Canada every year. Next year, it's going to be in Canmore. Wink. It's a nice destination. This summer, there's the World Federation of Neuroscience Nurses Congress. It's every 4 years. It's in Darwin, Australia. A bit more pricey, I have to say. And the next one in 4 years, the location has yet to be announced. So stay tuned for more announcements. Thank you for being here. Over the past few years and with the pandemic, it's sad to see that neuroscience has been absorbed sometime outside of its own specialty and into other subspecialties. Neurosurgery will be part of surgery and neurology will be part of medicine. We've seen it happen across Canada, and we're still very fortunate here at the Neuro to have our own institution dedicated to neurosciences. I know that there's a lot of great work that's done across other institutions in the province and in Canada, but it's very much my belief that we should really protect and preserve our subspecialties. So I hope you enjoyed the day. And thank you, Maria and Gabby, for organizing the day.
Thank you, everyone. So I would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gathered today for this Neuroscience Nursing Conference in person is the traditional and unceded territory of the Craniotomy Nation. Montreal has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst many Indigenous peoples. This area has historically been known as a gathering place where many nations came together for trade and diplomacy. As a Romanian-Canadian settler who immigrated to Canada and has called Montreal my home for the past 18 years, I acknowledge my position as a guest on these lands. My family, my ancestors did not experience the displacement and colonization that Indigenous peoples continue to face, and I benefit from the systems built on these historic and ongoing injustices. I recognize that as a healthcare professional, I'm part of the institutions that have historically contributed to the marginalization of Indigenous healing practices and knowledge systems. And I think as healthcare professionals gathering to advance neuroscience nursing, I hope we can all commit to providing culturally safe and appropriate care for Indigenous patients and to working towards reconciliation in our personal and professional lives. And it is with this acknowledgement of place and responsibility that I have the honor of introducing our keynote speaker today. So Dr. Nathalie Staquet-Doucette, assistant professor at the Faculty of Nursing, University of Montreal, is a registered nurse since 2010. She has experience in mental health, emergency care, and primary health care. She holds a PhD in Nursing Sciences Administration from Université de Montréal, a master's in nursing from McGill University, and an integrated bachelor's in nursing from McGill. Her research focuses on nursing leadership, ethics, primary healthcare, and equity in healthcare. She is also involved in projects related to the indigenization of care for the urban Indigenous community in Montreal. Additionally, she serves as the coordinator for the CARE program on the board of the Association Québécoise des Infirmières et Infirmiers, AQI. Today, she will be speaking on political agency in nursing Caring as a Political Act. So join me in welcoming Dr. Staquet-Doucet. Thank you. Can you put the video on?
Just bear with us while we change the slides. Okay, we're back. Oh.
Okay. Bonjour. Kui. Good morning. I was hoping it would be nice this morning and wear a cute little dress and stuff, and but no. Anyway, so I'm a bit angry this morning, so it might show in my presentation, but that's okay because I'm going to talk about politics, and I think politics makes a lot of us angry right now. And I think it's fine to be angry. We're allowed to be angry. We just have to channel that anger towards political action that will serve us, humanity, make the world a better place. So today, I'm going to talk about a lot of things. Might be a bit heavy for Wednesday morning, but I think you're neuro nurses, so you've seen a lot of stuff, so I think you can handle it. I've been a nurse for 15 years. I'm not a neuro nurse, full disclosure. I did work many years in psych, including at Institut Philippe Pinel, so I got to work with a lot of neuropsychologists. And to a degree, one could argue psychiatry is a little bit neuroscience as well. So there are a lot of connecting dots, let's say, between psych and neuroscience. Morning. And so I'm going to talk about political agency in nursing because I'm a very political person. I sort of stumbled into academia by accident. That was not my primary goal to be a researcher or anything like that. I've been an activist pretty much my whole life. I remember my dad taking me to protest to free Nelson Mandela in the 90s. Protest. I remember my first protest I went on my own. I was 12, and it was a counter protest to a pro-life group that was organizing a march in Montreal. And so, yeah, that's, I come from a very heavily union-oriented family. That doesn't mean I'm pro-fic regardless of what they do, because we got screwed with our last collective agreement, let's just say. Got to be honest about that. But politics is important in nursing, and we don't talk about politics enough. So as somebody who came from a background of very political people, and when I came into nursing, I was stunned by the absolute absence of debate and this obsession with consensus, even to the point where we censor ourselves and don't talk about politics to preserve consensus. Because nursing is profoundly political. It has a long history of politics, for better and for worse. And so I had a chance to do a postdoc in history at the University of Ottawa at the Nursing History Research Unit. And so I guess you could say I'm a budding historian, or a nerd, whatever. But looking at the history of nursing, especially how nursing professionalized itself, has illuminated a lot of aspects that I didn't understand that still affect nursing today, from safe staffing to racism within nursing itself, ableism, sexism, a lot of the internalized misogyny that we carry with us and that we learn in school through mostly the hidden curriculum. Sometimes it's not really hidden. So let's begin. You, or maybe not. Well, so we're going to talk about political agency. There's a lot of definitions to that. We're not going to go through an exhaustive list. We're going to talk about caring, women's work, feminism, women in women's jobs, and what professionalism really is. So one of my mentors since I've been in academia is Amélie Perron. She's a professor at the University of Ottawa, and she works on nursing resistance, nursing disobedience, and nursing whistleblowing in healthcare. And so she's worked on a lot of projects, including whistleblowing during COVID. And she's written a lot about that. And this is on the politics of discomfort. So there might be parts today where we feel uncomfortable, but that's fine. Again, we're nurses. We're rarely comfortable. So I stress here, I'm going to talk a lot about professional nursing. So professional nursing is really the institution that is nursing today. So our order and everything that flows from our professional college and the rules, regulation connected to it. So in school, at work, professional nursing often perpetuates the belief that the only valid political claim for nursing is premised on patients' interest and advocacy, which is a good political perspective to have. I'm not saying it's not good. It's the only position that's comfortable for us because it's much more comfortable to defend patient rights than to defend our own rights. Our healthcare system, I often say, runs on nurses' guilt. If we didn't feel so guilty all the time, a lot of issues would be solved very rapidly because there would not be any other choice than to solve them. I read a few years ago, I didn't put it in here because I can't refine the stats, but the free labor that nurses give, and this is registered nurses. This is without counting the students that do work and are not paid for it. But we work the equivalent of about 5,000 full-time jobs across Canada without getting paid for it. So every time you don't take a break, you should get paid for it in overtime. But when's the last time you asked for that? But that's actually the law, and it's in our collective agreement. But we feel so bad about asking for something that should be ours. So that's something I want to try to start taking out of us, because we've been, in many ways, this might be a strong word, but brainwashed to a degree to sacrifice everything about ourselves for the healthcare systems. And often that's framed in the idea that we're not sacrificing for the healthcare system, we're sacrificing for patients. But patients are paying the price as well. And so we have to to untangle the language that a lot of our employers use, that the Ministry of Health uses to justify a lot of the exploitation we face as something that's somehow good for patients, because it really is not. And that's a political position that's a lot more difficult to hold, but that's very important for us to hold because there's no dichotomy between patients' care and the conditions of our work. They are the same thing. So political agency. Political agency, you've probably heard about moral agency or ethical agency. So doing what we think is right would be one way to consider moral agency. Political agency is more of a dynamic concept. So it's related to our belief at any point in time and our capacities to engage in social and political change. It can take a lot of forms. It can be something we do, you know, and whoa, that, hello, okay. That was weird. Okay, I need a sip of coffee. So I will give you a few examples. And again, so now I'm going to show you what examples I find positive. But political agency is a thing. It's not good or bad. It just exists. And it can be used in very bad ways. And we'll get to that more towards the end. So what is being a political agent? So you probably all know Gracia Kasaki-Katawa. She is the mayor of Côte-des-Neiges NDG. She's my friend. Totally name dropping. Anyway, I just want you to think I'm cool and not just a nerd. So Gracia is a really awesome nurse, and she's also the mayor of Côte-des-Neiges NDG. She came this close to be mayor of Montreal, but unfortunately that didn't work out. But hopefully she came in second, so maybe next time, we'll see. Gracia's campaign for mayor of Côte-des-Neiges NDG was explicitly based on her nursing experience. She explained her goal of going into politics as a way to care for people in Côte-des-Neiges NDG, from making sure that sidewalks are cleaned of snow and ice in the winter to creating islands of coolness in the summer to ensure that people don't get heat stroke. And for her, it was a natural transition from nurse to mayor. She firmly believes that what she does is that she had the experience to be mayor because she was a nurse. And I always found that a really interesting approach to politics. We have Lee Chapman. I don't know if you heard about her. She's the Chief Nursing Officer of Canada. It's a position that was cut in the early 2000s under the Conservative government of Stephen Harper and was brought back about 2.5 years ago by the Trudeau government. So Lee Chapman is a professor at the University of Toronto, but she's also a harm reduction nurse. So she helped found the first safe injection site in Toronto. And initially, for a very long while, it was a guerrilla safe injection site in that it was not legal. But people were dying. And so nurses like Lee showed up and said, we need to do this and provide care and provide a space where people won't die if they overdose. So they would open every morning, get shut down every day, and reopen every single day, despite harassment from police, from people in the neighborhood who would literally throw their dog shit at them for trying to save lives. And so she has a long experience of activism as well. And she's a pretty cool woman as well. I put also 2 photos of nurses on strike. So there was one here in Montreal. It was our first strike in 25 years. And although our union leadership to a degree did not était pas à la hauteur, as we say, to the mobilization of nurses during the strike, it was still a good experience, I think, to just go out there. Because for many of us, it was the very first time we ever went out on a picket line. And that's an important experience to have in your life, to normalize labor actions to defend your rights. There was a strike in New York City just before at Mount Sinai Hospital. The nurses there won a 28% wage increase and enforceable safe staffing ratios. So whoever tells you strikes don't work is wrong. Strikes work very well, but strikes work best when they actually bother people. That's the whole point of a labor action. It can't be something that doesn't affect anything because that's the power of the strike, is to show the importance of your work by stopping it. Now, obviously, there are important things where we're not going to just let people die in their beds in the hospital. But there are ways to make strikes more effective, including nursing strikes, while still making sure that our patients don't die because we went on strike. And you probably saw that picture of the one on the bottom right of Aisha Evans. It's a photo that won a bunch of prizes. It's a photo that was taken in 2016 at a Black Lives Matter protest after the murder of Philando Castille by a police officer, a white police officer. But one thing a lot of people don't know is that Aisha Evans is a nurse. And she was interviewed by every major news outlet in the world. I found interviews by her in German, in Polish. People all over the world wanted to talk to her. She was interviewed by Gayle King, Oprah's BFF. The only media or organizations that didn't interview her were nursing organizations. So there was not one peep about her in any nursing journal, magazine, professional newsletter, whatever, not a peep, nothing at all. And considering she has a mural dedicated to her in St. Louis, that's always something I found outrageous. Because in every single interview that she gives, she says that she's a nurse, and it's because she's a nurse that she went to the protests, the Black Lives Matter protest. And obviously that photo was very representative of police brutality, systemic racism in the US, and one could definitely argue in Canada as well, because you see a young woman in, little ballerina flats in a breezy summer dress being approached by 2 or 3 white men armed to the teeth, approaching her as if she's some, dangerous being. And it reflects that Blackness is not something you can put on and off. And that is one of the core issues in systemic racism, is that it is something that is constant and that has permeated every part of life in North America. And so I really encourage you to Google her, because her interviews are amazing. And she, for me, back in 2016, when I saw her photo and found out she was a nurse, I was like, finally, a nursing role model. That's cool. And that's not Nightingale, because I'm not a fan of Florence Nightingale at all. And I got into a lot of trouble for that, because I wrote an article about her and I was threatened with losing my license. And anyway, it was like I had insulted somebody's mother. Anyway, so there's cool neuro nurses too. So again, I'm not a neuroscience nurse, but I did try to find cool neuroscience nurses who did political things. And one that I found is Patricia Lane. She's a nurse. She's also the former vice president of the American Black Nurses Association. And she was one of the driving forces behind the Brain Health Equity Nurse Fellowship, which gives fellowships to nurses, Black and Latino or Latina, Latinx nurses, to create knowledge for and equity in the neuroscience, in nursing neuroscience. So it's been happening since 2022, so it's fairly new, and they have fellows every year. You have Wilma Koopman, who's the former president of this association, who won a bunch of awards. She's a nurse practitioner, but she helped develop guidelines in collaboration with an organization of patients, which I think is fundamental. So she worked a lot with the Myotonic Dystrophy Foundation. So why is care political? So I could do a whole semester on that, but we only have an hour. I think a lot of the issues around care and why care is political is kind of intuitive. First of all, who gets care is deeply political. What kind of care do you get? You know, we're seeing in the US with reproductive health care, women being thrown in jail for having a miscarriage. And the attacks on reproductive health are having an immense impact on women's health, much more broadly than the women who are being thrown in jail for having a miscarriage. Because if you live in a state where abortion is illegal and even miscarrying can be can lead to a jail sentence, that has an impact on your everyday life as a person who can get pregnant. I think as nurses, we're constantly confronted by issues of illness related to people's lives. Social determinants of health, obviously, we know, but equity, access, gender, race, Quebec does a terrible job, well, doesn't do any job at all in terms of getting race-based data. So it's very nice to say. So then we have a minister of the lutte contre le racisme who can say there is no such thing as systemic racism because there's no data. And if there's no data, then it's not a problem, right? I think in neurosciences, there's, I was pleasantly surprised by the amount of articles that I did find talking about neuroracism, especially when it comes to research. So a lot of research in neuroscience is exclusively white patients. And Black patients are often refused access to these clinical trials because of hair, which is a profoundly racist thing to do. And there's no, there doesn't seem to be any way forward right now that's being proposed by funding organizations like CIHR or others. Women are also vastly underrepresented in any clinical trial, especially when it comes to medication. There was a bit of a scandal in 2016 or 2017 when a medication that was supposed to be the Viagra for women hit the market, and we found out that it had never been tested on a single woman. Yet it had passed all the steps required for a medication to hit the market. There had been clinical trials, but the only people enrolled in the clinical trials were men. So why is that? So why would pharmaceutical companies not want women in a clinical trial on meds? So we have the menstrual cycle. Does that affect the proportion of water versus fat versus circulating fluid in our bodies? It sure does. And how does that affect the distribution of medication in our bloodstream? So that's the main reason why pharmaceutical companies have said they don't want women in clinical trials. But that has meant that every single one of the dosages proposed when you look at the monography for medications is based on a typical or sort of a standard white man around 60 kilos, 70 kilos, and healthy. And so since 2016, when that medication came out that was supposed to be marketed to women that had never been tested on a woman, CIHR started asking that if you do a clinical trial for medication, you have to include women, at least some women. It doesn't, you don't have to have 50%, but you have to have a few, just to say. And if you don't have any women, you have to justify it in your grant application. That doesn't mean you can't get the grant, but you have to justify it. So we're still a ways away from what we need. But again, the fact that women have to be in clinical trials or has to be justified that they're not it hasn't even been a decade. So most medications that are on the market right now likely have never been tested on women or have been tested on very, very few women. And I actually found a really cool article on neurofeminism about research in, because especially so Alzheimer's, for example, women are disproportionately affected by Alzheimer's. So there's a lot more women with Alzheimer's, for example, than men. And yet most of the research is on men, same as for the medications. So the idea is that there should be better representation, both in terms of gender, race, and broader categories of people so that who are more affected by certain neuro illnesses, and to ensure that they be represented in the clinical trials or the research that's being done on those illnesses to help find better cures. Okay, so what does this all have to do with nursing? So again, I'm a historian. I guess you could say I'm still feeling like an imposter when I say that, but the foundations of professional nursing, not nursing or caring as a whole, but professional nursing, how we became professionalized still determines today a lot of the issues that we face in terms of feeling that we have no voice, censorship, omerta in the healthcare system, being underpaid, overworked, etc. So when did nursing become professionalized, or when did it begin? You've probably heard this a million times in nursing school, right? It began with a white British bigot called Florence Nightingale. And she basically said, hospitals are terrible places. Everybody hates hospital. Everybody avoids hospital like the plague because they could literally give you the plague back then. But let's force all nurses to work and train in hospitals. So there was no so back then nursing, where we really come from as nurses, was community-based because hospitals were not good places to work. You could literally, if you went to jail, you could choose between jail or working in a hospital as a nurse in exchange for a sentence. That's how one of my favorite nurses, Emma Goldman, actually became a nurse. She became a nurse in jail. She was an anarchist and a feminist in the early 1900s. Anyway, so nursing, caring was deeply embedded within communities. Nurses would go to people's houses, were often unregulated, autonomous workers. They weren't necessarily shackled to a physician or to an institution. They could actually do work, whether it be wound care, chronic illness management, community care. That's what nursing historically has always been. We moved into hospitals because of the Nightingale reform, and that was probably the worst thing to ever happen to nursing and to patient care. While it drove a lot of technological advances that are good, I'm not saying it's all bad, I'm just saying a lot of it is, because a lot of it is put forward as something that was universally good. There's nothing to criticize. Being a profession is great and fantastic, and it improves patient care. I've not seen a lot of data that show that professionalizing nursing actually had that big of an impact on the quality of patient care. So the Nightingale schools, so this was the peak of the British Empire. Colonial violence everywhere, destroying civilizations and peoples, including genocide against Indigenous people here in Canada. And so Nightingale really championed British imperialism to force the establishment of her schools everywhere. She had probably the most far-reaching impact that anybody ever had, in great part to her political connections. So she was definitely a political agent, but not necessarily for the betterment of humankind. She advocated, she's a bit what a lot of people or in gender studies call white feminism or liberal feminism. She fought for white women's rights in Britain to also profit from the spoils of colonial violence and world domination. She did not fight for the emancipation of women. She fought for the right of white women in Britain to exploit other women who were not British and not white, and for them to be able to have the kind of life that rich white men in Britain can have as well. So interestingly, Nightingale was against professionalization, so against registration initially. But moving nursing from communities to hospital had a profound subordinating impact on nursing work. Because going from, I don't know if any of you ever worked in community care or in community organizations, but there is a gulf between the professional autonomy that we have in community care versus in a lot of hospitals. And I'm not saying all hospitals, you know, specialized hospitals are usually better. I worked at the Cardio Institute in my life and it was pretty cool. But there's still, hospitals are profoundly medical institutions that work around medicine more than anything else, more than around patients, more than around nursing. They are reflective of medical specialties. And so forcing nurses to train within the hospital system and building hospital schools in a way where nurses were entirely subordinated to physician authority and hospital administrators' authority basically shackled us to the hospital system. And up until the 60s, a lot of hospital schools didn't even hire graduated nurses. There was a report that came out in the 60s and another one in the 30s where there had been an examen, an investigation into the quality of the hospital schools. And Helen Masalem, who's a very famous McGill nurse, wrote a report where she found that most hospital schools didn't even have teachers. You were basically taken by the school, made to work for 3 years, and then you had a nursing license. And why was that? Because hospitals, of course, they had a captive workforce that needed to work there for 3 years in order to get their nursing license. And so it was through Masalem's work in investigating the quality of teaching, quote unquote, in those schools that led hospital schools to eventually close because hospital schools were too tied to hospital administrations. And there was a competition for hospital administrations between their need for workers and the need for students to have an education. And so that was one of the driving forces to close hospital schools because you can't put the education of people under the same people that also require those people to work for the hospital to function. There was a clear conflict of interest there that lasted for over 100 years. So that's something that happened at the turn of the century. Late 1800s, early 1900s is when we really saw the golden age of hospital schools. And Nightingale justified a lot of what she defended as her schools as a replication of the gendered roles of men and women in society in the hospital. So the physician would be the husband, the nurse would be the wife, the nurse would stay in the hospital, never to leave the hospital except to go to mass. And the patients were like the children. So this is the model professional nursing was built on. And we can deny it all we want, but there is historical facts based on that. So whether you're a man or a woman or a non-binary person doing nursing, it is considered a woman's job in the social imaginary, and it is based on profoundly sexist and racist conceptions of society and human beings. And a lot of that is because nursing itself perpetuates this. So I remember I did not hear the word feminism until the second year of my master's, during one very short class. And I was always kind of surprised because we always try to pretend gender has nothing to do with our work. And yet 90% of nurses are women. It is absurd to pretend that it has nothing to do. No, don't worry about it. Just let's pretend that doesn't exist. And that ends up, I've heard so many nurses say, oh, if only we had more men in the profession, we would be so much better off. Now, I'm not saying we don't need more men in the profession. We do. But that is not the problem. It's the fact that we're women, men, non-binary people. That is just a biological characteristic of who we are. It can never be a problem. You should never feel bad about being a woman, a man, a non-binary person. There's nothing to feel bad about that. That is not something you can control. What is problematic is sexism. That's the problem, because women's work, when you work in a job that's considered women's work, your work is considered a duty, not a job. And so nursing was built on the foundation that we need to sacrifice everything for the greater good. We are angels. We heard that lexicon during the pandemic. You probably heard when François Legault said on TV that when he wanted physician specialists to come work in CHSLDs, he said, but we would never ask you to do orderlies work. You're going to do the nurses' work, and the nurses are going to do the orderlies' work. I still get angry saying that out loud. But he said that. It's still available online in his conférence de presse that he used to do. And I remember I worked with I was in CHSLD during the pandemic, during the first wave. It was horrible. I still have nightmares about it. But I had two specialists work with me. They were paid $210 an hour. One was a radiologist, one was an ophthalmologist. How good did you think they were working with fragile older people? And it's nothing against them. They were great people, hardworking. They really wanted to help. But they had no clue what the fuck they were doing. And they were paid 10 times at least more than anybody else that was working there. And we had to train them. The radiologist didn't even know how to put on and off PPE. It's not his fault. When's the last time you spoke to a radiologist as a patient? Never. It's not, they don't usually speak to patients at all. And so to assume that because a physician is a physician, he or she can just do whatever anybody else does in the healthcare system is absurd, but it's a common belief, including among our political leaders like François Legault and the Minister of Health. And that is very, 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 very problematic for us, for patients, and for the organization of healthcare as a whole. Because when we have a Minister of Health who thinks that a radiologist can do the work that anybody else does in a CHSLD, what does that say about the kind of reform that he's going to propose for our healthcare system? What does that say about the people he surrounds himself with that inform him about the healthcare system? These are dangerous things that we need to be much more aware of and that we need to fight. I used to be somebody who was allergic to the word vocation. I still kind of am, but then I had one of my good friends tell me, you know, Nat, physicians talk about their vocation all the time. And they have no problem with it. Why is that? So it's a lot like we've seen, you know, when a woman does something versus when a man does it. If a man talks with a lot of emotion, he's passionate, ambitious. If it's a woman, she's hysteric, irrational. These are deeply ingrained prejudices that we have in our society. And so it's the same with vocation. Even though more and more physicians are women now in Canada, and the majority that are studying now to become physicians are women, it still remains, structurally speaking, the politics of medicine are still profoundly patriarchal. And in the social imaginary, it's a man's job. So that doesn't mean that it is, But it's not just a question of how many people, men, women, non-binary people are in that profession. It's also the structure, the foundations, and the history of that profession that determine whether it's a man's job or a woman's job. In nursing, we have a wage gap. A lot of people are surprised at it. So historically, women are paid less than men in every single job, including nursing, believe it or not. It's slightly lower than in healthcare in general, but those are the general stats. So it's not broken down in terms of immigrant women, Black women, women with disabilities, or this is just overall. So it'd probably be worse if we had a lot of other categories. We talk a lot about the glass ceiling, but in women's jobs, there's what we call the glass elevator. So the glass elevator is, and this is not the fault of men, this is what nursing does. This is what we perpetuate and promote, and it's a lot because of how we're socialized into nursing, mostly through hospitals, because every single one of us, whether we want to or not, we have to go through the hospital system in our clinical rotations. That's where we learn to be a nurse. That's where we learn the hierarchy. That's where we learn the social relations, who holds the power, who do we need to defer to through our clinical rotations. So we talk a lot about leadership in nursing, but then we throw students into hospitals without explaining to them what hospitals are. And so the glass elevator is when somebody, is when a man in a woman's job rises much faster than any other woman. So if you look at, I mean, you know, we have a man who's the president of our Order of Nurses. We've had 2 consecutive presidents of the Canadian Nurses Association who were men. Most of the deans of nursing schools, I think it's just over 50%, are men. So the higher you go in the professional hierarchy, the more there are men. The more it's white, the more it's male. And that is a visible consequence of systemic racism and systemic sexism in our society. And that's not to say the men are not competent or anything like that. It's just they are disproportionately represented in leadership positions and tend to rise much, 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 much faster in the ranks because we think as nurses, as head nurses and nursing directors, that men are more rational and that they're better than us. Just because they're men. And that's something we need to shake off as well. Because even nurses that I know who are strong women, who are feminists, who are, you know, activists, we say things sometimes, and it's insidious the ways in which it embeds itself into our professional practice. So I want to talk a little about professionalization because that's what I'm working on right now. We talk a lot about professionalism and the professional project and professional this, professional that in nursing. But what is that really? What does that mean? We talk a lot about professionalism as a virtue, but is it really a virtue? What does it mean? So I spoke about the Nightingale schools initially, which standardized nursing. So the Nightingale schools, the hospital schools that were born in the first Nightingale school was 1860. She didn't actually have the first secular school in Europe, though, even though people... Anyway, and just a random fact about her, she never actually worked in Crimea. Which is, you know who did work in Crimea in terms of nurses? Mary Seacole, who was a Black nurse who Florence Nightingale refused to have on her nursing team. And the Catholic sisters, the Irish Sisters of Charity, who were Catholics, were also refused by Nightingale because she didn't like Black women and she didn't like Catholics. So Nightingale was actually in Constantinople, which was 300 miles from Crimea, from the front lines. So she never worked there, even though she called the Angel of Crimea. Anyway, that's something that's very frustrating to me as a historian, that people think she actually worked in Crimea when she didn't. So hospital schools. So once you start setting up schools, formal schools, that's not an apprenticeship where somebody can go where you can just teach your daughter or a friend or a neighbor to be a nurse like you, what happens? You begin controlling who gets to call themselves a nurse and who doesn't. You begin to create a group that is more and more homogenous. And that is what professionalization did. So before hospital schools, it was more community-based. There was less regulation. And I'm not saying that regulation is all bad, but we have to look at regulation as a political process. If we pretend that it's not, and it's just universally good, then we don't understand what it is. And if we don't understand what it is, it's hard to fight for it in the right way or to understand how it impacts our work. So the schools, obviously, do you think the initial Nightingale schools allowed Black students, Indigenous students, even Catholic students? There's a reason why nursing remains disproportionately white to this day. It's because Black and Indigenous students, especially, were held back. We're not allowed to enter the nursing schools. But beyond that, which is important to say, is that nursing existed before the hospital schools. So what the hospital schools and the Nightingale reform allowed nursing to do is erased all the previous history of care and nursing and community care that existed before the hospital schools. And the entire history of nursing now is based around Florence Nightingale and her reform. It's like nothing existed before it. And yet, caring for people, nursing, arguably could be a defining trait of any human society. And so to erase all that is one of the most, how to say this politely, it fucking sucks, okay? Because it disconnects us from our history. It disconnects us from humanity, from our role within humanity, and puts us in this very narrow box of what it means to be professional. You go to the hospital, you give meds, you do this, you do that. And it turns our profession into something that's very narrow and does not allow us to experience the incredible richness that has existed since the history of humans on this planet. So professionalization is always a way to homogenize a profession, a job. That's a fact. Professionalization means the government tells you, you now have a law, you can self-regulate, you create a professional college. Do you know what the first nursing association in North America was? The first professional association, the one that fought hardest for the formal recognition of nursing as a profession in Canada and the US, was the Association of Nurse Superintendents of Hospital Schools. So that's another thing that the hospital schools created, was it allowed for an elite to coalesce, to develop around the leadership of the hospital schools. And obviously this leadership was entirely white. And going with Nightingale's vision, usually women from well-to-do families. Because Florence Nightingale profoundly believed that if you were upper class, you were just better. And that people from the lower classes, women from the lower classes, should never become superintendents of schools. So professionalization intentionally homogenized nursing into a white middle-class nursing profession. And that was one of the ways that nursing work began to be stratified. So I'm a registered nurse. I do essentially no nursing in my day-to-day life. Yet an orderly who does more nursing work than I do could never call herself a nurse. So it's important to understand that professionalization is a privilege, right? We fought for that registered nurse title, but does it really mean that we're more of a nurse, less of a? If you start looking at nursing as work, it becomes much broader. So I do nursing research, but most nursing work is probably not done by nurses in a lot of ways. Because we've stratified the work that we used to do. So at the beginning of hospital schools, nurses did everything. Now it's very stratified, especially racially stratified. So that was one of the consequences of quote unquote modernity, is the professionalization of some women's work that allowed white women to exploit the labor of immigrant, Black, Indigenous women. So there used to be only nurses and physicians in hospitals. Now we have orderlies, LPNs, all kinds of people that do very different work than what nursing was originally. Not as we've dichotomized the holism that we like to talk about in nursing, where we do everything for a patient, but we don't really. We tell people to do it, and we take report from the people that do it, but we're not. And I'm not saying it's bad, so I'll come back on that. I know. What time do I have? 9:30? Okay, so I'll try to. Okay, thank you, but I don't want to bore you either. So, if you've never read the book Black Women in White by Darlene Clark Hines, you should read it. If there's only one book you should read on nursing history, it's that one. It's the most incredible book on the history of all nursing. It's called Black Women in White, but so it follows the development of Black nurses in the US, but it is deeply intertwined with the rise of professional nursing. It is the best book I have ever read on nursing history, and it's well worth reading. So Darlene Clark Hines really analyzes how the obsession with the professional project by white nursing leaders led them to champion segregation, political policies that were bad for people's health. What I'm working on right now is how professional nursing destroyed midwifery in Canada, for example. A lot of the same year in Quebec that nursing got its first corporate law to become a profession was also the same year that midwifery became illegal here. And nurses were central to undermining midwifery. Anyway, if you want to talk about that more later, it'd be interesting. And now that midwifery became legal again in 2002, guess who was on the board to determine what midwifery should and shouldn't do? We had nurses and gynecologists and obstetricians. Anyway, so this obsession for professionalization stopped us from developing solidarity and support. So we chose regulation over emancipation. And that is deeply problematic, but that's something that we can still address today. So I don't want to like depress you or anything, but it's important to know these things to understand where we come from, because that's where we're still going unless we change course. So we talk a lot about leadership. I have a love-hate relationship with that word. I find we use and abuse the word leadership. You know, if you go to work every day and smile, you're a leader. I don't think that's the case. Leadership is not, I heard there's even a master's program now in leadership. So leadership of what? I don't know, but it's like you can just be a leader of nothing really, but you're like a leader. That sounds a bit absurd to me. Leadership means there has to be something to lead, right? You can't just be like, oh, I'm a leader today and tomorrow, and just because, you know, I don't know. So leadership is something that should be built around movements and change and policies and politics. But so to come back on professional nursing, political agency and understanding our history and understanding the political place that nurses occupy in society today is essential, because nursing and nurses have been instrumentalized many, many times in history to support terrible things. I don't know if you know, but the last Trump convention, the Republican National Congress, one of their keynote speakers was a nurse practitioner. And she was spewing all kinds of anti-vaccine crap nonsense. One of the first countries where nurses became formally recognized as a profession, and we have to understand a professional college is an extension of government, right? It's delegated powers that are given to a group to regulate themselves, but you still belong in the state apparatus. In Quebec, we belong to the ministère du Travail, and we work under l'Office des professions, but those are government bodies. So one of the first places in the world where nursing became professionalized was Germany. In 1905, I think, was the first professional college in Europe. And we all know what happened a few years after that. So there's a lot of documentaries and books about and articles about the Nazi nurses of the Second World War. It's interesting, actually, because two well-known nurses in history, Irene Sendler, she was a Polish nurse who was also the civilian who saved the most lives during the Second World War. She's the most incredible person. She was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. And Al fucking Gore got it instead of her because he made a movie about the environment. Anyway, she saved 2,500 kids from the Warsaw Ghetto. And just Irene Sendler, for me, like with what's going on right now, I like to read about her life because it helps me, it gives me hope. So Irene Sendler was a nurse. She became a nurse because the Nazis, when they occupied Warsaw, they put Jewish people in the Warsaw Ghetto, but they didn't want any diseases to contaminate the rest of Warsaw. So they had public health nurses that would go in to monitor for typhoid, things like that. And so Irene Sendler did that, but she was a leader of the resistance against Nazi occupation in Poland. And so she would remove children from to find them families so that they wouldn't end up in the gas chambers. She did this with the consent of the parents, and she took with her, every time she took a child, as much information as she could on that child, birth certificate, names, where they lived, who their parents were, their families, because she believed the war would end and that she could reunite those children with their families. And after the war, she spent 20 years on her own trying to reunite all the children that she placed with the families that they got. So she spent over 30 years working on this. She was arrested a bunch of times during the Second World War. She was considered by her own professional organizations as a criminal. But on the other hand, you have people like Irmgard Huber, there was one woman tried in the international trials when the American army invaded Germany. And she was also a nurse. So Irmgard Huber was the head nurse at the Hedemar Hospital, which for over 20 years was one of the eugenics centers of the Nazis. And she authorized the murder of 15,000 men, women, and children over the course of 20 years. And do you know what her defense was when she was on trial? I just followed my code of ethics. My professional regulatory body told me to do this. I had no choice to do it. So just remember, a professional college is a political institution that is tied to power, and our code of ethics is something that should be alive and something that we should interact with and that we should work to change if we find there are parts of it that are unjust or do not represent what we believe care should look like. Obviously, that defense was not accepted. She was sentenced to death. Unfortunately, that sentence was commuted. She's dead now, though, which is great. But it's important to understand that professionalization is deeply political. And our professional order is something we should have a dynamic relationship with, not one of complete subordination and obedience. Obedience is never particularly good. So that being said, nurses are a force. If we had the proper union leaders, nursing leaders, political leaders, but we can develop that on our own as well. It remains outrageous that to this day, there is no law, no regulation for safe staffing for nursing. That should not exist. This should not be a problem in 2025. In Quebec, there's a law for veterinarian offices. They can only have so many animals in the vet office, and the cages have to be cleaned twice a day. Okay? There is no such thing. When I was working for an agency, I once had 2 floors, 178 patients. what can you do in 8 hours? Not because I take my breaks, in 7.25 hours. It's physically impossible. We're not rocket scientists. We cannot be in 2 places at once. We have not yet the technology to develop wormholes to be in 2 places at once. And yet that is what is asked of us. And if something happens, it's our fault. So we have immense responsibility, but very little authority to make sure these things can happen the way they should happen. And that is not okay. And it's okay to talk about it, and it's okay to demand better ways to help us organize our work in the way we have clinical judgment, right? We keep talking about clinical judgment, reflective practice, blah, blah, blah. But then when you start work, it's like this protocol is like scripture. You must respect every single aspect. Clinical judgment, we are so rarely asked to actually use our clinical judgment, especially when it comes to things that affect policy. So we can't decide, you know, a manager can just say, well, you're used to having 4 patients, but today you're going to take 9. That should be an incident report because it puts patients at risk. So we need to ask for overtime when we don't take our breaks. And I know it's hard to do because I know sometimes our worst enemy is ourselves. And I know sometimes colleagues are going to look at us like, why would you do that? But if we don't do it, it's like when they say, if you don't use it, you lose it. This is in part what led to this terrible collective agreement that we ended up with after our last strike, because we're so used to undermining ourselves that even a little bit of extra seems like a win, but it's not. We have to look not just at us as our job, but we have to look elsewhere as well. The government keeps talking about a shortage of nurses. There is no shortage of nurses in this province. Quebec has never had so many nurses in its history. We've never had so many nurses, so many registered nurses than we do now. Never in our history. We have more nurses than 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, thousands more. So is the problem a shortage of nurses, or is the problem a shortage of decent working conditions within which nurses are willing to work? If you look at the problem that way, then we can start finding solutions, structural solutions, long-term sustainable solutions, rather than just throwing bodies at the problem. It's an analogy I like to do. It's kind of absurd, but if you have a giant hole in your bathtub and you keep trying to put water in it, your problem is not a shortage of water. I mean, technically you could say it is, but you'll never be able to take a bath if all you think is you have a shortage of water. You gotta fix the hole. And so our healthcare system is a leaking bathtub, and nurses is what's leaking out. And we have every right to leave toxic situations, jobs that don't respect us, don't allow us to use our clinical judgment, don't allow us to have a say in the kind of care that we should and could be giving patients, that puts us in situations where we're constantly faced with ethical dilemmas into which care should I cut today? And puts us in situations from forced overtime to des gardes, etc. We are worth more than that in the healthcare system. We're not numbers, we're not furniture that you can move around, that is undignified, that is disrespectful of our expertise and our competency. And we have to start understanding and really embodying that we understand the worth that we bring to this healthcare system. Because until we do that, we will accept working conditions that are unworthy of us. And I know it's hard, but it's something we really need to fight for, because it's something that will make nursing better, the healthcare system better, and society as a whole better. Because our healthcare system is essential to the health of the population, to the health of this province, and to this entire country. So voila. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Okay. Any questions?
Now you worked us up.
Yeah. Woohoo, let's go protest somewhere. Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Just to say, oh my God, that's really loud.
It's weird.
Just to say your presentation is incredible. My second question is, do you actually offer classes at McGill? Because I don't know, you inspired me to take a class and just learn more.
No, that's sweet. I mean, I talk a lot. I give classes at U of M, but yeah, I mean, I sometimes I'm invited to speak at McGill, but you know, I'm always down to. Maria, you can leave my email. I'm always down to go for coffee with somebody or beer or food or whatever. Like, nursing is my community, so I'm always happy to develop better networks of mutual aid and mutual care.
You're coming for part 2?
Yeah.
At some point.
Yes, anytime. So yeah, so like I'm always happy to just hang out and talk. I have a lot of former students that still write to me if they have like, oh, this manager forced me to stay in forced overtime and things like that. What do I do? So I work with a lot of nurses to help them through those kinds of concrete issues that they're going through. And yeah, so yeah, if anybody wants to invite me to other stuff, if it's a nursing thing, I'll usually do it for free. So unless it's a OIQ thing, because they have a lot of money and I give them $500, $600 almost every year. So they better pay me. But that hasn't happened yet. They don't like me for some reason. I don't know why. So yeah, yes.
Annette, thank you very much for your presentation and thank you for the work you do. I think you've given me some of the best advice for resistance in my nursing career, which was it's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission.
Always.
That's carried me through for a long time. So thank you. I wanted to ask you, because one of the big priorities right now with the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions is to set up this like nursing ratios across the country, minus Quebec. And I wondered how you thought ratios should be enforced and what the consequences should be for institutions that don't adhere to ratios.
So ratios is a whole thing. I was part of a coalition for safe ratios that actually included the OIQ, the FIC, a bunch of nursing organizations, including ACI. And there's still the website, ratioensante.com or something like that. And it had there's a whole pamphlet. I can send it to Maria and she can send it to the email list, but it has a lot of arguments. It's a really well-built data set and argument for safe ratios. I'm not the kind of gal that likes one size fits all, because one size fits nobody usually, or very few people. So it's not the same if you're working in primary care or, you know, an acute unit. So I think there has to be ratios, but I think nurses need to be part of that discussion and decision making, not just discussion, but the actual decision that are made in the end. And that has to include skill mix and our colleagues, LPN colleagues, orderly colleagues, physio, PT, OT, everybody, because it affects all of us, not just nurses. And so enforcing it, you know, for a while in BC, nurses had to be paid a penalty if there was people missing on the unit. So for every nurse missing that day, all the other nurses were paid an extra $5 an hour, which obviously was very motivating for the hospital to ensure that there was enough staff every day on every unit. So in BC, in British Columbia, and that unfortunately didn't last. It only lasted one collective agreement. The government cut that very quickly after that because it cost a lot of money. But obviously, you know, hospitals answer to the bottom line. Hospitals are not moral entities. They're institutions, bureaucratic institutions. And so there has to be some kind of financial issue because that's the only thing they respond to, really. So it could be something like they did in British Columbia. It could be, there's a lot of ways to do it. I think the DSC in Quebec should be much more on top of that than they are now, because it's a direct impact on quality of care. But there's some places, like at the CHUM in the ER, they have a committee on ratios for the ER. So the ER decided on its own, we're going to address this. And it's not perfect, but it's working a lot better just to have those discussions and to have people on the ground part of those committees, and they meet every month. And they've established the ratios that they decided amongst themselves. And they can't always respect it, but at least nurses there see there's a means to get to the ends that we're all looking for. So that's been great for retention. It's been great for, retention isn't freaking rocket science, like nurses aren't aliens from another country. We've put retention measures in from another planet. I mean, God, been watching the news too much. But we've put in retention and incentive measures for a bunch of other jobs in informatics industries and stuff like that in Quebec. Why are we so obstinate to not do that when it comes to nurses? We'll do like everything except make our working conditions better. We'll be like, no, more forced overtime, more patients load, that's how we're going to fix this. And obviously that's been what our government has been doing for the last 35 years, and it's not working. So voila. Anything else? Yes.
I have a
Maria. Yeah, sure.
so everyone can hear. I'm wondering if you have any kind of suggestions for new nurses that are joining the profession. I think they seem to be struggling a lot at the moment. At least that's what I'm seeing teaching. But
well, they got screwed so bad with this collective agreement. Like LPNs and new nurses got the short end of the stick on that one. And it's ridiculous and it's a scandal, and we should fight for our relève more than we are. So, I mean, there's a lot of things. I find I've been teaching for a while now, and I find the youngins now are much more in tune, are much more aware of their rights than when I started, for example. So, when I started, there was no question that I would stay 2 hours to finish my notes and not ask for overtime or even pay because I felt so bad that I didn't finish on time. So generally speaking, I find they're better at us than us older ones. But the thing is, they were leaving. So, new nurses stay a few years, 2 years maybe in the healthcare system to get experience, and then they go elsewhere. They become NPs, they try to open their own practice, they do whatever. And they're right to do that. What's missing is the collective aspect. And we've lost, when I started, the union was a lot stronger, but we understood just because we saw our union delegates. So with the fusions, successive governments have purposely ensured that unions would lose power. So the fusions meant that, when I started as a nurse, there was a union delegate on every single floor. If something happened, I could go right away, talk to my union rep, and I knew who that person was. I knew their face. We don't have that anymore. We have one union rep per I don't know how many hundred nurses, and that is not a good thing because we've lost the reflex to do the grief, to use union structures to defend our rights. Now we just leave, and I understand why. I'm one of those people that have left, but it's important to use the structures that are in place, whether it's the CE, whether it's the union, to enforce the rights that we have struggled to gain. Because again, if we don't use it, we lose it. And that's why it was so easy for the government this time. So there's like a contradiction right now. So I would definitely tell new nurses to get a bit more informed about what the union is and to know their collective agreement. But also, I would tell them to not be afraid. We're so terrified. Nurses are terrified of so many things. And a lot of that fear is irrational. I remember the first time I sent a letter to the Gazette and it got published. When the guy from that section of the newspaper called me to say it's getting published tomorrow, I did not sleep that night. I was terrified. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get a letter in the mail from the OIQ saying I lost my license, that it's outrageous, I shouldn't be talking to the media about this and that. And obviously that never happened, And I've done a lot of press in the last few years, and I've had some terrible interviews. I remember one time, one of my colleagues, I did an interview with a horrible, well, she wasn't even a journalist, she was more of a pundit. But anyway, she was terrible, and it was a horrible interview. And I remember one of my friends called me right after, and she said, "Nat, did you hear that nurse on that radio show? She was terrible." And she hadn't realized it was me. And I was like, yeah, she was really bad. And, I thought I would have to move to another province or something, but, I'm still here. And so we always tend to think we have to be an expert at something before we comment on something. And that's not true. We're always nursing. We can always give a nursing perspective on something. And we have to stop being so afraid of using our voice, because fear is because we don't use our voice. Once we actually start to use it, that's how we get rid of the fear. And there's consequences for sure. There's risks, but we can manage those risks. And there's ways to do that to make sure you stay safe, or as safe as possible. But you can't move forward without a level, at least a minimal level of risk, because that's not how you change things. So that would be my advice. So I talked too much.
There is one more question in the chat. Hi, Natalie. This question is from Catherine Derry. Thanks for your talk. What is your opinion towards the union relative to seniority? Young nurses with kids not being able to take vacations with their kids, positions being given according to seniority and not much by competency. Do you think that there is union violence towards nurses, that unions are perpetuating the patriarchal hierarchy historical to the nursing profession?
Yes. So again, unions are tools of social justice and social action, but they are built on a sort of a standard model. So the first unions were built around longshoremen, right? And so most of the union movement, if you look at the history of the union movement, has a structure that is oriented towards male-dominated professions, like longshoremen, truck drivers, things like that. So that is not adapted. So nurses, the typical demographic profile of a nurse is a woman in her early 40s with young children at home. That is a very different profile than in a male-dominated profession. So the fact that we have kids, things like that, means there are different priorities for nurses than for other jobs. But the union doesn't always adapt to that and doesn't always respond to that. You'll remember the union of the La Fédération des médecins omnipraticiens, back when Barrette was Minister of Health. They had this whole thing where they negotiated a collective agreement for primary care physicians, the médecins de famille, and they forgot to include a provision about maternal leave. And that was because it was Barrette and Dr. Louis Godin, two old white men who were negotiating this contract. And so maternity leave meant nothing for them. So that didn't last very long, but for a few months, female physicians who were on maternity leave lost about 30% of their salary because of that oopsie. So we have to adapt both the union, but also hospitals and our employers, because our employers have a responsibility towards us as well. It's not just the union. And the union, there's ways for us to integrate it and work towards betterment of, because we're always better with a union than without a union. There's no question in my mind about that. But we have to make the union more democratic. And I remember I got in a lot of trouble with the FIC because I was campaigning against the collective agreement. And it was very hush-hush. Most people didn't even get to read the agreement before reading it, which should not be legal, okay? You got to read what you vote on. So there's all kinds of elements like that where I definitely agree the union does perpetuate issues of that. I think because of the successive centralizing reforms, the union, the same as management, has gotten further and further and further away from the actual people they're supposed to represent. And so what happens now is our local executives with our unions tend to have more time with our employers than with the staff. And so that proximity creates a relationship where you identify more to that. So part of it is fighting against the continued centralization of our healthcare system. That is bad for everybody. Dubé campaigned against that, and yet that's what he's doing. Here we are again, fourth reform adopted under Bayon, under duress, and now we're stuck with it. But there's things we need to do to bring back union structures closer to its members, and part of that is getting involved in them, and being vocal on the importance of units and smaller teams, more flexible teams, and being allowed to decide about what happens, not have some faceless bureaucrat decide who gets hired and things like that in the healthcare system in a super centralized place, not hire a Elon Musk type person, which is essentially Geneviève Biron's job in the new Santé Québec. She's just slashing and burning. She didn't get up on stage with a chainsaw yet, but I mean, that's basically her job. So it's important to be vocal about that, to talk about it, and to talk about politics amongst ourselves, and to bring politics into our union meetings, into CE meetings, because these are all things that have a profound impact on patient care and our work. So yeah, so anyway, email me if you want to talk about more about use and stuff.
Thank you so much, Natalie, for that inspiring presentation. I could take a whole conference just with you. Next, we have two speakers presenting on an initiative in stroke care. So Gabriel Domokos is an advanced practice nurse at the Montreal Neurological Hospital, focusing mainly on the stroke program. He holds a Master's of Science Applied in Nursing from the Ingram School of Nursing. He's worked at the Neuro since 2010 in various roles, including interventional radiology, the pre-op clinic, and the stroke and neurosurgery units. As advanced practice nurse, he monitors and reports on quality indicators, produces protocols, and supports the teams as they provide care to stroke survivors and their loved ones. Emilie Antaya holds a Bachelor of Science in Nursing and began her career at the Montreal Neurological Hospital in 2009. She continued her studies in the Intermediate Management Program. She has held numerous positions, including outpatient clinic nurse, assistant nurse manager, and bed management coordinator, a role she developed at the Montreal Neurological Hospital in collaboration with various departments. Emilie has been the nurse manager of the stroke and neurosurgery unit since May 2023, where she is committed to a patient-centered approach, ensuring quality care while enhancing teamwork among staff members. Gabriel and Emilie will present on Towards Zero Restraints, an interdisciplinary model for safer stroke care. Welcome, Gabriel and Emilie.
Thank you, Maria.
Hey. Hello.
You guys feel free to go pee or grab some snacks.
Yeah.
But we'll start.
We'll
But
start.
we
Yeah, we'll
start.
start. Okay, so we're starting. So very happy to be here this morning with you. Very happy to be translating in French while I have to speak in English. So it's very fun. So Gabrielle and I will talk to you about the work we did to reduce the use of restraint using a multidisciplinary approach. That was a project led by the advanced practice nurse, Gabi, here. And it's still in progress, but we have a lot of things to present to you, and I hope it's going to be as much as interesting as your presentation. Very interesting, very interesting. What do we do? Okay, perfect. Non, c'est pas ça. Oui, c'est ça. Oui, c'est ça. Oh non, trop vite. Okay. So first of all, no conflicts of interest to declare for myself and Gabrielle. And the presentation will go this way. We'll talk about the law here in Quebec and the reality we have at the Neuro related with the restraint, and the work that was done, the work group, and the lessons learned. So here in Quebec, we have le projet de loi numéro 90. Mainly, the objective of this project is to give some kind of modernization in the organization of healthcare, and that include also the way we work with restraint. Oh, do we have the? Okay, no. OK, c'est bon, je voyais les notes, je me demande les notes. OK, so yes, so in that projet de loi, yes, they talk about restraint, and the main goal of restraint when it's used in healthcare system is we have to keep in mind that we have to use it to a minimum, to as much as possible to ensure that the right of the patient and the family are respected. It's also emphasized the need for a proactive approach based on collaboration between the patient, family, and interdisciplinary team. So we know about consent when we have to apply a control measure on our patients. So this is what it say. The professional must identify the risk factor which could lead to the need of restraint. So that should not be the first solution. So you need to look at factor that will prevent the use of those physical restraint, initiate appropriate preventive measure to not use the restraint, and record the ineffectiveness in order to justify the use of those. In the situation, if the situation does not meet the criteria for an emergency situation, then an informed consent from the patient or a substitute decision maker is mandatory. So I was talking about the consent. This is where we have here. And there is also the concept of when it's an emergency, you need to apply it, but you need to go back to the patient and family to make sure that they are aware of the use of restraint. In that law, they talk about ethic, they talk about philosophical intervention, they also talk about the guiding principle, and we'll go over that together. So the intervention philosophy, it gave us the value and the belief that will guide the intervention. So one of the most important values is it's really the respect for the freedom of movement. So even if it's in the best intention for the patient, even if you think that this is what we need to do to make sure the patient receives the medication, you always have to keep in mind the respect of the freedom of movement, okay? There is also, we also have ethical responsibility. So all manager, all care worker, like nurses, physio, occupational therapists, doctor must remember that we have to build a relationship with the patient, and this one should be built on respect, mutual trust, and recognition of the ability of the person being helped. We have just before, yes, the guiding principle and condition of use, it helps us to understand how to use it again. Basically, guiding principle is we have to use restraint as a last solution, and we have to follow the protocol. There is no place here to be creative. When we use restraint, we have to follow the algorithm. There is no time to be like art and craft. I'm going to build my own restraint for my patient. It's very, very, very rigid. I'm saying that because I mean, I'm not saying something that you didn't see when working as a bedside. You know, we all have that kind of experience. You come, you see your patient, and it's like, that's the new way of doing things. And it's funny, but it's perturbant un petit peu. Condition of use, you have to remember why you're using a restraint. So there is like 3 points that resume that. It's is there a risk for your patient? Is there a risk for the patient around the patient? Is the risk is important and imminent? And is it you try everything and that's really the last solution? Okay. So that's the law that the Quebec gave us. So we have to follow this law here at the MUHC. So we have a protocol. We have a protocol, interprofessional protocol, least physical restraint. That was approved in 2008. It's 150 pages, 7 algorithms, 7 module electronic education courses. Each of them lasts 2 hours. So a lot of information. But if you need more information, you don't have that will be nice if you read all of that and you go watch the video. But we also have a conseiller count responsible for that, reachable here at the MUHC. So if you have a specific question and you don't have the time to go over that, there is Jasmine Lee who's also responsible of that. And you can go also see your manager or the Gabby or Heather. They can also help you to, give you more structure when you want to have when you have a specific question about the protocol. But for us, what we want to highlight in our protocol here at the MUHC that we apply at the Neuro, it's the section where they talk about implication of the interdisciplinary team. How important it is to review the use of the restraint with them, and also, basically brainstorm how we can help our patient to not have restraint. Okay. Our reality here at the Neuro, it's hard to not talk about the pandemic, the COVID time. It's not completely wrong to think that during pandemic, when we were very trying to avoid the contamination of COVID, maybe we were a bit less patient with patient that was trying to remove their NG tube, right? Because we know it creates a lot of aerosols. So maybe the patient that we have on our patient was probably less. The restraint was used maybe in a more rapid way. Are we still in that kind of reaction? I like to think that no, but it was present, and we saw that. We were asking our patient to stay in the room, so it's a kind of, isolation is also a kind of restraint for our patients. So that was probably more present during this time. We also stopped using sitter as a way of, so we stopped using sitter at the MNH for different reasons. One of the reasons that we realized that was not very efficient when we were using them to prevent the patient to remove the NG tube. It takes few seconds and it's already gone. So we saw that was not very efficient. We start using other technique, like also for patient that was wandering on the unit. We use wandering bracelet. So we let the patient walk around and not being followed by someone that they don't know. Imagine you're a bit confused and each time you go out of your room, there is someone following you. It's super creepy. So it's working. Of course, we still use sitter when there is a need. Like des idées suicidaires ou bien patient go in patient room, like even with the bracelet. So we'll still use that. But why I'm mentioning it is if you the person responsible of that patient and you don't know that after sitter, you think that after the sitter, the only option is restraint, but you might go in that direction faster. That's why we want to talk about other options that we have here. So sitter, it's not option 1 and option 2, it's the restraint. There is other thing. Complaint. We also have complaint when we use restraint because for employee usually, and we're going to go over that, we had some audit talking about that later on, but the employee usually doesn't appreciate having a patient restrained. The multidisciplinary team also, sometimes they don't know how to work with it. They say, okay, I'm the physio, I'm going to work with my patient, but he's restrained. So what do I do? How can I remove the restraint? Now I need to find a nurse. So it's a lot of time and it's not very efficient. So that's another reason why it's so important to involve them in when we talk about restraint. And family also are not thrilled to see their family member restrained in the bed most of the time. So it comes with a lot of complaint. It does affect also the relationship we have with the patient and the family. It has also a kind of a burden on the occupational health and safety for our employee. Physical impact will be, I'm sure some people here have a story that you want to apply a restraint on your patient and the patient react physically, like you could be hurt. It's getting a kick in the chest of your patient because he doesn't understand why you have to do that. So there is a risk. There is also psychological impact. We are asked to work under we like to think that we work under the philosophy of train-based nursing in healthcare. It's a bit hard to follow the values and the philosophy of that when your patient is, restrained in the bed. You don't work with them with their full capacity. And so it could be a bit challenging. Moral injuries, well, you also affecting the respect of the person, the dignity of the person when you restrain them. They don't feel like a full person. And also as a person, it will impact you. Therapeutic relationship, well, all of the above. How can you build a relationship with someone when you restrain them? It's a bit complicated. Survey. So we did a survey on a specific group during Genesis session. So Genesis session are a session that we do every 2 to 3 months with nurses and LPN with 2 years or less of experience at the MNH. It's an opportunity for them to talk about protocol, policy, but also to talk about how they felt, like experience, sharing together. And they are surrounded by the educator, nurse clinician, manager comes also. So it's really a half day to talk about their experience as a new nurse. So we took this opportunity to hear and to get their feedback on using restraints. So two type of question was asked to them: short text answer question type, and on a scale also. The first question we asked them, it was the understanding of their role and responsibility related to the protocol. So it's not everyone that understand their role and responsibility. It's very divided. Same thing for how confident they feel. It's not bad, but it's not completely clear what they are telling us. There is a lot of work here to do. And what is interesting, and despite having half of them being confident and the other one not really, they all feel very responsible to put the protocol in place and make sure the monitoring is done. So I feel like it's a kind of it's a lot of burden on them to know I am very responsible of that, but I'm not too sure what to do. So, and it's okay. It's okay. And same thing here, receive sufficient support. This to me also, it talks a lot to me as a manager on the unit, like not having the support. It's something that we need to be able to provide to the team, and this is c'est vraiment très beige comme réponse. Like we need more. What I found very interesting, and this is the question that we asked, is how they felt about getting a patient that has restraint on, and we asked them to name emotion. We separate the emotion as negative and positive and other. So you're going to tell me immediately there is no positive and negative emotion. Everything is important in life. It's okay. But for us to be able to give you some information, we decide to separate it like that, and we can talk about it if you not agree with the separation. But negative emotion were, be stressed, be anxious, feeling sad, apprehension, alone. Positive emotion will be happy, comfortable, relief. And the other, it was everything under the scope of curious, hesitating, need more information about my patient, and not really like a pure emotion, but more like questioning. So when we ask them the question, how do you feel when you receive a patient with restraint, you see that it brings a lot of negative emotion. Some of them still feel very good about it because they feel more secure, kind of. And the other part, like the orange part, is the positive one, and the brown one, the negative, and the blue one. Non, c'est ça. Ouais, c'est ça. La négative, c'est le orange, puis le positif, it's the brown. Non. So the big one in the orange, it's okay. It's the big one in orange. It's the negative emotion. So there is a lot of negative emotion, not a lot of positive emotion, but still there because people feel secure basically when we use restraint. And the blue one, it's more curious, not sure why. I need to have more information about my patient. And it's the negative emotion get bigger when you are the one that need to apply the restraint. The l'inconfort, it's bigger there. Not a lot of change for the rest, but more curious also. You want to understand more why your patient has restraint. So here, the other way around. How do you feel when you will remove the restraint? So people feel better, but still there is negative emotion. What's gonna happen on my patient? Is it, the fear is really present when it's time to remove the restraint. Also, that was an emotion that was repeated often. So that was for what we are doing right now. I'm gonna let Gabby go over the rest.
The work group.
Yeah, the work.
Thank you, Amélie. So, following all this, we we brought the issue up to the Neuroquality Committee, and We got the mandate to create a new work group to tackle this. We recruited the APNs, an MD, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, speech language pathology, and assistant nurse managers. Our first meeting was February 2024, and we've been having, I think we've had 3 or 4 meetings so far. We have a team space to structure all of our work. So this is like a bit of an overview of what we ended up doing so far. So the lit review led us to a whole lot of interesting places. We have this study out of Australia that was a qualitative study about perceptions among healthcare providers, and it was in a context of sort of like a societal awakening to the extreme use of restraints with patients with Alzheimer's in old age. I found this very interesting because they included discussions on chemical restraints and low-level restraints like locking a wheelchair for someone who can't unlock it. Very interesting discussion. Then this study was a lot more systematic. It's out of Taiwan, and they have electronic charting over there. So if you don't understand what the title means, basically they're able to audit exactly how long the patient was restrained for. So they have this indicator where if a patient is restrained continuously for more than 24 hours, basically they dinged it as an indicator for this for the study, and they implemented an algorithm, 4 steps basically, super easy on how to make decisions in a neuro ICU. So I'm aware that the MHC group is also working on trying to like improve the restraint use in ICUs. But this is an example of what electronic charting can do. Then we have the study out of Brazil where they went into the paradox of safety versus autonomy. The themes were very reminiscent of what Emily just showed you. Everyone, like the professionals are like not feeling supported, feel like they're struggling to kind of manage the situation, and restraints are sometimes used for their convenience, quote unquote. The study was qualitative. It was very interesting, but it didn't offer lots of prescriptions per se, but it was very interesting. Then I ran into this study. Well, it's more of a dissertation. And it takes more of a philosophical approach to prison and what the interpersonal dynamics are in prison. And this gentleman, you may know him, is Philippe Pinel. So I don't know, like working in Montreal in healthcare, you kind of run into these Pinel restraints. And I always thought that came from the Pinel Institute, that is a hospital and prison for people deemed sort of not criminally responsible for reasons of psychiatric illness. Actually, no, like they're not technically related. They're kind of named after this gentleman who was a psychiatrist in the before photography times. But super interesting read over here from the 70s, the golden age. And finally, we ran into this study that was literally what I was looking for. Like, I know, scientific equipoise, but they went through like a 4-stage implementation of a clinical nurse specialist or advanced practice nurse or whatever it's called, reduction, restraint reduction initiative, where the first step was having the CNS round with the multidisciplinary team on all the restrained patients and like review the cases proactively, not wait for complaints, not wait for flags, just like go and see what's up and give guidance to the teams on the ground. So this is what we ended up doing, after we were done reading and talking. So we got APN rounds, APN consultation improvement, multidisciplinary rounds, discussions, the nasal bridle, hands-on education session, and other fall-related mitigation strategies. So what is this? This is me getting off from my desk when I have time to go walk the floors and ask who's restrained, going to their chart, going to the patient, asking whoever happens to be around, like, why is this patient restrained? What is it for? Could we try something else? And such. So I think the biggest kind of upside of this is that it's sort of changed the vibes, and like you start to talk about restraints in a more intentional way as a team. And I like to think that it's helping, but nobody's told me anything like that. Next is the consultation, sort of like team members reaching out to me or to Heather, sort of to say, okay, this patient has restraints and it's an issue. There's perpetual and intractable role confusion. Like I get asked what I do on a regular basis. It's great, but we've always sort of kept to the talking point, for lack of a better term, that we are here to help with complex situations. And if a patient is being restrained, that's by definition complex. Please reach out. Like we've made it clear, and people have been reaching out. So since we started with this work group, since we started to get the ball rolling, various assistant nurse managers are reaching out, various members of the multi-D team are letting us know. It's not systematic, it's not always, still have to go walk the floors a bit, but like it's great, and like I feel like it helps me as an APN like build my credibility with the teams a bit. Like with the pandemic, we were not super visible because we didn't want to catch the COVID. So now we're a bit more. Like, I think it helps to bring us back on in the light, so to speak. Okay, so finally, there's like pre-scheduled multidisciplinary rounds at the neuro. We've got daily rounds about stroke. We got weekly rounds about neurosurgery patients and neurology patients, and the restraints were always kind of part of that discussion, but usually when they started to get in the way of like discharge planning or like actual discharge, it's like, well, this patient, they could go to rehab, but they're restrained, so they can't. So it's like, okay, what are we gonna do now? I think we really tried to sort of change the pattern and have the restraint discussion happen proactively, like when the restraint gets put, instead of waiting until it becomes an issue for the discharge. And yeah, length of stay. We're all here trying to lower the length of stay. So here we are. I'm a big environmentalist, as Natalie knows. So my philosophy on all this is that culture is downstream from the environment. So it's tragically not super effective for me to stand here and let you all know that restraints are bad and you shouldn't use them, and then you go back to your floor and there's nothing different and everything is all the same as it always has been. And yeah, so education notoriously not super effective, but not completely worthless. But we started to look for ways to change the environment, change like what's available. So this device came up on an up-to-date like article, and fortunately, one of our intensivists sort of interacted with it at the Jewish General Hospital, and somehow I spoke to him about it, and he told me he liked it, and I'm like, excuse me, this is amazing for our restraint reduction. And what is it? It is a tube. Tragic choice of terminology, guys. I swear. Like, people keep telling me it has old McDonald vibes. Maybe work on that. But yeah. So what is it? This light blue tube is made with the help of magnets and magic to loop around the septum of the nose, and then this little clip you see here gets clipped onto the NG tube. So when traction is applied to the tube, pain happens at the back of the septum. What kind of pain? I heard it's a lot like a brain freeze. So what is happening? Like, so this sort of has a alleged 75 to 80% efficiency at reducing the removal of tubes, and that with the with removal or de-escalation of restraints. So, well, I have a little. If you can see, it goes at the back where the COVID swabs go. All right. So, so we kind of tried it out and to see what happened. So these are the outcomes that we found after about a dozen cases that we followed up on. So it's very easy to use, very reliable, and it led to a significant de-escalation of restraints. Just like a vast majority of patients could just go on without any restraint. Some patients have other things going on that require some restraints, but often like incisions that they like to pick at, or I don't know, other stuff. So for those patients, it was possible to go from wrist restraint to just mitten, and everyone was having a good time. So I will say it was a successful pilot. We did note a few challenges. So first of all, the psychological shock of encountering this novel and weird and goofy looking thing. It was a bit of a struggle to convince everybody, but with a lot of patience and zen, we managed. A lot of courage from leadership, a lot of we started in February, and by August we were starting to pilot. So like it was not awful, I would say. So the monetary concern, the bridle is small but mighty, and it costs 130 Canadian dollars. So it sounds like a lot. However, tubes aren't $0. X-rays to re-verify tubes all the time are not $0. The length of stay implications of like the patient not having any hydration, nutrition, medication for extended periods of time is massive. And of course, the tangible and intangible costs of restraints. And like, this is kind of what I'm trying to communicate to you guys, that restraints have significant costs that are tangible and intangible. Like, restraints are kind of like state-sponsored violence. So you got to be super careful. That's why the law is so strict. But the reality is often not as ideal. The spline chain was a bit of an issue. The bridles are made in the States, so we're got our fingers crossed on that. Ethical concerns, so we had some ethical challenges. People were like, why are you purposefully creating a painful situation for the patient? But when we explained that restraints are painful as well, and putting a tube back in is painful as well, and we're doing harm reduction here. It basically was super easy, and of course, there's always Houdinis and like rare cases and like situations that just like don't work out. But we had a patient sort of break 3 bridles within a short period. The patient in hepatic failure didn't bleed terribly, nothing terrible happened to them. It was fine. So we're very sort of relieved in a way that that when a patient pulls really hard, like it will sort of break before it does permanent damage. So the outcomes of this little initiative, the bridal use is now protocolized for the entire MHC. My understanding is that the Children's Hospital is now putting bridles on all their NG tubes because of a sentinel event that they had to deal with. So they're really going full on. It's a nurse-led intervention now, so there's no medical order necessary. We checked with the ministry, we checked with the order, we checked with like everybody. Like it's not a restraint in and of itself, even though it's a control measure technically, but it's classified as a stat law. Right? And we had the ethical discussions and our recent restraint audits. So like the MHC does like periodic, sporadic audits on the restraint use. The neuro always top of the class. The most recent audits, not quite top of the class. We were super pleased, very chuffed, as they say. So we have that to show for ourselves. All right, so once we had the wind in our sails and the bridal was good to go, we also organized a multidisciplinary restraint reduction hands-on education session. So this was as part of the genesis that Emily was talking about. We invited multidisciplinary professionals, regardless of their seniority, to join the novice, or are they called novice now? The nurses during a genesis session that was specifically designed around restraints and the protocol. So we had the physiotherapists and speech pathologists tie up and get tied up. Apparently, they had a great time. So because the professionals were saying, well, I take 45 minutes to do my interview. There costs nothing to me to untie the patient while I'm checking their speech pathology and then tie them back when I'm done. So they wanted to learn. So like now they know, and knowing is half the battle. And finally, the future/present is this whole, for lack of a better term, fall prevention constellation of concerns. Okay, so falls in and of themselves are a gigantic issue at the neuro, and we're not going to go into it maybe next year. But falls and restraints kind of go together also. Once we've sorted the NG tube situation, the fall prevention is now top in our kind of reason for restraining. Never mind the fact that even though technically like 4 side rails up is a restraint, like we've never actually lived by that rule. But we got new beds. And the cool thing about these beds is that they can be set to be like 1 foot off the ground. So the next kind of initiative of the work group is to get an interdisciplinary consensus on when it is appropriate to permit a patient to roll out of a very low-lying bed and not restrain them. So they would fall out, and then we put them back, and no harm, no foul. So that's kind of the new hotness right now. And a couple of conclusions. We, as neuroscience nurses, have to keep an eye out and be mindful and woke, for lack of a better term, to the issues of like inherent dehumanization of neurologic disease and neurodivergence, etc. We say things like, this person isn't being themselves, or we're very quick to say like, oh, you're being a risk to yourself or others. Like, it's very super easy to declare someone thusly. Normalization of the status quo is, human nature. Unfortunately, we need our systems to actively, proactively kind of fight against it. Natalie, thank you. My message, if you build it, they will come. Think environmental, not personal. It's not the nurse's fault that the restraint is on, technically. Like the system sort of facilitates certain behaviors and disincentivizes other behaviors, and the system is the environment. So, and if we can start to think community, not individual, I think we're gonna make it through the next 3 years. And super duper important, remember to consider the occupational health and safety of professionals, because if the professional isn't feeling safe, your patient isn't safe, and it bears repeating. Thank you all. We will take questions in the usual fashion. Question over there.
Hello. I'm just curious. I think you implemented it in the ICU as well, right? The neuro ICU, the bridal?
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm just curious how that's going, if it actually reduced restraints or because if they're intubated or you know what I mean? Like we're thinking of implementing it at the MGH ICU and we're hoping to decrease restraints as well, but for sure I still see some barriers. So I was curious how it went.
Yeah. So in the neuro ICU, there are multiple levels of barrier. I would say the main barrier is institutional hierarchies. But beyond that, indeed, a patient may still need to have full restraints when they're intubated and have EVDs or lumbar drains or jugular lines or whatever else you guys do out there. On the one hand, indeed, those patients won't benefit from the bridle. So what they do in the ICU is they wait until the nasogastric tube is the sort of driving
right
reason for restraint use. The chemical restraint situation is a little bonkers. I'm going to leave it to the restraint, MUC restraint work group to deal with. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it could still read, like you said, if it's the last thing left.
There's a question there's a comment in the chat actually from a nurse who works in our neuro ICU. So we've used it a few times effectively in the neuro ICU. Unfortunately, an issue is installing it where it will not slip due to moisture. Sometimes it gets loose and the patient can fish out the NG tube. I do think it's an awesome intervention though, and it has worked very well.
John, you got to make it less slippery. But yeah, like I said, there are ways to sort of defeat the device. Yeah.
I think, yeah.
I think it took us a bit more time to implement it than the floors, because we do have all those other drains that are essential. But we have used it more and more, and I do find it makes a difference. There are patients that won't go for their drains in on the head because they don't see it, but they feel that tube that's bothering them in their nose when they're coughing, when we suction them, and so on. So I've seen a positive implementation of it. The situations that happen when they are retrieved, they're the Houdinis of the magical world, where they go between the knot and the nose and they're slowly able to take it out. And that the knot is actually stayed in the nose that keeps it in place. It's the drain that they can actually take away off. And at that case, we were questioning that maybe the fact that they're retrieving it so slowly and the gavage is ongoing, is that worse than just pulling out an NG tube quick and fast? But we haven't seen further impact about pneumonias or whatsoever, and we have been using less restraints due to it. So I'm quite happy with it for most of the part.
Like I would say, yeah, so it's possible again to fish it out. And if you see the patient is very fixated on touching their nose after you release the restraint, I would just put mittens, because like you can't do this very fine kind of situation with mittens on. Other questions?
Right now on the unit, I don't know if you say it in the presentation, but we are using it 10 times a month, the brittle.
Yes.
So it's
on the stroke unit, we're using it with regularity. Yes.
I'm just wondering, is this like an automatic thing? As soon as you remove the restraints, you'll apply it, or you'll kind of just see what the patient does first?
So here, in the initial in the initial protocol, we have to either suspect strongly or have demonstrated that the patient is going to pull out their tube. So we don't do it automatically. At the children's, apparently they do, just like, because they're kind of, yeah, they have limited options. But yeah, we give them a chance. And like if a patient is like comatose, there's no point spending $130. Yes, but Angela.
I just wanted to say that, so I'm an educator on the floor, and I tell the nurses, if when you're putting in the NG, you would think about putting on a restraint, then do the bridle instead. And what that's done is, on the units now, it's revolutionized that in the morning, every time someone mentions, oh, the patient's restrained, then we're questioning, what have we tried? What's possible? Do we have a rationale? Is there something that we could do differently? Whereas before it was just, we had too many patients who needed restraints. And we're like, we can't have your NG pulled out every day. We can't have you falling every day. But now this is giving us options.
No, you're right. I think we were giving report and we were not even, my patient has restrained as the same way, or the patient went for bowel movement, and we were just going on on the topic of the patient. We were not stopping the conversation. So now just by stopping the conversation and say, why is the patient has restraint? And sometimes the nurse is like, why? Like, and it's put aside the bridle and the risk of fall. Just, c'est pas normal that your patient has restraint. Just to stop a minute and remember and try to understand why you have to put restraint on your patient. I think it's a very interesting conversation, and this is the conversation we are having on the unit, and we're learning a lot and improving also.
Any questions in the chat? We're good. Hold on, microphone.
There's a comment in the chat that talking about the collective order, and that some nurses might be unaware of the collective order.
It's not a collective order. It's just a protocol, like it's a procedure. It's like putting a stat lock. So it's a protocol. The nurse doesn't give herself the order to put the bridle, just decides in her head. So, but yeah, many In certain areas, physicians have insisted that they be given final say and give a medical order on the use of the parietal. Yes. Other questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you all. I think it's break time. Break time. We have break.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Please come back for, what time is it? 10:35, 10. Come back at 10:45, okay? Thank you. Go grab a snack. If you haven't taken your name tag, there's still name tags at the front. See you very soon. Thank you.
Excuse me.
All right. So this presentation will be in two parts. We'll first discuss the development and implementation of an ERAS pathway at the MNH, and the second part will be understanding the implementation process using an implementation science framework. So we're really using the ERAS pathway as an example to discuss how things are implemented. First, I'd like to acknowledge, I won't name everybody on this page. A lot of people contributed to the development of the enhanced recovery pathway that we're going to be discussing. In particular, I want to mention Dr. Diaz because he's played a key role in the development and implementation. Also, Kira will be presenting work that she did in collaboration with some McGill students, Connie Wong and Zoe Kruczynski. So for our first part of the presentation, the learning objectives are to understand the purpose, core elements of an ERAS pathway, and then how these ERAS components can be applied to craniotomy for malignant brain tumor. And then we'll look at the adherence to the different components at the MNH. So first, what are ERAS pathways? For those who aren't familiar, ERAS pathways are the systematic application of best practices at every phase in the perioperative trajectory. They're based in evidence and patient-centered. So we're trying to get away from, individualized care trajectories based on physician preference, but rather developing a consensus with the team and going forward with the best standards we can come up with for a patient population. Key pillars of ERAS include patient and family engagement, nutrition management, fluid and hydration management, early mobility and physical activity, pain and nausea management, as well as surgical best practices. These are really the ERAS principles that were applied to any enhanced recovery surgery pathway for any type of surgery. And of course, there's individual components depending on the patient population and type of surgery. So pathways are developed by a multidisciplinary team, including surgeon, anesthesiologist, internal medicine, nursing, pharmacy, members of the allied health team, and the exact composition of the team will depend on the population. The development process involves first selecting a relatively homogeneous population because we want to make sure that the patients on the pathway do have very similar needs, and then looking at every single aspect of the patient's care that they receive during, or before, during, and after the surgery. ERAS pathways have been shown time and again to reduce complication rates, shorten length of stay, cost savings, and improve patient experience. Something that's a little bit underexplored in the literature is what they can do for clinician experience. So in looking at that, there aren't a lot of studies that discuss that, but there was one that was interesting that I would like to share, which was done on a colorectal unit. So their aim was to look at nursing workload specifically on after implementing an ERAS, it wasn't an ERAS, after implementing ERAS on the whole colorectal surgical unit. And they did a mixed method study. They looked at nursing workload in terms of quantitative time and motion data. And then they looked at nursing perceptions and see how did people feel about their workload and what was their perception of a change with the addition of ERAS. it was interesting that the workload data, like the quantitative time and motion study, actually showed that there was a higher turnover of patients on the unit because they were more successful in discharging patients quickly, and they were actually doing more tasks with patients. So the time and motion study would have, you might say, increased the nursing workload. However, actually nurses' perceptions were that it decreased their workload. So I think that's interesting, and it really speaks to the ability of ERAS pathways not to actually diminish the type of the tasks of in care that are provided, but rather to streamline workflows, enhance communication among the team, reduce administrative burden of documenting, et cetera, which can lead to, I would hope, improved clinician satisfaction. But that would be an interesting area of study to explore further. So why did we choose the malignant brain tumor population? Well, the main reason was because of the fairly high volumes at the neuro and compared to other populations. Also fairly elevated complication rates. So this data was from 2022, 2023, 13% having infections, 9.7% with seizure, hemorrhage 8.7%, thrombophlebitis 3.6%, and about a little bit less than 10% returning to the emergency department or being readmitted. So we aim to reduce complications mainly. And then, of course, we're hoping that by reducing complication, maybe we'll reduce length of stay as well. So I'm not going to spend, so we're going to go through the ERAS guidelines applied to craniotomy for malignant brain tumor patients. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this area because we really want to focus on the implementation of the pathway. That's the focus of our presentation today. I will touch on it, however, and go through relatively quickly just to make sure that we know what the intervention is. Can you see my little pointer? Okay, so this is sort of a summary of the care pathway. In the preoperative phase, anyway, this works too, I guess. Yeah, preoperative phase, we have while the patient's waiting for surgery. Due to their cancer diagnosis, patients with malignant brain tumor are at risk for malnutrition. So we want them on a high calorie, high protein diet. And that actually helps with prevention of wound complications. There's a patient education booklet that was adapted for the pathway, which has information for the patient about how to take care of themselves and optimize their health before surgery. Some screening for malnutrition, etc. I'm not going to go through everything because, again, I want to move it along. If any of you have questions about the actual pathway, I do have copies of the pre-printed orders in my office. I will go and get them, and you're welcome to ask me questions afterwards, and we can discuss. So for the day before surgery, we're trying to steer away from the classic NPO after midnight order. Most patients benefit from, of course, being no food, dairy, juice with pulp after midnight, but the morning of surgery, actually having a glass of juice. We have updated the skin antisepsis protocol to, instead of using those the pink bottles of pink with chlorhexidine in them, soap, thank you. Instead of using the pink soap, yes, because the bottles are not pink, I get it, is washing with regular soap, then apply chlorhexidine wipes, and apply chlorhexidine wipes again in the morning without rinsing it off. The thromboembolic stockings were not demonstrated to be more useful to add thromboembolic stockings underneath the SCDs. So for most patients, just the SCDs is fine. Also, we're not in the habit at the Neuro of providing preoperative medications, but in fact, it's a really good thing to do for a lot of surgeries. So in the pathway, we added the option for pre-op Tylenol for short duration cases for the surgeon to order, and pre-op aprepitant, specifically for patients who are very much at high risk for post-op nausea and vomiting due to the location of their tumor. So it's posterior fossa and interventricular tumors, which aren't that many patients, but for those patients who do get the aprepitant, it really makes a big difference. So after OR, we are focusing on pain and nausea management. There's some specifics in the pathway here that I won't get into. Blood sugar monitoring is very important, specifically, well, for any patient going through surgery, major surgery, but actually particularly brain tumor patients that are on high-dose dexamethasone often. So this is a critical component. And essentially the reason that we care about blood sugar is because it almost, actually Dr. Diaz did a study a couple of years ago, and he found that when the perioperative blood sugar was not well controlled, it actually doubled the risk of infection, or there was a correlation. They were twice as likely to develop an infection. So that's the main reason, but there are other complications too that can occur, even for non-diabetics. dysphagia screen, again with a high calorie, high protein diet, discontinuing NS as soon as the patient is able to hydrate by mouth, up to chair for meals, usually on post-op day 0. And we also discussed with the multidisciplinary team that in the goal of having mobilization occur as soon as is possible on post-op day 1, that the registered nurse can do an assessment, and if everything is fine, they could initiate the mobilization, walking. Keeping STDs in place for longer than most other patients because of the risk for DVT being very high due to the cancer diagnosis. And continued on, there's some teaching in the patient education booklet. Removing Foley in the early morning helps to prevent, it helps with 2 things actually. It helps to prevent urinary tract infections, but we're not seeing a lot of urinary tract infections with our brain tumor patients. But I also imagine it would help with early mobilization, right? The fewer things is better. Removing the dressing post-op day 2 and leaving the incision open to air. I know this is something that the different physicians before had different practices. So now at least it's more standardized. And then washing like with soap and water, the hair on post-op day 5, etc. Okay, so moving along. Okay. So the implementation strategy, now we're getting to the meat of it, because this is what we really wanted to discuss. So we started with some lunch and learns in February 2024. At that point, hoping that we were going to implement the pathway like within weeks after. There ended up being a long delay, which points to certain barriers in the development process that I won't get into, but it did have to do with the language, presentation, and how things would be scanned, et cetera. Anyway, so it took a whole 6 months to resolve, which is unfortunate. So we had some delays there, and we actually did the lunch and learns twice. So I think there were, anyway, a series of delays that were unanticipated, which I think did influence our implementation. So I will mention. In September 2024, we started with in-services. All the residents had an in-service with Dr. Diaz. I was able to reach 60% or 65%, a little bit less than 70% of inpatient nurses and licensed practical nurses with about a half-hour in-service session in person. Then for those that weren't able to be present, we had a short video, I think like 15, 20-minute video that nurses could watch. We also had a meeting in the pre-admission clinic. There was a meeting with the OR team. And yes, that's about it. Oh, also on SDA and PACU had some in-services. Then in October, end of October, was our go live date. And my initial plan in the follow-up of that was to go around and follow the patients through the pathway and speak with the nurses taking care of the patients to see how things were going. And actually what ended up occurring was that the patients weren't on the pathway. So there were issues with the papers getting to the charts, which yes, we had thought out a plan of how things would go, but it didn't turn out the way that we had expected. So there were issues with papers getting to the charts, that sometimes the physicians weren't using the pathway. So it ended up really being around like January, mid-January, I would say that things like improved and there was more use of the pathway. So I'm going to go through the adherence to best practices. And I did a chart review. Like I said, because the uptake wasn't so quick in the beginning, I didn't do an audit in the beginning because I was pretty convinced I wouldn't see any difference. So I started the audit mid-January to end of February. There were 24 patients, and actually only half of them are on the pathway. So you see, we still have a ways to go. So at each component in the pathway, some had excellent adherence. The discontinuation of Foley at 6 a.m. Was great. Discontinuation of dressing post-op day 2, no TES under SCDs. I still put this under good adherence because I know there was an improvement soon after. The chlorhexidine wipes. Early mobilization is really tough to tell by chart audit, actually. But I said in 67% of cases, there was some mention in the nursing notes of how the patient was mobilizing. Excellent adherence. I noticed that in 67% of cases, there was some teaching that was mentioned in the progress notes. Just to note, the 33% where they didn't get teaching, I noticed they were mostly going to rehab or long-term care. Not that the discharge teaching is still equally important, but I noticed a trend there. And I also think it's amazing that we did really good with our blood sugar monitoring. I'm happy to hear about that. And areas with lower adherence. So the high energy, high protein diet was not always entered into OASIS. Pre-op juice, interesting. So here in the gray, that's when the physician actually opted not to order the pre-op juice, either because there was a contraindication or the physician perhaps wasn't comfortable. I'm not really sure. I didn't dive into it further than that. But there are some cases where it wasn't ordered. And then here in orange is when it was ordered, but it wasn't actually carried out. And here is where it was carried out. And then Tylenol pre-op, we can see that it was probably underprescribed. Although again, it's possible the patient, there was a not contraindication, but if it was a long duration surgery, then it's possible they chose not to order it. And then we also noticed that sometimes there was an omission and it wasn't actually given when it was ordered. And the post-op, I won't go into detail here, but the post-op multimodal pain management strategy wasn't optimized either. So many of you are probably familiar with the PDSA cycle model of quality improvement. This process of continuing to monitor, plan, make changes to either the product itself, or in this case, the implementation strategy is so critical. In healthcare, we're constantly evolving. There's always some new best practice coming down the pipeline to implement. So it's really quite easy to neglect or to follow up on a project when a new one comes in. And that's when backsliding occurs, or when you don't even achieve the initial results that you intended to achieve. So knowing this, I was so pleased when Kira approached me with her coursework on implementation science, because I felt it was really relevant to helping to kind of see, okay, not just what could have been done better so that we could do it in the future, but also what can we do now? There you go.
You, Heather. So, as part of a knowledge translation course, I put together a project that focuses on the barriers and facilitators surrounding implementation of the ARS care pathway at the MNH. The reason for choosing this topic is because of my personal experience of witnessing the launch of the protocol late last year and then never hearing about it again. I'll be sharing with you the reality of the care pathways implementation on the floor through the perspective of nurses. So our learning objectives, we have, we're going to understand the purpose and core principles of implementation science, apply the IPARS framework to assess ARAS implementation, and evaluate the barriers to ARAS implementation and propose facilitators that can address and overcome in clinical practice. So what is IS, or implementation science? It's a study of how to apply research and evidence-based practices in real-world settings to improve the quality and effectiveness of health services and care. Today, I'll be focusing on the dissemination part of that process and how we share and apply the ARAS pathway with our team of neuroscience nurses using planned practical strategies. So what makes a framework in IS useful? Well, it helps researchers and clinicians identify key barriers and enablers guiding the development of effective strategies for successful implementation. There are many frameworks in implementation science that guide us to thoroughly understand what internal and external factors influence the implementation success or its failure. These frameworks are often grounded in psychology, sociology, and organizational theory, helping us explore not just what needs to be implemented, but also how and why it succeeds or fails. Examples are the CFIR, so the Consolidated Framework for Implementation Science, the TDF, the Theoretical Domains Framework, amongst many others. Today, we're going to look at the IPARS framework, so the Integrated Promoting Action on Research, Implementation, and Health Services. It was originally developed in the late 90s, and it was revised in 2016 by Harvey, McCormick, and Kitson to reflect that implementation isn't linear, but in fact, it's dynamic and relational. IPARS blends research with real-world experience, recognizing that what works must fit the setting and people involved. It defines success as achieving project goals by facilitating innovation tailored to recipients within their specific context. The framework focuses on 4 core constructs. So the innovation, recipients, context, and facilitation construct, where facilitation is the active ingredient in the process, and it assesses, aligns, and integrates the 3 other constructs when developing strategies. I'll explain each construct as we go through the barriers. So the first construct, we have innovation, which would be ERAS in this case. So ERAS is a protocol that blends formal research with practical on-the-floor knowledge, adapting evidence to fit our specific setting. So it's usable, realistic, and effective in daily practice. Now, I'd like to walk you through the barriers that we face on the floor. So the first would be the second construct would be, the second construct is recipients, where it looks at both the individuals and the teams and focuses on their attitudes, behaviors, and the time, support, and resources that they need in order to engage in the change. So the first barrier would be resistance to change. And we can see this with our staff, so physicians, nurses, patients, families. We've seen surgeons actually crossing out new orders of ERAS and reverting to traditional post-op instructions. As Purcell and its colleagues in 2015 note that some physicians are actually hesitant to change due to habit. And nurses are guilty of this as well. Sometimes they may resist when protocols disrupt familiar routines. Another interesting, and then we have patients, especially post-op, and understandably, they can be hesitant about early mobilization. They fear it may harm their recovery and cause too much pain. And this is really where, this is really when education becomes critical. So on to our third construct, which is context. Referring to the setting where the change is taking place. And it's divided into 2 subcategories. So the inner context and the outer context, where the inner context is the immediate local setting. So your unit, the hospital, the primary care team. And this is one where we have more control over compared to the outer context, which I will discuss shortly. So our first barrier under this construct would be the readability and design of the PPO, so the pre-printed orders. It's a more technical but real barrier, and this is the layout of the ERAS PPOs, like I mentioned. So we have the bilingual formatting, English on one side, French on the other side, but upside down. I mean, it can be really confusing having to turn a bunch of pages and flip them like upside down to be able to know what needs to be done. We also have the slot labeling of ERAS PPOs at the nursing station, specifically on 3 East. The slot for ERAS documents right now is labeled BT. Most of us here know, I would assume, stands for brain tumor, but this acronym isn't recognized by new or recent graduate nurses. I know through colleagues that have been here at the Neuro for several years are familiar with it, but this is not the majority employee staff in our high turnover environment. So there's a lack of clear labeling. One of the facilitators, I know we haven't gotten there yet, but we could we can put ERAS in it, or like ERAS hyphen BT, because there's not even a mention of ERAS. So then now we're going to look at the outer context barriers, and this construct refers to the broader healthcare system, which includes the policy, social, and political structures that influence the inner context of care delivery. And this is where we have a little bit less control over, as I mentioned before. So we have lack of organizational support. So unlike other surgical specialties at the MUHC, ERAS for craniotomy for malignant brain tumors at the Neuro doesn't have its own page or policy support on the hospital website. This sends a message, whether it's intentional or not, that ARS at the Neuro isn't fully recognized or prioritized at the organizational level for our patient population. And lastly, I saved this for last because it likely won't come as a shock to anyone, but we are suffering from persistent understaffing, high turnover rates, and junior staff with limited experience, which make it hard to consistently apply ARS practices. You can add into the mix frequent sick calls and unsafe nurse-to-patient ratios further reduce this capacity. Nearly every article I reviewed for the purposes of this project pointed to lack of time due to high workloads as the most consistent challenge to implementation across various clinical settings internationally. So after that long list of barriers, on a more positive note, I want to shift our focus onto the facilitators, what's working for us and what could work better. So the last construct would be facilitation, and this is the core ingredient, which involves the processes, tools, and leadership strategies used to align all these elements that I mentioned previously to help assess needs, tailor strategies, and build capacity for change. So in our context facilitators, to address the barriers I mentioned previously, we have prompts and reminders. Better visual cues and quick reference guides on the unit would be beneficial. Since we don't see craniotomies every day, it's hard to build that natural familiarity with the pathway. Having reminders embedded into our workflow, like posters on the unit, ARS reminders and emails in the weekly nursing newsletter, can reinforce the key steps and make the process easier to follow. Then we have the streamlining of the pre-printed orders. One thing that could really help here is redesigning the ARS pre-printed orders. Even something as simple as checkboxes, color coding, or a one-page layout in a single language could help us use the form more efficiently during a busy shift. Ongoing education and training. We can offer workshops, refresher sessions for nursing staff and PABs, along with a virtual ARS teaching session that staff can complete on their own time. This ensures that part-time, full-time, weekend, and night shift staff all have access to the training. Then we have continuous quality improvement. So through audits and feedback, monthly or quarterly audits to check whether ARS PPOs are being used appropriately. These audits are not punitive. They're actually a tool to identify gaps and offer feedback in a supportive way. This kind of ongoing reflection supports trial and learning, empowers nurses to suggest improvements, and promotes multidisciplinary collaboration. It also addresses barriers like lack of awareness, motivation, or knowledge, because people are more likely to engage with something when they feel seen, supported, and involved. Clarifying roles. So clarifying roles promotes team engagement and pathway adherence, educating PABs on their responsibilities, such as assisting with feeding, mobilization, performing pre-op skin prep, and applying SCDs post-operatively, to name a few. This reinforces the impact of their role on patient recovery. Additionally, right now, our unit coordinators, our UCs, are responsible, well, they make these pre-admission booklet packages, but they're really tailored for neurology patients. So if you have a neurosurgical patient that's scheduled for surgery, a lot of those documents are already missing from the get-go. So a way to facilitate that is to involve the UC in preparing two separate packages. So one for the neurology patient and one for the neurosurgical patient. Nursing leadership at the point of care. So leadership makes a big difference. And we're lucky to have such strong support here at the Neuro. Heather Perkins, our advanced practice nurse, has been instrumental in ERAS's success since the protocol launch late last year. She's been right there with us, offering hands-on support, educating the team, and serving as a credible leader. And with Dr. Diaz backing it from the surgical side, we've had a strong united front. Lastly, so one of our strengths is that the MUHC is already an ERAS leader, while the Neuro was one of the last to adopt the pathway. Other sites like the MGH actually have a dedicated ERAS unit that was initiated in 2023. This existing system-wide familiarity can help drive adoption here. And to support this, we need stronger institutional visibility, starting with a dedicated ERAS neuro section on the MUHC website to boost institutional visibility, awareness, and engagement. So I posted pictures of what the MUHC ERAS website looks like, and I added neuro. So while the barriers are real, the facilitators are just as strong and they're within reach.
Great. Thank you, Kira. So before I present this slide on what we're currently doing to enhance the implementation in the short term and what we plan to do, I want to just take a moment to reflect on some of the key lessons, like just my personal key reflections from my conversations with Kira, also from feedback I received from various different people when I was going out actively seeking feedback over the last couple of weeks from residents, nurses, members of the nursing leadership team over there. So my key takeaways, because I want to first think a little bit about just the initial implementation, because thought did go into how, the implementation, but there are some things I would do differently in the initial implementation. So I want to just go through them. One, the first thing that Kira mentioned to me was that it was, implemented and the nurses didn't really hear much about it for a while. And I think that the reason for that on my end was that I felt like, well, because when I was following up on it, the papers weren't in the charts, it wasn't actually being done. So I felt there was nothing to say to nurses, but actually there was. I could have at least given the feedback that like, okay, this is coming, we're working on this, we're working on that, and a little refresher. So I think like just in terms of lesson learned there, I would do that in the future with a different project. So also, I love the implementation science framework that Kira used, like the IPARIS framework, which talks, when she goes over the environmental aspect of it, had we been using a framework like that, we might have considered the environment differently. For example, we may have asked the question, where are the patients actually going after surgery? And then, they're going to we don't have a dedicated unit just for brain tumors, right? They're going all over the hospital. So what that tells me is that like the tools really need to be super user-friendly, super easy, and super simple, because one individual nurse may not get a patient on the pathway all that often. Another reflection I had, which was that actually at the time that ERAS was implemented, other things were being implemented at the same time. So something we can also do is just look and have sort of a master calendar, for example, to look at all the things that are being done at the same time, or try to avoid having things being done at the same time. Okay, so on to what we're going to do. First of all, regular audits and refreshers, offering short quizzes. So what's been ongoing right now over the past couple of weeks, I've been sharing the audit information with nurses, going through just sort of a refresher of the whole pathway and going through a few tips based on the audit results. So that's been ongoing over the last couple of weeks, sort of at huddles. And also we shared a video in the newsletter last week, and we'll probably share it in other different ways as well. Just a short video of the same thing that we did during the huddles, along with a short quiz. And we do have a plan in the short term to increase the readability. So initially, my plan was to gather feedback on all of the clinical component, as well as readability component, and then do an update. But that would take a long time before we sort of fix this issue with the readability. So I discussed with the chair of the CPRC, and we're going to do it in 2 stages. So I have a plan for improving the readability. Also, in my next, I got a lot of feedback verbally this time around, but for the next phase of improvement, I'm going to ask for feedback in a written way. Why? Because I realize that sometimes if it's something that I can change myself, I will happily do that. But if it's something that I need to advocate with, it's kind of nicer to have it written down. So I might do like more feedback written next time. And then as things go and people are more familiar with the pathway, instead of doing refreshers on the entirety of the pathway, hopefully it can just be like quick tips based on the audit results. And these should be frequent prompts and reminders and ongoing surgical engagement with the surgical team as well. So this is the plan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And that's it. Stay for questions. Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Okay.
In fact, I would like just to make a few comments. I've been working with patients, brain tumor patients coming directly to the PACU, especially during the night if they're staying. So what I have observed is that there are some orders that are they are contradictory, on the ERAS and on the pre-op, post-op orders. Sometimes they are contradictory. And also all the physiotherapists also involved in the ERAS for the mobility post-op. This is just a question actually. Just like a stroke patient, they come and assess the patient on the first day post-op.
So the way that the multidisciplinary team was involved was more in the development phase, and that's where we discussed with OT and PT to discuss the first mobilization on post-op day 1. They are actually involved in the pathway in the sense we created, yes, actually, I'm forgetting. At the time of development of the pathway, we created a collective order for occupational therapists and physiotherapists for seeing the brain tumor patients automatically without a consult. So they're involved in that sense, and they see the patients, and in that collective order, it says they see the patient on post-op day 1, and that they also see the patient, if they're admitted prior to the surgery, they would see the patient. So they're involved in that way. This SLP we didn't involve them in the collective order because we had a discussion about it with management. They decided not to because they don't actually see all of the patient and it would increase their volumes. So initially when we developed the collective order, we had to sort of prove that they were already seeing 99.9% of the patients anyway, and that it wouldn't change the workflows. I don't know if that really answers your question, but we didn't get into specifics of what they would do with the patient, if that makes sense. So, it rather just timing of seeing the patient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, actually, it will help, especially if they are new nurses, if they are already assessed by the physiotherapist,
Mm-hmm.
They will feel more confident in mobilizing the patient and knowing about their weaknesses. I think that would help a lot in that sense. Also, from what I find is that the patient they're a little bit reluctant to mobilize just because the pain control, the pain is not controlled. And also sometimes, especially elective patients, if they're coming for the surgery, if they are not aware about what's going to happen to them, if the pre-op clinic also can explain to the patient a little bit more, because sometimes I find when they come, they are more should I move? Should I do this? They're a little bit more reluctant. So I think that if they're educated more, that would help a lot, actually.
That's such a good point. And I know, so we have our patient education booklet. It's given in the pre-admission clinic, and the nurse will review what she can with the patient. But from my very brief exposure to working in the pre-admission clinic myself, I think with the brain tumor patients, that time for when they get told that they need surgery, and then they actually come in to be admitted, can sometimes be very short. And sometimes in that clinic, they're anxious, and there may be a little bit of so sometimes it depends on the patient. The information given to the patient is really tailored to their state of readiness in that moment. So in the pre-admission clinic, if you have a patient who's super willing and wants to talk about everything, you go into that post-op stuff, use your inspirometer. Mobilization is super important. Use it, that will happen if the patient is in a state where they is in a good place to have that. So what I noticed, and in my brief exposure to working in the pre-admission clinic, was that it's, I don't know, a lot of the patients, you really need to focus on what they need to eat and drink before surgery and the skin antisepsis, and give them the booklet and say, please bring this with you to the hospital. And then the nurses will review it with you on the unit because the state of anxiety is so high. So it's case by case what's done in terms of education.
So much.
Any other questions? Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we do have a 30-minute break right now. It's our lunch break. At 12 o'clock, we will have a presentation by Amal Bouya, who will present on rare neurological disorders. It's about 30 minutes. So after that, you'll have another 15-minute break. Okay, so first 30-minute, go grab your lunch. You can eat in here. You can eat in the Healing Garden, just across from the auditorium if you've not been to the Neuro before. And please, please, please start filling out your eval form. So if you scan the QR code behind your name tag, you can start filling out the first 3 speakers, okay? And it's a requirement for accreditation, okay? So if you want your 6.5 hours, please fill it out. I will monitor. And please put the name that you actually want on the certificate. Like, don't just put James Pigeon if you want your full name. Okay. All right. So, see you back here at 12. Feel free to network, get to know each other, or stay in your groups, whatever you want. No, there's more. Guys, there will be another lunch coming up, okay? It's not just what's on the table. Okay. Yes, it's in the link. Yeah. If not, just email me the eval. So if you scan with oh, it's yeah, yes, yeah. Makes sense? Perfect. One second. Welcome back, everyone. You can keep eating your lunch, no worries. So I want to just take a minute to thank Sanofi for sponsoring the lunch today. And we also have a presentation by Amal Bouya, who is a medical science liaison at Sanofi Genzyme with over 15 years of pharmaceutical industry experience, specializing in rare diseases, including neuromuscular disorders. Amal has established expertise in Pompe disease and other rare conditions through extensive work with key opinion leaders and healthcare providers. Amal's previous experience includes specialized work in multiple sclerosis and thyroid cancer, demonstrating versatility across neurological and rare diseases spaces. Thank you. Let's welcome Amal.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. So as nurses working with patients who may have these conditions, understanding the clinical presentation, diagnostic approach, and management strategies is crucial for providing optimal care. Oops. Today's presentation will provide a comprehensive overview of neuromuscular diseases with particular emphasis on Pompe disease. We'll explore everything from clinical recognition to diagnosis, helping you develop the skills needed to identify these conditions early and support patients through their diagnostic journey. But before I do so, I want to clarify that I'm presenting today in my role as a medical science liaison with Sanofi. This presentation has been reviewed and approved by medical Sanofi team affairs, and it's intended for educational purposes only. I'll be presenting balanced, non-promotional scientific information based on a published literature. Here is our agenda for today and what we will be covering. So first, an introduction to neuromuscular diseases, followed by their pathophysiology. We'll then focus on Pompe disease and discussing its overview and diagnosis. We'll also cover the diagnosis approach to neuromuscular diseases in general and conclude with a recommendation for diet and exercise for these conditions. So by the end of this presentation, you should be able to define and classify neuromuscular disorders, explain their underlying pathophysiological mechanisms, recognize their clinical manifestations and diagnostic challenges, understand Pompe disease specifically, and implement appropriate dietary and exercise recommendations for these patients. So let's begin with an introduction to neuromuscular diseases, a diverse group of conditions that present unique challenges for both patients and healthcare providers. So neuromuscular diseases affect muscles and their direct nervous system control, including motor neurons, peripheral nerves, neuromuscular junctions, and the muscle themselves. There are over 150 different types affecting various muscle groups, and many are rare diseases, but collectively represent a significant burden on patients. Common features include progressive muscle weakness, mobility issues, and respiratory complications. So these disorders can be categorized into several major groups. Muscular dystrophies like Duchenne and Becker, motor neuron diseases such ALS and SMA, metabolic myopathies including Pompe disease, inflammatory myopathy, congenital myopathies, and myasthenic syndromes. And each category has distinct characteristics, but may share overlapping symptoms, making this diagnosis very challenging sometimes. So if we look at the prevalence data, we see that these conditions vary in frequency. Duchenne muscular dystrophy affects, for example, 1.7 to 8.2 per 100,000 individuals, while limb girdle muscular dystrophies affect 0.8 to 6.9 per 100,000. Myasthenia gravis is more common at 20 per 100,000, and Pompe disease, which we'll focus on today, affects approximately 2.5 per 100,000 people, making it a rare but important condition to recognize. Let's talk a bit about the disease burden. So the burden on neuromuscular diseases is substantial. These conditions significantly impact quality of life, often causes progressive disability, and many patients will develop respiratory and cardiac complications that can be life-threatening. The socioeconomic impact is also considerable, affecting both patients and their families through healthcare costs, lost productivity, and caregiving needs as well. So let's talk now about common clinical manifestations. So key symptoms and signs include muscle weakness, which may be proximal, which is closer to the trunk, or distal in the extremities, muscle atrophy, exercise intolerance, myalgia and cramps, respiratory insufficiency, and cardiac involvement. The pattern of progression of these symptoms often will provide important diagnostic clues. So let's summarize what we have covered so far. Neuromuscular disorders affect muscles and their nervous system control. There are over 150 different types categorized in major groups. They vary in prevalence, but collectively will represent a significant burden, and they share common clinical manifestations like progressive muscle weakness. Recognizing this diverse spectrum and its clinical features is essential for proper clinical suspicion. Now let's explore the underlying mechanism of these conditions to better understand how they develop and progress. So neuromuscular disorders present with distinct patterns that help with diagnosis. These include age of onset, which means can be congenital, childhood, or adult, rate of progression, and distribution of weakness. The pattern may be proximal, distal, scapuloperoneal, oculopharyngeal, or generalized. So different genetic mutations lead to distinct patterns of weakness, which is why understanding these patterns is crucial to differential diagnosis. The pathophysiology of these diseases involves multiple distinct mechanisms, like dystrophin, glycoprotein complex defects, sarcomere dysfunction, abnormal glycosylation, physical and molecular trafficking issues, disrupted signal transduction, impaired nuclear functions, and metabolic pathway defects. The latter being particularly relevant to Pompe disease, which we'll discuss next. So now let's talk about Pompe disease. So Pompe disease is a progressive, multisystemic, debilitating neuromuscular disease that is often fatal. It's caused by an absence or deficiency of the lysosomal enzyme acid alpha-glucosidase, which we refer to it as GAA, resulting from variants in the GAA gene. So this deficiency leads to progressive lysosomal glycogen accumulation, which impairs skeletal, respiratory, smooth muscles, and cardiac functions. And its incidence is approximately 1 in 40,000. It presents also as a continuum with signs and symptoms occurring from early infancy throughout adulthood. This continuum is associated with variable rates of disease progression, organ involvement, and severity. And we typically classified it in two stages, let's say, or two main subtypes. The IUPD, which is the infantile onset Pompe disease, is really rapidly progressive and often fatal by age of 1. As we continue in the continuum, we also have what we call the LOPD, which is typically the late onset type of Pompe disease, which is relentlessly progressive and often fatal. Let's get into the pathophysiology, so you could understand the results they come from, what exactly and what's happening into the cells. So the GAA enzyme is needed to break down lysosomal glycogen. Two pathogenic variants in the GAA gene will cause GAA deficiency. So it leads to a progressive glycogen accumulation in lysosomes. This accumulation will results in cellular dysfunction, progressive debilitation, organ failure, and potentially death. So like we said, there's two subtypes. For IUPD patients, typically they have less than 1% of the normal GAA enzyme activity, while in LOPD patients, which is the late onset, we can have from 30 to 40% of activity of this enzyme. So the progressive glycogen accumulation causes inflammation, fibrosis, and disruption of the contractile element of muscle. In IOPD, the cardiac muscles, skeletal muscle, and respiratory muscles are primarily affected. And in LOPD, proximal skeletal muscle, especially in the trunk and lower limbs, and respiratory muscles are most commonly affected. Here is the natural course of Pompe disease. What we can see here is that it's a progression from healthy cell here with healthy lysosomes to irreversible muscle damage. So you could see here that what happens is that the lysosomal are really stored a lot with the glycogen as accumulation. They would disrupt, and this disruption would lead to a damage to the muscle itself. And at this point, when the fiber is damaged, it's irreversible. So this would highlight the importance of early diagnosis for intervention or to prevent or to slow this progression. So now let's review what we have covered about pathophysiology. So neuromuscular disorders involve multiple distinct systems and present with various patterns of weakness. Pompe disease specifically results from GAA deficiency, again, really hard time with this word, leading to glycogen accumulation with a spectrum from infantile to late onset presentation. And so understanding, these mechanisms helps guide your diagnosis approach and your treatment strategies. Okay. Did it change the? No, it didn't. Let's go back to him. Hopefully it works. Yeah, I'm trying both the arrow and this, and it's not. Well, let's try. You see, it's like it's.
We're thinking about it. Is this your slide?
No, it's. No.
No.
It's after. Here. Okay. Hey, we got it. So now let's discuss how to approach the diagnosis of neuromuscular diseases in general and look at Pompe specifically. Yay. So we look at the clinical evaluation. There's a laboratory investigation, electrophysiological studies, imaging, and we will talk about the fact that it's a multidisciplinary approach. So in terms of clinical evaluation, what we need is really a detailed history for the onset, the progression, distribution of the weakness, family history. We will look at when we consider physical examination, we will try to see pattern that we can recognize, for example, proximal versus distal, symmetric versus asymmetric. And in terms of functional assessment, well, we look at the gait, the mobility, respiratory functions. For the laboratory investigation, we will do a first-line blood test. So CK, inflammatory markers, metabolic screening, and specialized testing that could be looking at specific biomarkers for specific diseases or enzyme assays, and also genetic testing either by next generation sequencing panels or the whole exome sequencing. In terms of electrophysiological studies, EMG is done to look at if it's myopathic versus neuropathic patterns, if there's a spontaneous activity. And we could also conduct a nerve conduction studies to assess if there's a peripheral nerve function, and repetitive nerve stimulation that could be done also to evaluate neuromuscular junction. In terms of imaging and tissue analysis, MRI could look at, and ultrasound, for example, could look at pattern recognition, disease progression, muscle biopsy sometimes, biobanking. And also what is important to know here is that is a multidisciplinary approach that we should have, and a coordinated care like neurology, pulmonology, cardiology, genetics, and it's a patient-centered diagnostic journey with clear communication that it's needed. Let's focus now specifically on the diagnosis approach to Pompe disease. Pompe disease is a very challenging diagnosis. Well, maybe not very, but it's a challenging one. It has a heterogeneous presentation. So variable age of onset, progression rate, and symptom severity. It has a phenotype overlapping with other neuromuscular disorders like limb girdles, inflammatory myopathies. There's also a low disease awareness among physicians and clinicians, which leads very often to a diagnostic delay. We talk about even more than 7 years to get to that diagnosis. It could have either a normal or mildly elevated CK levels in some patients, and the respiratory symptoms may be attributed sometimes to other conditions. And I've added this slide, and it's just to illustrate to you how various neuromuscular disorders share similar symptoms, making differential diagnosis changing. Look at muscle weakness, abnormal gait difficulty on walking, elevated CKs, respiratory insufficiency. Yeah, got it this time. Difficulty swallowing, exercise intolerance. They are present in multiple conditions, including Pompe disease. Specifically, the diagnosis approach to Pompe disease will follow a diagnostic algorithm. So the clinical suspicion is based on progressive proximal weakness. We see respiratory insufficiency, especially diaphragmatic, and we could have CK elevated from 1.5 to 15 times normal tests. And then we conduct a laboratory studies. We look at the CK levels, typically, like I said, it's 1.5 to 15 times normal sometimes. We could look at the liver function tests for AST, ALT is often elevated in these patients. We do electrodiagnostic studies with EMG to detect myopathic patterns and myotonic discharges. The nerve conduction studies to rule any other neuropathies. And also, we look at the pulmonary functions by looking at the FVC, upright and supine spirometry, maximum inspiratory, expiratory pressures, sleep studies. Sometimes if respiratory symptoms are present, we can look at these studies as well. And then we could do a specific diagnostic testing, either by, we call it a dry blood spot, to look at the GAA, which is the enzyme that it's missing completely or at certain levels, to look at its activity. We could also do a GAA gene sequencing. And we could also look at some muscle MRI imaging like MRI or ultrasound. So to summarize our discussion on diagnosis, a methodological diagnosis approach which combine clinical assessments with targeted testings leads to accurate diagnosis. This includes systematic clinical evaluation, laboratory and imaging tests, neurophysiological testing, genetic analysis, and multidisciplinary coordination. Now, let's discuss the important role of diet and exercise in managing neuromuscular diseases. Sorry. So this table, based on some evidences and literature that I looked at, it outlines recommendations for nutrition, aerobic exercise, resistance training, flexibility, balance exercises for patients with these conditions. So proper nutrition supports muscle and mass and energy needs for these patients. And while appropriate exercise improves the cardiovascular fitness, maintain the strength and enhances mobility. So the key principle is that all interventions must be individualized based on the specific diagnosis and disease stage and the functional capacity of each individual as well. For Pompe disease specifically, the dietary recommendations include higher protein intake. We talk about 25 to 30% of calories from high quality sources distributed throughout the day. Moderate carbohydrates, 30 to 35% of calories. Sorry. Higher fat intake, 35 to 40% of calories, and supplements like vitamin D. So evidence have shown that a higher protein diet combined with exercise improves aerobic power, reduces the enzyme levels, enhances pulmonary function, and improve quality of life. When we look at the exercise program for Pompe disease, the recommendations for Pompe disease include aerobic exercises 3 to 4 times a week, 30 to 40 minutes at 60% maximum of heart rate, resistance training, 2 to 3 times per week. We talk about 2 to 3 sets of 10 to 15 repetitions with low and moderate resistance. Core flexibility exercises, daily 10 to 15 minutes, and respiratory exercises 3 to 6 times a week, 25 repetitions twice daily at 60% max respiratory strength. So long-term studies show that regular activities for more than 10 years result in sustained improvements in strength, endurance, and respiratory function. So to summarize our discussion on diet and exercise, evidence-based nutritional recommendation and tailored exercise program can significantly improve quality of life, functional outcomes, and disease management for patients with neuromuscular diseases, including Pompe disease. So let's wrap up with some key takeaways from today's presentation. So again, neuromuscular diseases represents a diverse spectrum of disorders with significant impact on patients' quality of life. Pompe disease is a rare but important neuromuscular disorder with distinctive pathophysiology and clinical presentation. Early recognition of clinical patterns and appropriate diagnostic testing are critical for timely diagnosis. A multidisciplinary management, including proper nutrition and tailored exercise program, can improve outcomes for these patients. And this is my time. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any question, please, we still have 5 minutes, I believe. 5 to 10 minutes, okay.
A question in the room?
If you have any questions, please.
Hello. Yeah. Can you explain what your role as a medical science liaison does in terms of, let's say, this project, the Pompe disease?
In terms of what? Sorry, say again.
Like, what is your role? What is your role?
Yeah, so I work within the medical affairs division, And my role is a medical science liaison. So what we do is actually we kind of specialize in certain diseases, and we will accompany either our commercial counterparts and also, but mostly physicians and treaters that are key opinion leaders, let's say. We support research as well, either by supporting our partners in the clinical research from global perspective, identifying sites in Canada, for example, or also we call it investigator-sponsored studies, where some KOL would like to expand their research in certain areas that are fit with the interest of the diseases that we are covering, for example. We also answer questions that are beyond monograph products that our colleagues from commercial could have from their physicians. And most of all, we support the community of treaters and research. So that is, I can go beyond that because the list is very extensive, but this is approximately what we do also. No problem. If you have any, yes, sure, please.
There's another question in the chat from Daniel DaCosta. Are there any effective ways to exogenously improve or replace GAA function? So things like gene therapy.
Yes, so there's what we call ERTs, which is enzyme replacement therapy. So basically what we will do is that we will infuse the patients with the enzyme that it's missing, hoping that that enzyme would do the job of the breakage of the glycogen. And this is why it's important to diagnose these patients early on, so we could start a proper therapy for them. At this moment in Canada, we have two approved ERTs that are available. But I think she was mentioning gene therapies. This is something that research are looking at. We do not have anything that it's approved right now, but they are looking at some protocols and research for some patients getting these gene therapies.
Another question also from Daniel DaCosta. Diet and exercise is great for anyone's health. Are there any specific recommendations for NMDs that differ from the general recommendations?
Yeah, which make me go back maybe to the first slide here of diet and exercise. So this is a table that is outlines the recommendation for nutrition and exercises for neuromuscular disorders in general. And it is evidence-based here. So all the link here, if you are interested, maybe you could just email me and I can give you the name of the publication where you could look at. But yes, you can see that here the recommendations for nutrition and exercise, and even for the resistance of training and flexibility and balance, there are recommendations that are typical for, or let's say there's a consensus by those evidence, from these evidences that it's specific to the neuromuscular diseases. And the next slide that I have presented actually was really about the program for Pompe disease. And also here you could see the publication that are related to it. And this is really a protocol that it's really addressed to Pompe diseases. Yeah, I hope that this answers the question, but if there's any other remaining questions, please go ahead. Or any other question? Okay. No problem. If there's anything, please if there's another question that you have had in mind and you know just forgot whatever, yeah, please send those along, and I would be more than happy to answer them. Thank you very much for listening.
We can take a 10-minute stretch break. We'll be back at 12:45 with Marianne Sofranos and Justin Gauthier. Have a little. And yes, perfect. Just a bit. Sounds good. Sounds
Faire les tests, les gens, les patients avec depuis le maximum. Ça enregistre le niveau d'oxygène. C'est une nuit. Ça nous donne l'indice de saturation. Avec ça, maintenant qu'on l'a, on sait que le physicien il est pas la prochaine étape, c'est de aider l'application parce que c'est comme selon le traitement du neurologue. Il y a des gens qui sont évidemment on a juste une machine. On a juste comme voir qui inclut le logiciel pour analyser, faire les rapports. Ça vous fait arriver sur la même les jours de tempête, l'été, des fois, il est trop.
After this special thing, which Gabby's gonna do, because I don't know how to do that. So basically PowerPoint online is basically, so I think if you go to this one. Why do I not get it here? Let me see. I also wanna. No, it's because I pressed escape to see the desktop because I
And we're back.
Welcome back, everyone. So our next presenters will present on ethical challenges in neuropalliative care. Marianne Sofranos is a nurse, ethicist, and anthropologist. She worked clinically for over a decade as a nurse clinician in the neuro ICU and as a clinical ethicist for the MUHC. Marianne completed a PhD in nursing at McGill in 2023 and is currently completing a postdoctoral fellowship with the Palliative Care and Nursing Ethics Hub at the University of Ottawa. She is also a faculty lecturer at the Ingram School of Nursing at McGill. Justine Gauthier graduated with a Bachelor of Nursing Science in 2009 and a master's degree in nursing with a specialization in nursing education in 2014 from University of Montreal. She gained additional training by doing a graduate certificate in palliative and end-of-life care at University of Sherbrooke in 2020. Justine has been working at the Montreal Neurological Hospital since 2008, starting on the neurosurgical unit as a staff nurse. She then worked in the neuro-oncology ambulatory clinic as nurse pivot between 2013 and 2017. She has been the nurse clinician working in the Susan Cameron Pool Neuropalliative Care and Pain Program since its creation in 2017. Alongside her hospital work, Justine is a part-time course lecturer to nursing master students at the McGill Ingram School of Nursing since 2023. Together, they will address ethical dilemmas in neuropalliative care. Let's welcome Justine and Marianne. Thank you.
Your mic, I have my mic.
Great. Hi, everybody. Can you hear us well? It's nice to be here. It's nice to see so many of you here too. I'm glad that you were able to join in person. How many people do we have online actually?
Right now,
Nice, a good turnout. We're going to start by doing a land acknowledgement. I'm sure you're familiar with those. We wanted to acknowledge that McGill University is located on unceded territory of the Ganyengehaga or Mohawk peoples. So we recognize and respect them as traditional custodians of the lands and the waters on which we meet today. And just to add a little context as well, and this is something I've learned from one of my colleagues at McGill, land acknowledgements are nice to do, but it's also nice to contextualize them to our own realities and to reflect a little bit on what it means for us to be standing here today. And so I did spend a bit of time thinking about my own relationship with Indigenous peoples. And, you know, I come from a long line of settlers here in Canada, from France back in the 1600s. And so I'm part of this as well. And I have to be mindful of that in my practice in nursing, but also I think as a human being. And so how I work on reconciliation myself is to try to keep myself educated as much as possible. And when I do have patients that are Indigenous, I always try to understand their reality as best as I can and to make sure that I provide care that is coherent and that is good in their eyes and not necessarily from my own perspective. Did you want to say something? No? Okay. We don't have any conflicts of interest to declare, unfortunately. Okay, so you guys just ate, you might be sleepy. Hopefully we'll be able to get you to participate today with us. We're going to review key concepts in nursing ethics, and we're very lucky to have Marianne, who's an ethicist, with us here today. We'll talk about the unique challenges in neuropalliative care, and then we'll go through case reviews. We have 6 cases to work on today with you, so we'll be happy if you jump in and join the discussion on those cases. That's really the objective of our talk today. Okay, great.
So let's start by looking at what are we talking about when we talk about ethical practice. And where do we go for guidance when we're thinking about how to practice ethically? And so there's a number of different places we can go. And the first is, so quite often in ethics, when I get called for consultations, clinicians will often say, I don't really know how to approach this. Just tell me what the law says. Tell me what is legal. Tell me what is illegal. And that's what I want to do, is to really not break the law when I'm practicing. And I think that's a great objective. But I want to point out that the law is actually just the basement layer. And so just because you are following the law, which is very important, and I don't recommend that you not, but just because you're following the law, that doesn't mean that you're actually acting ethically, right? And sometimes you could follow the law and actually act very unethically. So the law is the basement layer. And so what laws guide our practice? Well, there's a whole bunch of legislation, and I'll talk specifically about Canada and in Quebec. And so we've got articles from the Canadian Constitution, and we've got the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We've got common law in Canada and civil law, the Civil Code in Quebec. And there's articles in all of these frameworks that guide our practice. And so beyond law, and because we are a regulated profession, and Natalie touched on that this morning, but because we are a regulated profession, we also have our own codes of ethics. And so there's the CNA Code of Ethics for sort of outside of Quebec, and then we have the OIAQ Code of Ethics here, very similar in spirit, but maybe some different language for different issues. But I mean, overall, there's a lot of similarities between the two. And so beyond that, and our codes of ethics are based on concepts from moral philosophy. We're not going to talk about moral philosophy today, only just to say that it's a branch of philosophy which is concerned about this question of the good. What is this notion of the good, and how do we determine what is the good in each situation? What is right versus wrong? What is just versus unjust? What is good versus bad? And that can vary from one situation to another. And so moral philosophy was in a lot of ways considered to be kind of a finished discipline. Like everything had been sorted out from the ancients all the way to the 20th century. There wasn't a ton going on in moral philosophy until the 1970s, where we saw the advent of bioethics. And this kind of exploded moral philosophy. And a lot of the questions that were being asked in the 1970s in bioethics were because of a lot of technological advances that we had seen in healthcare. And so in the 1920s, we saw the iron lung being developed, so the beginning of positive pressure ventilation. In the 1950s, we had the development of ventilators and vasopressors, which transformed acute care and allowed a lot of patients who were otherwise going to die to survive longer, right? In the 1960s, we saw the development of CPR. And so this is very, very new technologies. And so for a long time, when these technologies and interventions were developed, because there had been nothing before, there was no question that you were going to offer everything to every patient in every situation, right? And so it was only in the 1970s when there started being questions about, should we be offering everything to everyone? Are there certain things that might be preferable in certain situations? Are there situations where we shouldn't offer certain things? And how do we go about withdrawing treatments when we've begun them? So these were big ethical questions. And so bioethics as a field developed to address a lot of these questions. From there, we will see the development of nursing ethics also, because bioethics is a great literature, but when you read it, you almost get the impression that the only thing that is happening in healthcare is an encounter between a physician and a patient, and no one else really exists. And so the language that they use is very much built on medical practice. And so beyond bioethics, there was in the decades that followed the development of a literature on nursing ethics that really recognized the unique ethical dilemmas that we encounter as nurses and how we can go about addressing them. So, in practice, how do we go about making decisions, and what guidelines or what frameworks do we use to help us? I don't want to bore you with like a review of different frameworks, but maybe we're going to look at two main ideas. And so when we have an ethical dilemma and when we want to arrive at a solution, the most important part is the deliberation. And so it's the weighing of the different values and principles. It's thinking about what the patient wants, what is medically advisable, what is the best option under these circumstances, and so on and so forth. And one of the main frameworks that we use in bioethics is this framework of principlism. How many people have heard of principlism? Yeah, okay. Principlism developed in the 1970s, and what they wanted us to be careful of is to not make ethical decisions or make any kind of analysis of ethical problems based on our opinions. We all have opinions, and that's super important. We all have values, things that are important to us, but we shouldn't make decisions based on our own opinions or our values of what we think patients should do. We should actually be looking at a set of principles. And so the authors of the textbook on principlism came up with four main principles that we should use, and they felt that these would be kind of applicable universally, and these were autonomy, so this idea of self-rule, that people are in charge of themselves and can make decisions on their, independently. Beneficence, the idea that we should strive to do good in our practice or in our ethical actions. Non-maleficence, which is sort of a related concept, but it's this idea of doing no harm, okay? And this is actually something that people get stuck on sometimes. It's not that you should not harm, but it's that you shouldn't harm disproportionately in the pursuit of good, right? So they're kind of different sides of the same coin, but you need them both to be happening at the same time. And finally, this concept of justice, which is really about fairness, about equity, in distributing resources, but also like a procedural justice as well in how we go about making decisions. And so I feel like principlism does a lot of work and it's a good framework, but it's also not the best framework. But the reason that I'm sharing it with you today is because it's a framework that is known to a lot of people. And I think when you talk about an ethical problem and you say, well, I really feel like there's a tension here between autonomy and non-maleficence, it kind of gives you a common language that all clinicians have learned. So it gives us a little bit of a shorthand to start talking about ethical dilemmas. There's also a lot of things that principlism doesn't look at, right? It doesn't acknowledge power inequities. It doesn't actually apply to every situation. And so beyond principlism, I wanted to share your attention, point to approaches that are used in nursing ethics that I think are really interesting, really avant-garde in a lot of ways, and I think they really speak to the realities of our nursing practice. So the first is relational approaches, and relational ethics is a branch that actually came out of nursing, and it differs from principlism in that it really situates ethical action in the therapeutic relationship. And so it really kind of concretizes where we are acting ethically, and that it really gives us the impression that, or it asks us to consider in all of our encounters with our patients, to consider ethics or to consider this concept of the good in all of our interactions. Feminist ethics, Natalie touched on feminism this morning. I think it's an ideology that is well suited to nursing. I think it speaks to a lot of the realities of nursing, but it also pushes us to think about power inequities and to identify vulnerability, which is really important in our patient populations, in the neuro population, when we're looking at advocating for patients with disability. I think this is a great framework that helps us also kind of interrogate structures of power, interrogate sources of vulnerability, and so on. And of course, with all of these approaches, there's a big concern for social justice as well. I want to point you to this textbook, which is written by Canadian nurse ethicists. So we're looking at Canadian legislation and nursing ethics. It's a fantastic textbook, and it's available for free online. And so they made this decision last year to have this book available for free. So we've got the URL, but, and this is my very first attempt at doing this, at making a QR code. So I hope it works, but this will give you access to that. It's a fantastic book that gives you some great analysis on ethical issues specific to nursing practice. Okay. It's not working? No, I'm so sorry. Okay. It's fairly easy to find. Yeah, so it's out of the University of Victoria. And so, yeah, if you look up the title, you'll find it also. And so I'll keep working on QR code making. All right. I want to talk a little bit about moral distress, because I think this is something that we encounter often when we encounter ethical dilemmas, and it's something that's actually very particular to the nursing experience. And I think it's also a feeling that we'll see in nursing practice because we are working in these situations where we have very high responsibility in our work and also very low authority. And so holding on to those two pieces could be very distressing. A lot of nurses talk about moral distress as something that they encounter in their practice. And I think it's tightly related to ethics. And so there's been a lot of different definitions of moral distress. And so I want to talk about it, but I also want to problematize it as well. I don't think it's an unproblematic concept. And so kind of the OG definition of moral distress was written by Jameson, and they had seen this particularly in nurses working in acute and critical care, but I think it's something that is universally a nursing experience. And it's the negative feelings that arise when one knows the correct response to a situation, but cannot act accordingly because of institutional and hierarchical constraints. And we know also from the literature that moral distress could impact nurses' well-being, it could impact patient care, it could impact the healthcare system because it is kind of a direct path to burnout, and it is an important threat to retention. And so we do need to pay attention to moral distress. But I don't love this definition. The first issue that I have with it is that, I mean, in the definition, it says where you know the right response and you can't act on it. And my first concern is, well, how do you know the right response? How do you know the right thing to do? And nobody else knows the right thing to do. And so I don't want us to like assume that we know. And so that's part of the kind of ethical deliberation. The second piece that bothers me, and this is probably what bothers me the most, is that moral distress as a definition and moral distress as a concept, I feel paints nurses as victims, and I don't see nurses as victims. I was at a conference on nursing ethics a couple of years ago in the US, and they were talking about moral distress and the cure for moral distress. And this was the keynote speaker of this conference who said, what we really need is a glass of wine and a bubble bath. And exactly, there's nothing wrong with both of those things. But the problem with moral distress is not that nurses are weak or emotional, right? And so although moral distress could give rise to moral injury, which is also fantastic literature and a great concept to think about, nurses are not without power, without agency, and we're not, like, I hate the insinuation that the problem is me because I'm feeling moral distress in my practice. Okay. The problem is not me. The problem is not you. It was never like our distress is not the problem. And so I want us to kind of shift. I want to suggest this shift to this idea of moral agency because it's a much more kind of accurate, I think, terminology to think about how we approach ethical issues in our practice. And so agency is our capacity to engage in deliberate actions. And I think that when we shift from distress to agency, we go from being kind of passive to being active in engaging with ethical issues. And I think it like, I would say that when you're practicing in any healthcare system, but I mean, especially with the realities of today's healthcare system, if you don't feel moral distress, I think there's something very wrong because we are practicing in situations that are understaffed with highly vulnerable patients who are being sent home without the proper supports, who don't maybe have family support, who are not equipped to take care of their needs at home. And so if you don't ever feel distressed by what's happening, I think there's something wrong. But when you do feel distress, I feel like you're actively engaging with what's happening. You're actually plugged into the difficulties, the structural challenges that you're seeing in the healthcare system. So for me, distress is not a sign of weakness. It's actually a sign that your eyes are open and you're seeing what's going on around you. And so I want us to think about the distress is there, but I want us to really think about it as a structural problem. The problem was never the nurse. The problem is the context in which we are practicing. Okay. Oop, I went too fast. Oh, what happened to our idea for, oh, okay.
It's after.
Okay.
Okay. And so we're going to talk a little bit about neuropalliative care and why do we think that in neuropalliative care sometimes we encounter ethical dilemmas. What's different about neuropalliative care from conventional palliative care? Well, the first thing is that conventional palliative care was designed for patients who have cancer, and they're very different from our patients with neurologic disease. And so the conventional model is not always a good fit for our patients. Because our patients sometimes will be sick, very sick for a very long time, and not just in an acute fashion, but more in a chronic fashion, but will still need all those supports that are generally associated with palliative care. Our patients sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to recognize that they're dying or at the end of life because of their overall state. And so there's this prognostic uncertainty that comes from clinicians, but also from sometimes people who are on the receiving end. For example, in my practice, when I have to find a place for a patient to go, it's not always easy to have them accepted into a palliative care residence because on the other end, they see the file and they're like, that person's not dying. The person's roles in life often will be affected in a greater way than in another illness because of how their overall functioning is impacted, and they cannot necessarily fulfill the roles that they had prior to their illness. And their whole personhood is threatened. And I think maybe Marianne, you want to talk about personhood a little bit if we have time, but the idea, and correct me if I'm wrong, but just because I heard you talk about it. But patients with, for example, a patient who has cancer will feel like the cancer is outside of their body and it's not part of them. But when they have a neurologic illness, they feel like their entire identity is challenged by this illness and it's becoming part of them. Okay. And so what are the impacts of this? Well, there can be gaps in care. There can be barriers, like I said, to receiving palliative care. And also patients, families are often more at risk of caregiver burnout because patients themselves need a lot more help, and that's 24/7 help. And so the resources for the families are not always there either. But my question is, can we still achieve a good death in this context? And this is where I want to have your input. What does the good death look like for you? Sorry? Yeah. That's, yes, painless. Thank you. Mhm. Comfortable? Peaceful? So both two people here said dignity. Very good. What does that mean? What's dignity? Power over their own decisions. Yes. Thank you. It's a good one. What else? Yes. What the patient wants.
Good death is what the patient wants it to be, not being looked at differently. Someone else said dignified, painless, devoid of existential dread, surrounded by loved ones.
Devoid of existential dread. I like that. It's very specific.
Yeah.
Well said.
You've heard of the golden rule? I like, there's actually your comment was really helpful for that. The golden rule is treat others the way that you want to be treated. And now the palliative care narratives are is moving towards this idea of the platinum rule, which is how that you treat others the way they want to be treated. And so we're getting out of what we think someone should do or what we think someone needs, and really figuring out what it is that is important to them and going with that plan. And I feel like that resonates with a lot of the comments that were made.
Absolutely. And I think hence the importance of recognizing sort of our own, where we come from, what are our own biases, because sometimes what I feel like is a good death is not necessarily what my patient wants. And this is just a little parenthèse here, but I think this is especially important when you're caring for someone who, for whatever reason, you feel like it resonates with you, what's happening. Like, I know I have a tough time when I see like one of the spouses, the parent is sick, and there's like 3 daughters in the room, because in my family we're 3 daughters. So I'm like, you got to be careful here, you know. You don't want to project your own sort of reality onto theirs. And where was I going with this? Yes, so our perception of a good death is not necessarily what it is for them. So we have here a few points. So relief of pain, you said that, being close to a loved one, that also came up. Having the support of family and friends, feeling free to talk openly about death and about care. So that might not be true, for all cultures. So we have to be careful about that. Reflecting on life and having those reflections valued by others. The concept of reminiscing also. Trusting relationships with professional caregivers, super important. And finding meaning in one's life and death. There's a little quote too that I wanted to share with you that I found extremely comforting in my work with the dying. I often find myself in the face of people who are dying in different circumstances, and this quote in particular felt really comforting. It was, I hope that dying is like falling asleep as a child in a family gathering, when you feel yourself drifting off and you can still hear the laughter in the other room. I thought that was beautiful. And I can almost still feel it. Like Marianne and I were talking about it just before, and I used to fall asleep in like the piles of coats. You know, and you have everybody's smell and you can hear them and you're kind of drifting away. And I was like, wow, I really hope it's like that. And that sums up, you know, being comfortable, being well surrounded, having family around you. Okay. And so why in our practice do we encounter so many ethical dilemmas at the end of life? So neuropalliative care is a fertile ground because we have often very complex and very sick patients with many people around them, because like we said, there's a lot of caregivers involved. And so determining goals of care and wishes can be tricky at times, and it's not always the patient speaking for themselves. They can also have a substitute decision maker. They can have, most of our patients actually have communication difficulties. We have to always remember that because someone is aphasic or has trouble expressing themselves in a traditional way doesn't mean that they are incompetent or incapable of participating in goals of care discussions. And this is something that we are all guilty of because we're so busy and we're so pressed for time, but often we will defer to a family member very quickly because it's faster. So I urge you to sort of recognize that in your own behaviors. I do it as well. And it's like, nope, okay, try to shift my focus back to this person. So recognizing what's the patient's wish, what's the family's wishes, approaching nutrition and hydration. We often have patients who have a lot of technology in their involved in the management of their illness because they were ill for a very long time, and so they can have PEGs, they can have trachs, but this kind of brings different questions when we get to the end of life. Comfort versus life extending care, what does that mean? And then supporting patients and families through grief. And grief sometimes happens before the person dies, especially with patients who have neurologic illness. It happens in themselves. It also happens in their loved ones who don't recognize their loved one anymore. Okay, so we're going to present you this framework, and then we're going to jump into the cases, and hopefully you'll be able to use this in them. So I think I have one thing I want to say before we even jump into the framework is, first of all, before we say, oh, we have an ethical dilemma here, I usually say, is this an ethical dilemma or is it just a communication issue? First of all, because I think we're very quick in judging and saying, oh, this is unethical, but wait a minute, what does that mean? And really, is this what we're faced with? Because it's kind of easy to then defer to someone else, you know? Okay, so for the framework, it's 4 steps. We start by identifying the facts. So name the problem. What is the problem? What's the question we have here? Then we determine the relevant ethical principles. Am I going too fast? No, because we want to. So determine the relevant ethical principles, and the big boss is here. Hi. Explore the options. So think about harms and benefits, strengths and limitations, what laws are applicable, and then act accordingly. And so does that make sense? Maybe I should give it a little more detail, or do we want to give more detail in each step? Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, I think you
Well, I was very brief.
went over it. So the only thing I would add to this is, like, we wanted to give you sort of a tool that you could take with you in your practice. And this is a commonly used framework that's, I think it was actually developed in nursing. It uses the framework of principlism. So it gives us that common language, and it also gives us kind of a cycle to go through. And what you'll see here, and so it is based on principlism, and it's also based on another framework that's called accountability for reasonableness. You'll sometimes see it referred to as A for R, number 4 R framework. I think it's a fantastic framework that actually describes conditions for a fair decision-making process. And I think that's really key. And so there's 4 steps to the idea framework and then 5 conditions. And anyway, you could take a photo of this or you could look it up. It's really easy to find, and it gives us just some support for making decisions. And I want to point out 2 things. The first is that some of the hardest work you'll see, actually, okay, 3 things. You see that it's actually cyclical. And quite often in ethics consults, we're actually going to go through this cycle multiple times. And sometimes there's like, and quite often, actually, when ethics gets called for a consultation, this issue has been going on for weeks. There's been some overt outward conflict. No one is speaking to each other. Sometimes the police or security has been called because there's been some fistfights. I mean, tensions are really high, and there's a lot of very complex issues that are going on. And so when ethics gets called in to intervene in these types of dilemmas, it takes a long time to kind of tease apart everything that's going on. Like Justine said, there's some communication issues, there's some relational issues, and then what is the actual issue at the core of this problem? And sometimes there could be 3 or 4. And what we'll sometimes do is we'll resolve one of the 4. And then we need a little bit more information. We need a little bit of time. We need, the temperature to come down. And so sometimes it feels like we're not progressing very quickly, but we're actually going through this cycle multiple times. And it didn't take a day for like the patient family healthcare team to get to this particular situation. It's not going to take us an hour to get us out, right? And so it's going to take some time. And so sometimes we'll kind of come up with one solution, we'll try it out for a few days, we'll see how things go. Maybe there'll be a clinical evolution, and then we'll have a little bit more information to be able to act. So the first part is that this is going to happen multiple times. The second piece that I wanted to point out is that we spend most of our time in this framework in deliberation. We're kind of collecting information and we're deliberating. And I want, when you're working through ethical dilemmas, I would want to encourage you to stay in the messy middle. Lean into your discomfort, stay with those uncomfortable feelings, and don't rush to intervention. Okay? We're very good at intervening as nurses. We want to do stuff, we want to help. We've got tools, we've got meds, we've got all sorts of things that we can do to help. And this is kind of counterintuitive. So stay with the discomfort, stay with that icky feeling, and spend a little bit more time in deliberation. The third piece is that the hardest part in an ethical dilemma is naming the problem, and coming up with an ethical question. And once you could name the question, once you could name the dilemma, the values, the principles that are at stake, you've actually done 50% of the work. And so stay with that, and don't rush, and spend a lot of time talking to people and gathering information and tracing implications on a large number of stakeholders for their present, for their future, what is important to you, what is a good life for you, what is a good death for you. All of those questions are things that we ask. And for me at least, when I hear an ethical issue and I feel like, oh yeah, I'll be done, lunch in an hour, this is going to be easy, that's when I'm 100% wrong 100% of the time. So just when you start feeling comfortable, like question that as well, and keep just push. And I think that deliberation will actually get you a lot further.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice. So, and I think this is also, it resonates in terms of the practice in palliative care. I would say that often it's where we're really uncomfortable as clinicians that will make the most progress with our patients and our therapeutic relationship. I find that when I feel like I need to get out of the room, when I feel like, oh my God, it's time to run now, that's when actually, no, it's really important that I stay. And this is sort of when the magic happens, although there's no such thing, but anyway. Okay, so any questions so far? Well, for the cases, we're gonna jump in now in the cases, so maybe we can sort of run around with the mic. Well, I think for people online, it's going to be easier, right, to hear?
Oh, they need the mic, yeah.
Yeah.
If we do question period now, we have.
All right. It's time for karaoke.
I know.
Okay, so we'll start with Mr. B. And oh, des questions avant? No, cases first and then questions. But they'll have to participate. The cases, there will be participation. That's why, yeah. All right. Is that okay? Everyone's, are we all confused? We're confused. Okay, that's cool.
We want to also point out that these cases are drawn from clinical practice, from Justine's practice, and maybe one
yours,
from my practice. And so, and some of these cases might be familiar to those of you who work here. So we'll just, if you recognize the patient or if you recognize the situation, we'll just hold on to le secret professionnel. Yeah, Vegas rules.
I think they're fairly well anonymized in terms of we changed critical details. But the idea was also to make it relevant to your practice. Okay, but thank you for saying that. So Mr. B, a 67-year-old man with ALS, he was admitted to the hospital with aspiration pneumonia. Sorry, I missed a word there. And general deterioration. His level of intervention C, comfort and quality of life over life extension, treat easily reversible conditions, no CPR, no ICU. He's becoming delirious and he has pushed staff away while they were trying to put his BiPAP on. He's increasingly difficult to understand due to speech impairment. The RT insists that he needs to keep the BiPAP on to keep his saturation over 92%. He now has a pressure ulcer stage 2 on his nose from the BiPAP mask. The family is distressed. They don't know how he would want to proceed at this point. Any ideas? What do we do?
Raise your hand.
What's the problem here? Is there a problem?
Or shout. Raise your hand or shout.
Start by trying to find why is he delirious? Like, look at the risk factors.
Good question. Why is he delirious?
I'll read the comments up
Yeah.
there so that you
Okay,
can
sure.
just go around.
Yeah. I think Heather had a question too, or had a comment.
All right. Again, it's just another question that I would want to know. I would want to know how he was with his BiPAP before he became delirious and whether or not he, seemed to appreciate the BiPAP prior.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some comments in the chat. Autonomy impaired, but may not be as competent as he is delirious. We might want to include family members, advanced directives, etc. Stage 2 pressure ulcer increases the harm.
I'm wondering if we need to keep the SAT over 92%. I was just looking at our protocol and advanced ALS, probably CO2 retainer. Are we good with 88? So
It's an excellent question.
what do we need?
What do we need here?
Another comment in the chat, this might be difficult as he might be delirious due to CO2 going up and need the BiPAP to decrease that.
Any other comments? Any kind of questions that you have? Like, what is it that you know and you don't know? We've heard some kind of principles that are in tension. Any other thoughts about this case?
What is the family distressed about?
Someone mentioned maybe an intermediary measure to improve quality of life could be high flow nasal cannula to mitigate the nose pressure injury risk.
No. Sorry, that one I have to say no. And we have an ALS specialist in the room here that's very dangerous to give oxygen to patients with ALS. So if I can put it out there in most contexts. But thank you for trying, whoever that was. The idea was good. It's just in other illnesses, it would have worked.
They said good to know.
Peut-être à ce moment-ci de la situation, c'est de s'asseoir avec la famille, les médecins, l'équipe multidisciplinaire, puis justement leur évoquer les différentes, to say different options. There may be an option here that maybe is more invasive or more to help him relax, but he may desaturate a bit more, or there's different options. Which one of them he would be comfortable with and you would be comfortable with at this point,
So to clarify with the family what they understand of the situation.
What are they ready to do to help?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you can't speak in French because we have no idea what the AI will write if you do that.
I think
You can
before
still speak
all
French.
that,
We'll
we-
just let the robot do whatever it wants to do. It's okay.
okay, he's delirious, so we need to treat that first. Is he on antibiotic? He is because you said he has pneumonia. I guess he's on antibiotic already. Does he have a urinary infection? I don't know. We have to.
So there's more information you would want to know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Good. Very good.
I don't know if somebody already mentioned this, but I think there's something to be said about the comfort and quality of life over extension and what that would mean for this specific patient.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
We can also take into consideration how much he's deteriorating and if there's like a significant change in status that we have to reevaluate the level of care. If it's just a delirium and it's reversible, then after treating that, but if it's not just delirium and it's just progression
of the illness.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Is the RT suffering moral injury?
Well, I mean, that's a good question, right? Who is suffering here? That's something that I often ask myself when we're in the face of situations like this. Who's suffering here? You know, and probably the RT is distressed, and I don't blame him or her.
The patient pushing away the staff away. So could it be that he didn't want anything at first, but how was he before the deteriorated? Was it something that he was accepting before?
So,
yes.
yeah.
So Sati was saying, what does it mean if the patient is pushing the mask away? Is that something that he didn't want? So I think from before, yes. Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. Thank you. Chinit?
Actually,
I'm curious to.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just curious to know, like, the discussion about the level C,
Yeah.
was that discussed with the family or the patient? And what do they understand in terms of the level C? Like, because sometimes we say level C, but they don't know all the circumstances. And when they deteriorate level C, what does it mean? So it's something maybe to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you both brought up two really important pieces here. And one of the reasons we like this case is because there's already been a level of care discussion, right? We've got a level C, but we see also that even in that decision, there's a lot of gray about how to go forward, right? So it doesn't actually give you 100% a path on how to go. There's still some gray issues to work out. And the other comment that I want to speak to is just because the patient is now suffering from delirium and they might lack decisional capacity, right? Lack of capacity doesn't take away your right to express a view. And that's really important, right? So we can't just cast aside. I think there's something being communicated here that we need to pay attention to. And we have to give that a lot of moral weight.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a case too about categorical.
Yeah, so we'll look at that again later.
Yes, but that's very important. So anybody wants to add something else? I can tell you how this case, what the resolution was. So maybe this was a team problem because our approach was not universal. And so, you know, I don't think everybody on the team understood level of care C the same way, like you guys brought up, like Chinit brought up. And in this case, so it was very clear for the patient that he wouldn't want his life prolonged with a poor quality of life. And I think there was a little bit of this poor recognition of the dying at this point. Like, was he dying? Was this advanced ALS with an infection? Like, what were we supposed to understand from this situation? And indeed, he was at the end of his illness. And so what we did, he did receive antibiotics for symptom management, but what was decided was to give him palliative sedation and to remove the BiPAP, and he passed away peacefully quite rapidly after that. Any questions? No? Okay. So we have Mrs. F, who's 76. She has end-stage glioblastoma. She's admitted for general deterioration and difficulty coping at home. She's awake for short periods, able to communicate with yes and no. She's refusing to eat or drink at this point. At admission, an NS was started at 60 cc's per hour IV, and now her IV is infiltrated. What do we do? Is there a level of care? Yes, there is. There's level C. again, that doesn't solve our problem, right? It doesn't give us a conduct.
C for clear.
C for clear, yes. I love level C. Thank you. Yes. Well, this is what I was hoping to hear. She can communicate with yes and no. So when she's awake for short periods, so we can ask her what she wants, right? Very important. I think this is something that could have been easily missed because of the fact that she was asleep most of the time. Yes, more from online.
The dilemma is whether she needs ongoing IV fluid or a new PIV. Is it whether she needs nutritional support? Question mark.
That's a good identification of the problem. Thank you.
Okay, those are great. So how would you, if you're using the principles, like what principles do you see as being in tension? Maybe I'll go back to the idea framework.
I haven't gotten my answer to that yet, but my question behind this idea of the PIV is like, what's further than that? It's not, the question is not just about a PIV. No one would be in like ethical dilemmas about a PIV unless there's something else going on. And it's like, are we in end of life? Is this something where the patient wouldn't want this type of care? So being able to articulate what's going on more than that will help us answer the nitty-gritty question of do we put in an IV or not?
Beneficence, autonomy.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say I would go with beneficence, like in terms of like benefiting the patient by meeting their nutritional requirements versus non-maleficence of not respecting their, I guess, autonomy, but their wishes to not eat.
Yes.
Thank you.
And like the pain of the needle.
The pain of
There's always the pain of the needle. Yeah. I mean, in the scope of doing harm in the hospital, I think it's fairly low, but it's still something we need to think about because in patients with cancer, often their veins are terrible, right? So what seems like a benign intervention can actually be really, really hard to do.
Someone in the chat mentions, if you look at the idea framework, I don't think there is an ethical dilemma here yet because we can ask her what she wants.
That's a very good answer. Yeah, exactly. And does anybody have someone else to add? I can give you the resolution. So in this case, yes, it was that's what we did. We talked to her when she was awake, and we sort of knew which times of the day she was more with it. And it was good because this patient was known for a long time by the physician, and there was a trusting relationship that existed. So that helps a lot too. And that helped her husband make that decision of not putting the IV back because it absolved him of that weight of the decision. And I don't know if this is something you actually encounter a lot in your practice, but I find that family members feel so guilty, and that burden of decision is really awful to bear for them. So when someone has expressed their wishes previously, or if there's a level of care that really sort of takes it away from them, and this is something that I often talk about with families and say, look, this is not a decision. This is not your decision. This is something that we're doing because your wife said that's what she wanted and she's making that decision. We're just respecting it. And I think as a team, it's really important that we have that approach so that family members, they're the ones who will survive this, and we don't want to cause any sort of complicated grief because think about it, it's really hard. Now this lady died, but it took like 2 weeks, She was at the end stage of her illness. It was recurrent glioblastoma. She was no longer able to feed herself or hydrate, but without the IV and without any enteral feeds, she still managed to survive 2 weeks. And so we had to do a lot of sort of reinforcement with the family that no, this is okay and this is the natural course of the illness and we're making sure she's comfortable. But it's quite hard to avoid that sort of guilt feeling of seeing someone die without food.
What is the clinical utility of IV fluids at the end of life? What are we doing and what are the risks?
So here, oh, go ahead. Yeah.
From my school education, that is a bit old, but I remember that being dehydrated was actually more beneficial for the patient than hydrating them or having a maintenance fluid at end of life care.
Well, maybe we can talk about that a little bit. Like, why do we think it would be beneficial? It's actually quite logical. Yeah, makes you a little bit delirious, not too cognizant of what's happening.
Someone mentions can exacerbate terminal secretions or third spacing.
There you go. So that too, and we see it clinically when someone is taking IV fluids, it goes to their lungs and it's really quite hard to manage their secretions at that point. So there are reasons why in those textbooks it said that it was beneficial. And I tend to agree with that, but I can't say that that's a one size fits all approach. Yes, someone wants to say something? You went like this. No.
Finish your.
Well, just because in some cases, when it's too difficult for patients or families to let go of that, you can sort of come to a middle ground where you give some IV fluid and monitor closely for signs of third spacing, increased secretions. There is, yeah, you could give subcutaneous hydration at a very low rate. We don't do it so much here. They do that more on PCUs. It's a little bit difficult on the sites sometimes. So if we still have an IV, I think it's easier, but with more risk of third spacing and having fluid on the lungs. So we have to, it's more of a, you have to be very closely monitoring all those signs, because then if we get into that loop of like you're hydrating, but you have to give Lasix, it's like, what are we doing here really? Any other comments or questions?
I think like ultimately it's the meaning of the hydration, the meaning of the food, the meaning of no longer doing this for this person, and like, you know, the psychological and
Absolutely. And I think in nursing school back in the day, also we were taught that it was only a certain, you know, certain cultures had a lot of difficulty with stopping feeding. That's a lie. That's everybody. It's not just certain cultures. Like seriously, everybody has trouble doing that. And so it's just human nature. But I think it's important to remind ourselves that humans have been dying for millennia without having NG tubes in their nose, right? Our bodies know what to do when it's time to go. And obviously we have to be very clear and mindful and sensitive when we explain that to families. But I think generally people respond well to that. Like our bodies know what to do. It's still true despite all the technology that we have. Anything else?
Well, and refusing to eat or drink is a sign of the terminal stages. Right?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
we've got to, I think, like to your point, we need to pay attention to that. And if the patient is refusing, it's also like an indicator.
It's a sign, yeah. And most patients are not hungry. It's not even an issue. It's really us projecting our own hunger on them. But patients who have been in bed for a really long time are not using any kind of calories. They're not hungry. Think about how you're feeling when you have like COVID, you know, you're not hungry. You just want to be in bed and not be bothered. And so it's the same thing, really. We're our own worst enemy when it comes to things like this.
All right, we'll move on.
Another one? Yes, Angela? I can repeat.
So often family isn't just they're grieving and they don't know how to live it. So feeding someone is an activity that they've been engaged in, and often in many families, whatever.
How they show.
Feeding someone is a very important act of
Yes.
loving. So it's often like, how do you fill that gap now that it's gone?
Yeah. So for the people online, Angela was saying it's a part of the care we offer for families is to for them, it's important to continue feeding the patient because that's how they express their love. That's how they were caring for them in the past. And how do you now move on to another way of caring for your loved one? Did I get it? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Like, I would ask, okay, so we've gone through the principles. Like, what would a feminist analysis of this situation look like?
Really?
Why is that funny?
Why is that funny?
Right. What would feminism say? What would a feminist analysis say? I think we would look for well, first of all, the feminist model, like it's kind of like math, you want the formula to fit the problem, you want to pick the right formula for the right problem. I obviously don't do a lot of math, but like the feminist framework is there to help you think through the ethical dilemma. Is there a context of vulnerability that is unacknowledged? Is there a power dynamic that needs to be explored, exposed, uncovered, addressed here? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. And so here, for example, are we overriding a patient's wishes because they're not able to have a meaningful conversation? And so that is one way that maybe we would use a feminist framework to think through this problem. Are we ignoring the patient or excluding them from participating in their care because we have an assumption that a lack of verbal speech means a lack of capacity? Well, I would interrogate that, for example. So that might be a feminist approach. I don't know that that's like the right or the most pressing problem here, but it's certainly how you would look at this through a feminist lens.
Thank you, Marianne, actually. That's very
Someone in the
enlightening.
chat said, what about social justice, medical paternalism, perhaps?
In what sense, I want to ask, though, that we're deciding for her, or
We'll see.
if the person wants to elaborate, we're curious.
Yeah.
How can we be culturally sensitive?
That's another very
much
good
time do you
question.
have?
Yeah, how much we can stay on that.
And I think the next case actually talks a little bit more about those types of dynamics.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe we can go on. Having considered the implications of cultural or SES implications, absolutely. Those are very, very important to think about. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you for bringing that up, yeah.
And those are things that we always need to kind of keep in mind.
In this case, the patient was a white female French Canadian, and her husband as well. That's it. I don't have nothing else.
And I think it's a case by case to
But I
look
think to the
at-
point of
yeah.
also what I was saying before is like we often associate those problems with cultures from like Europe and Italians. That's what I was taught in school. I can't believe this, but yeah, it was like it's only Italians. It's not true. It's everybody. And to that point, this person was French Canadian. I don't think they teach that anymore anyway, I hope. Seriously.
Yeah. I would love to kind of put a pin in cultural competence because it's a huge, huge topic. If we have time at the end, we'll talk about it, but I think we could spend like an hour and a half just talking about it. I struggle a lot with this idea of cultural competence. I don't actually think we can ever be competent, and I don't think that it's something we should strive for. I struggle a lot with that terminology. And so I don't want to sort of like sidestep the question, but I think anyway, if we have time, maybe we'll address it in the end. And actually to the comment that was made online, I think a social justice framework might be more inclusive than thinking about cultural competence, maybe.
And I think I prefer the concept of cultural humility rather than, or sensitivity even, or safety. Yeah, but I think actually what I was taught was more like cultural competence. And I remember they were trying to show us like, oh, this culture, it's that, and this culture is like, I don't think that was helpful in any way. If not, it just reinforces stereotypes. And so I don't think it's necessarily the right approach.
All right.
Okay, moving on.
So the cases are getting more difficult as we go along. So these two were just like a warm up, and now we're going to get into the weeds with you with like the hardest ones at the end. But now that you're like becoming experts, we're also asking more of you. Okay. Okay.
Do you want to read this one?
Sure. So consider The case of Mr. Y is a 75-year-old with multiple comorbidities due to aging and having had a good long life with a newly diagnosed brain lesion. He tells you, his nurse, that his quality of life is not great, and he says, "I'm ready to die." Not a long time later, speaks to the surgeon and agrees to a surgery to remove the lesion. So he goes ahead for this surgery, and post-op, he develops pneumonia and he develops a surgical site infection. And the family decides that they want to go on with curative treatment for his infections. The patient is in a lot of pain. He's refusing care. When you try to approach him to provide care, he pushes you away. What is it that how do you kind of see this as a dilemma? Where do you go? What do you do? What are you thinking?
Did he change his mind about interventions? Is there a knowledge deficiency to address? What has the discussion been like? Surgical resection seems pretty invasive. ...
Mm-hmm. All right, that's a great
Depends
start.
who you ask.
That was good. Ask the patient what he wants. Another comment.
Yeah. What about level of care? Is there one? Yeah. There is none.
Yeah.
Yasmin?
What did the nurse do when he said, "I'm ready to die"?
What did the nurse do when he said, "I'm ready to die"? Yeah, so did we explore what that meant? Also, did she share it with the team? Yes, Dorothy.
But if that is no longer an issue for you, think it out and it's not just put in the moment and with antibiotics, infection, if you can get over it, does he understand that? Like, he makes the problem, like, kind of remove some change of mind that, I mean, to go in that direction, because maybe has changed his mind, he accepted surgery, so he had a certain different outlook, different view, and hope to get out of it. So,
So what Dorothy was saying for the people online is to explore the understanding of the patient and what is it and how it has evolved. So what did he understand of the brain lesion? What does he understand of the pneumonia and how it's going to affect his life? And if he did change his mind over the course of his hospitalization for the brain lesion, then maybe he's changing his mind again. So to explore really his understanding of what's happening and the treatments proposed. Thank you.
A comment in the chat is pneumonia and surgical site infection are common complications. Did we explore the risks of the surgery beforehand? And then why is the family deciding? Is he no longer competent?
Great questions.
Very great question.
Yeah. So everything was, I mean, there was informed consent prior to the surgery. Yeah.
There was informed consent, and the family is not fully sort of substitute decision-making in that stage yet, because the patient is still awake and alert.
I'm just wondering, like, even if there was like consent and all, did his family influence him to do the surgery? Because he said himself, "I'm ready to die." He knows he has a bunch of comorbidities, but then did someone talk to him? Did he talk to his family, and that made him, change his mind?
Good question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was wondering, did we rule out delirium? If he has pain right now, if he's got an infection, maybe like could be worth treating the infection on a palliative basis.
All right.
Was he coerced by MD or family?
Coerced.
Feminist
I think that's a
analysis.
great question, and I think coercion is a
it's a strong word.
It's a strong word, but it is definitely, there's like a continuum, right? And I think, yeah, oh, it was from the CANN. So it's a great question. And I think so I just want to kind of like add some nuance to this idea of coercion, because we'll often use that word. Usually what we'll see in healthcare, because there's a continuum, right, of different amounts of pressure that we might put on people to have them kind of take on a certain point of view that we want. Coercion is to say, if you don't accept this surgery, I'm going to go burn your house down. That's coercion, right? You're using a credible threat of harm to induce someone to do something. And often what we don't actually see things like that. I have seen that actually in the hospital. There was an ethics consult about this. But in a different, anyway, sometimes we do use coercive
Okay, stop
measures.
everything. What?
There was a patient an elderly patient, in a chronic bed. He had he's just existentially, I think, suffering. And some days quite old, not acutely ill, not actively dying, but just, in that place, right? And the nurses would come and give him his morning meds. And sometimes he would say yes, and other days he's like, oh, I don't want to. And the nurses had come up with a strategy with the wife where if the wife was not there, they would say, what? You're not taking your meds. You're not supposed to do that. I'm going to call your wife and tell her. I'm going to call her right now, pull out the phone and start dialing. And he would say, okay, I'll take it. Okay. I don't know what credible threat was being, I don't know what she was going to do, but a nurse called ethics and said, this is what's going on, and I don't feel good about this. Is this a dilemma? And I was like, I'm coming. So anyway, that was coercive, right? We don't know what it was. I don't actually know what the credible threat was, but he was clearly afraid of whatever his wife was going to do when she knew. And then I'm like, why are you forcing meds on him? Why is he saying no? Could we wait a minute? Does he need something? Does he want to wait? Does it have to be at 7 a.m.? There's all of these other questions, but I think that was, anyway, sorry, parenthèse, that's coercion. But what I think we see more often in healthcare is persuasion, manipulation, some sort of leveraging of an interpersonal relationship, maybe selectively offering information. I think that's what we'll see more often than not. But I think that there is a question about what was presented and how did this patient come to this decision, because we have one statement, which is, I'm ready to die, and another that says I'm accepting a neurosurgery. So.
But at the same time, I think it's important to remember that patients will not say the same things to everybody on the team, right? Because they don't have the same, and it doesn't mean that one is true and the other one is false. These things can all be true at the same time. He can be ready to die, but he can also be like, okay, I'm giving this a shot, So I think it's easy sometimes as nurses to sort of discredit everything else and be like, no, but he told me, but it's like, okay, but there's multiple people on the team too. And I think patients feel more confident being vulnerable with nurses. That's the thing, but it doesn't mean that that's their only truth.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're running out of time.
Just two more comments because I think they were interesting.
I was just going to say, the main thing here is he's in a lot of pain, so it's hard to even have a discussion with him if he's really clearly uncomfortable, as said in the text. So first things first, make him comfortable so we can actually rediscuss this and bring these issues up so we get a clear idea of where he's at this time in terms of his wishes.
Thank you. That's very true. Yeah.
So the other comments was the patient made aware of MAID, and was he assessed for competency to make this decision?
Not in this case, no.
And the other comment,
pre-made.
It's not something that you offer to patients.
Yeah.
Right.
Also.
I think it's really important to not say did you know that you can ask for MAID? You don't offer MAID to patients unless they're actually actively seeking out your input on what their options are for their end of life. You don't just offer MAID to patients.
Yeah. Thank you for expliciting that. Generally, our approach in palliative care is not to withhold any information about MAID, and obviously it is part of the it's under the umbrella of end of life care, and it's part of the options, but no, that's not something that we would do d'emblée, especially if like there's a lot going on in this case right now, and I think it would be not to, I don't want to say bad things about that person's comment, but it just kind of feels icky a little bit. Like, you know, it's like, oh, all of this is going on, but maybe we need to talk about MAID. It's like, no, not yet, you know, and this is something that if it comes from the patient, that's one thing. But generally speaking, as clinicians, we don't offer MAID like that.
I think it kind of goes back to what Yasmin was saying, like really understanding what the patient means by I'm ready to die.
Yeah.
Like exploring that further doesn't mean they're ready to have MAID.
And it doesn't mean that they're ready to die now, you know?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
It's really important to like, yeah.
It is a lifelong process.
I think we often are looking for certainty. And so when we hear something like a declarative statement like this, we want to hold on to that. And I just want us to like resist the binary, you know, like let's resist sort of all or nothing thinking. Like two things, like Justine said, two things could be true at the same time. And we have to make room for that. We're not kind of two-dimensional people. We're complex. And so we could hold on to like multiple competing things. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do
Actually, and I wanted to add one other dimension in this case I think was really important, is that I think that even with a guarded prognosis, I think that dying of a complication could be really hard to accept. You know, and I think there's a whole bunch of unacknowledged grief, even when you have a terminal kind of prognosis. And I think there's a lot of work to be done there about acknowledging that grief, and it's almost like a compounding loss if this patient was to die of an infection.
Yeah, and I think it's part of our role too to talk about complications as being part of the illness, really, you know, and to remind them that, for example, if someone has a PE and dies, well, it's because they had a glioblastoma that they had a PE, you know, and it's part of dying of cancer is dying of those complications. But it's super hard to accept for sure, because it feels like, oh, you know, you're up against that disease, that beast, you know, we're fighting, and then you get taken out by like a blood clot, but it's like, that's actually part of it. In this case, so I just not to go into too many details, but because we don't have a lot of time, but in this particular case, it was quite of a long resolution, and it was a lot of sort of back and forth with the multi-D team and with the family. And in the end, the patient did die. It could have been better. So this was a tough case, because I think the medications for comfort were brought in quite late in the trajectory, and there was still some attempts to get those infections under control, and that lasted for maybe a little too long. But then again, this was that person's trajectory, and with the family that they had in the context of the illness they had. So in the end, they passed, you know. And I think this is sort of the inevitability, you know, of those situations, is that I think sometimes we also have to sort of look at our own ego, and it's like the disease still won in the end, you know. So anyway, so that was a tough one. I don't think we have time for
one more
the
case.
rest.
We have time for one more.
One more case. Oh,
Oh yeah. What?
no, I think let's do one more case, and then
Would you like that? Yeah. Ooh,
Yeah.
which one do we do though? Because we've got like some hard ones.
unless you guys are all cased up, but you're like, no. Okay. I would say either this one or
the last one. Okay, we'll give you the choice. We have a complex clinical case, and then we have a case of how nurses allocate their time to like kind of a resource allocation question when the resource is actually the nurse's time, and making decisions on prioritizing care. So who wants the medically complex case? Okay. Who is interested in the allocation? All right.
okay.
Okay. allocation it is. Okay, here we go.
All right. So this case is called I'm Too Busy. So you're a nurse on a busy medical ward assigned the following 4 patients. There's Susie, who's 86 years old. She's in delirium and she's yelling that she needs help. And she's at very high risk of falls. Then there's Jeremiah, who's 46. He's admitted for a lower GI bleed. He's dizzy and his blood pressure is low. A repeat CBC is ordered, stat. And then there's Mavis, who's 75 years old. She has metastatic pancreatic cancer. She's at the end of life, level D. Her family's at the bedside and the sedation is ordered PRN. And Elvira is 61. She has a stage 4 pressure sore. She requires IV antibiotics and has a VAC dressing that is due to be changed today. How do you prioritize your care and who do you see first? This is your caseload for the day.
Mm-hmm. So let's stay with the analysis instead of an answer. So what is at stake and what are we, what is the crunchiness here in this dilemma? The age?
What about the
justice?
You know, the 40s. I would think my initial thought was like age. I would consider age in some of the situations, but at the same time, like even if you're 86-year-old and you're crying for help, like why are you less valued than the 46-year-old? Are you in a safe area? Can you wait a couple of minutes? Can I delegate? But yeah, if it's something that has to be done in a day, like a dressing, I can do that later on. The other one, the end of life care, you can always quick buy, say, as soon as I'm available, I'll come and see you. But I think I would go for the 46-year-old CBC analyze, and then I'll go for the 86-year-old fall.
Okay.
So if I could paraphrase in ethical terms, I'm hearing you kind of looking at, do I prioritize the most vulnerable patient? Is age the criteria for vulnerability? Is medical acuity the criteria for vulnerability? And how am I kind of defining beneficence and who's at most risk if I don't see them first? What about you?
I would actually not agree. I would actually never put ages. I think there is too much ageism. I think a 97-year-old can be as healthy as a 46-year-old, but we focus on age. We should focus on everything else. So I think even in all of these case scenarios you're given today, the ages to me is irrelevant. It should be everything else. If the person is healthy and they're 97, you know, that's your focus. If the person is healthy, not healthy and they're 46, you know, your focus should be on the issues going on. I think we're too stuck in ageism sometimes. When I started nursing, when no hip replacement was ever done on an 80-year-old and over. So I think we have to be very careful with that. So in all of this, I don't know if their nurse can ever make the right decision. I think they have to make the best decision for them on that day and be confident they made the best decision. It may not be necessarily, there can be errors with that, but it's the best decision that they could make on that day.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just add to that a little bit? Because I think you brought up some important tensions. So what we're looking at is actually a question of allocating scarce resources. So it's sort of, you know, you have one organ and 5 people who need it, and how do you prioritize, you know, who gets it? And so there's certain criteria that you look and you base yourself on to make those kinds of decisions. The scarce resource that we're looking at now is the nurse's time and the priority, right? So it's like these micro decisions that we're having to make. So what is our criteria? And you know, you're problematizing this idea of ageism. And so what do we mean when we're looking at age as a criteria? And while it's true in resource allocation questions, so for example, during the pandemic, when we're looking at who we're going to allocate resources to, one criteria would be kind of life expectancy, right? So a 5-year-old, if you save the life of a 5-year-old, then they've got a long life ahead of them, ostensibly, theoretically, versus if you save the life of an 85-year-old, they have fewer years ahead. And so how are we using that as a criteria to make our decision? You know, and is that the only criteria? And so, absolutely.
Of
So it's a
course.
question of like, what is the rationale behind the criteria, behind the decision that you're making? Right.
So someone in the chat said, consider immediacy and magnitude of risk. B can be imminently life-threatening. It's like an Eisenhower matrix. Delegate what is important but not urgent. Do what is important and urgent. Someone else said, life-threatening can be mitigated by treatment if done sooner. And one last comment in the chat, what can we delegate to other members of the team? Like, can we ask a PAB to check on Susie to mitigate fall risk?
It's a very good point.
Great.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. So I think for Susie, you can delegate it to somebody, and the first person would be that I would go see would be the 46-year-old gentleman, Jeremy.
Max?
I disagree. So there is only one known medical emergency on that page, delirium. So I don't know what a PAB is supposed to do about delirium. I think that patient is priority to manage the delirium.
You don't think a lower GI bleed is priority when the BP is low?
Well,
I mean, not priority, I mean, sorry.
it's not the
it's not
CBC that's
emergency.
going to change the course. So, I mean, you know.
Okay.
So I think it's important to go through the reflection of priority in these kinds of situations, but obviously I'll put more of a management hat on and look at systemic resources as well, right?
Yeah.
So first thing I would question, is that a reasonable assignment first?
But I mean, I'm happy that you bring this up, but at the same time, I feel like the reality that we are faced with right now is that the hospital is so undercrunched that all of our patients are sick like this, right?
Absolutely. However, by having that discussion with your peers and maybe your assistant nurse manager, maybe it becomes a group effort and it becomes group prioritization rather than one sole nurse on a unit being stuck trying to go through this process in her head, right? But I totally understand. I mean, we're faced with the kind of people that come through our doors, right?
Yeah.
And the resources that we have to address their needs. But and then I would see what's in the nursing team scope. We have nurses, we have LPNs, we have patient attendants. How best can we also partner up with families and significant others? Do they have people at the bedside that we can also rely on, that it's a pair of eyes? Anyway, that's all I wanted to add to the context.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thinking outside the box.
Okay.
C'est bon? Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for, what's the answer? I don't know. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating so well. We can continue offline after on that one.
Yes. All right. Thanks. Thank you.
We're running just a few minutes late. I'm sorry to our next presenters. So our next presentation will explore recent updates in the outcomes of anti-seizure medication exposure during pregnancy. Dr. Raluca Pana is a neurologist and epileptologist at the Neuro, an assistant professor in the Department of Neurology and Neurosurgery of the Faculty of Medicine at McGill University. She obtained her Doctor of Medicine from Université Laval, followed by postgraduate degree in neurology from McGill University, and an epilepsy fellowship from the Cleveland Clinic Lerner College of Medicine. Tunip Ku is a clinician nurse who works at the Neuro since 2011. She obtained her Bachelor of Science in Nursing at UDM, followed by her Canadian Neuroscience certification. She was a bedside nurse on the stroke unit and neurosurgery unit. She became the epilepsy clinician nurse in 2017. She attended different conferences such as the American Epilepsy Society, Canadian League Against Epilepsy, and Canadian Association of Neuroscience Nurses Conference, enriching her knowledge in epilepsy and to share it with her peers. So welcome, Dr. Pana and Chunep Pu. Should be the latest one. Like I just uploaded.
It's okay. If not on my if not on my laptop, I'll connect. Hi, thank you so much for inviting us today. So I'll start and then I'll pass it over to Chunep. That's okay, but you're welcome to ask us questions. Usually we like this to be a bit more interactive, but I'll present mostly literature, but you're welcome to ask questions along the way. So the objectives of the talk are usually really to become familiar with the complications associated with epilepsy and pregnancy. That's going to be a little bit less the focus today, and really more the focus is the complications associated with the anti-seizure medications that we give to our patients, as well as the strategies to mitigate potential complications of the unborn child and the mother using medications during pregnancy to prevent seizures. So although we're going to talk mostly about pregnancy, it's very important in our practice. It's mostly outpatient, and it's very important to plan pregnancy. So that's the number one lesson of the talk today. If you're going to remember something, is that at any point when you encounter a patient, a young woman specifically with epilepsy, it's important to really talk about pregnancy planning, contraception with this person, because oftentimes they're going to be taking treatments for their epilepsy for a long time. And at some point they're going to decide to get pregnant. They may make that decision in between appointments. And some of our medications are safe and some are not safe. And so I think any contact with the healthcare provider is important, and everyone should be aware of potential complications of our medications and treatments. And that's why I decided to choose this topic today. So before we talk about pregnancy, so it needs to be planned, and for it to be planned, you need to talk about contraceptive use. And there's a lot of anxiety as well from other healthcare providers about what contraceptives are safe in combination with our anti-seizure medications. And so I'm going to be briefly touching on that today. So we generally say that pregnancy must be planned at least 1 year in advance. Does anybody know why we say that? No? Okay. So it typically is because the course of pregnancy so in terms of seizure control, will be reflected in the year prior to pregnancy. So 9 to 12 months. So if you didn't have any seizure 9 to 12 months before the pregnancy, you're not likely to have seizures. So you have good control 1 year before, you're not going to have seizures in your pregnancy. If you have really a lot of seizures, you're badly controlled, well, you're probably going to be badly controlled. So at least 1 year before we should have that discussion. And it also gives us time to plan for the right medications. And so in terms of contraceptive use, there's a lot of interactions with the medications and the hormonal contraceptives. And that particularly is for enzyme-inducing anti-seizure medications. And that's because they usually enhance the production of enzymes in the liver. And so you can metabolize estrogen and progesterone faster. So the oral contraceptive medications will be less effective. So it can lead to contraceptive failure, unplanned pregnancy, and also teratogenicity if you're on medications that are not as safe. Other problems with some of our medications. Do you all know what valproic acid is? That's one of our anti-seizure medication. I say anti-seizure medication, but really they're used for migraine prevention. They're used for bipolar disorder as well. And so valproic acid, for example, is implicated also if you use it since the woman is very young in polycystic ovarian syndrome, and that can lead to infertility as well. So it's important to consider these factors early on. So I'll give you some examples. So not all anti-seizure medications are involved in producing interactions with hormonal contraceptives. So the ones that are inducers are listed here. So that means that they're going to reduce the effectiveness of your oral contraceptive pill. So we typically recommend a second, like a barrier, like let's say condom, for example, like a barrier contraception along with the oral contraceptive pill. if you're on one of these medications. There's one that's not on there. It's cenobamate, which was recently introduced on the market, though it's difficultly available, and we don't recommend it in pregnancy anyway. But anyway, so cenobamate should also be here. It's a strong inducer. So if you're going to be on that, we recommend that you're on oral contraceptive medications that have at least 30 micrograms of estrogen. Typically, we say 50 micrograms, and most pills these days have a little bit less than that. So it's not a great idea, but sometimes we do it. These are the ones that are safe with an asterisk, because sometimes the estrogen can decrease the efficacy of valproic acid. So there's interactions, okay? So this is another way of looking at it. It's a bit more palatable. So the strongly interacting anti-seizure medication, so carbamazepine. If you see a patient that's on carbamazepine, you're going to see less and less young women on carbamazepine, but you might still see them. This one has the cenobamate here. So these really have a lot of interaction with oral contraceptive medications. We try to avoid that, and we're going to recommend IUDs instead, and I'll show you which ones. The mildly interacting, so these, you'll see a lot of women on lamotrigine because it's safe in pregnancy. So that's one of the ones that we're going to use a lot in young women of childbearing potential. So this one is not interacting, except if it's at a high dose. Then it can decrease the efficacy of your oral contraceptive medication. Same thing with topiramate. It says mildly interacting, so it's above 200 milligrams per day. And this one, if it's above 300 milligrams per day, so those are slightly high doses, it can still interact. And then the ones that are non-interactive, these are the ones we use a lot. You'll see that a lot of patients are on levetiracetam or Keppra. So levetiracetam is here. So we do like it because it doesn't really interact with anything. Okay. So when we say enzyme-inducing anti-seizure medications, because they interact with the CY3A4 system, and that's the one that metabolizes estrogens and progesterones. And that's important to keep in mind that they metabolize both. So it's not just estrogen-containing oral contraceptive medications. Sometimes even if you have progesterone-only pill, they will decrease the efficacy. So some of the symptoms that you might see, for example, if you see a patient who you just started on enzyme-inducing medication like carbamazepine, and they were on a mini pill, like on a progestin, is they may have a mid-cycle bleed. That could be a symptom that they're having, that they're failing their contraceptive. So we usually work in combination with gynecologists. It's not really my specialty, but some of the things that might ring a bell. If a patient tells you that, oh, I had a bleed, I didn't used to have that, I just started an anti-seizure medication, well, you should think, oh, there's an interaction there. Probably you should change your type of contraceptive, or maybe we should consider a different anti-seizure medication. The luxury of our specialty is that we have a lot of treatments for epilepsy, so we have the luxury of being able to change the medications. So contraceptive failure, just to give you some numbers, I mean, in the literature, I don't know, I keep telling Chunim, we don't see this in our practice, so maybe Canadians are better than the Americans. But in the literature, we see unplanned pregnancies from 30 to 50% rates in our patient population. So I always tell my patients this. Thankfully, our patients are good and they plan their pregnancies with us, but we have to follow the literature. So we do counsel them regularly. And so just with oral contraceptive, the contraceptive failure rate is around 7%. And so there's a inverse relationship. So the contraceptive can affect our seizure medications. And so that only happens with lamotrigine and valproic acid. It's rare that young women are on valproic acid, but they can be on that. So what we can do is, thankfully, we can measure them in the serum. And so what happens is that we can adjust the levels. We just have to be careful when we remove the oral contraceptive pill, because the levels can fluctuate and patients can have seizures. And so our firm recommendation really for all our patients is really to put an intrauterine device. These are good for about 5 years and some really up to 8 years. And so here we have mostly Mirena, but there's another one, Kylena. They have levonorgestrel. So that's the hormone, but it's a local hormonal effect. It's not systemic. And so it's not going to be prone to the same interactions as if you take a pill by the mouth. And so there's no interactions. There's not a lot of studies, but there are some pilot studies that show that when you take an anti-seizure medication, it doesn't, and you have this hormonal and producing intrauterine device, you don't have changes in your serum level of anti-seizure medication, at least with carbamazepine. That's one study that we found. And so in summary, before a woman gets pregnant, so at least 1 to 2 years before, but really at any point where you have, starting at the time that a young woman gets her period, really we should start having these conversations about, you start anti-seizure medication, we start a medication that's safe in pregnancy, and I'll be discussing those in a little bit, and then we start talking about contraceptive methods. If it's a medication that it's an enzyme inducer, I showed you the list earlier, we usually recommend an IUD. And if not, then, if you really have no choice and the patient refuses, sometimes they don't want an implanted IUD, then we recommend either the cervical ring, the patch, or the pill, but with a higher progestin dose, plus a barrier method. So really 2 contraceptive methods. If it's a non-inducing anti-seizure medication, then they can use the oral contraceptive pill. An IUD is also fine. And in terms of emergency contraceptive, so that's like the plan B. So we just have to keep in mind that patients who have enzyme-inducing anti-seizure medications, they need double the dose of the plan B. So they typically have to take a second dose 6 hours later. Pharmacists usually are aware of this, and they're often the ones dispensing. But if ever you come into contact with our patients, they're on carbamazepine, they may need that second dose. Otherwise, their plan B might not work. Okay. So in terms of the other things, so right before, in terms of pregnancy planning, so we often recommend women to be on folic acid. So what we don't know is how much folic acid to recommend. There's a lot of controversy about how much. We typically recommend either 1 milligram or 5 milligram. People always ask me, is it okay if I take the Materna, like the vitamins? So typically Materna, depends on the brands, but usually if you look, it's around 0.4 milligrams. We recommend between 1 and 5. So I still give the 1 milligram for our patients. There's no agreement on dose. A lot of people used to recommend a higher dose if you had a history of neural tube defects in previous child, or if you have a personal neural tube defect. So for example, if you have spina bifida, then you have a higher risk of transmitting it to your child. So then we recommend a higher dose in that case, or if your partner has a neural tube defect. So some societies recommend higher doses if you're on some medications that are known to have higher rates of teratogenicity, like valproic acid or carbamazepine. There are higher risk of giving neural tube defects. So in that case, some physicians will choose to give higher doses. The American College of Obstetricians recommends it they just say high risk of NTDs, which goes back to what I was saying. So really, it's a case-by-case decision. The problem is that we know that giving folic acid supplementation in pregnancy prevents neural tube defects, but we mostly notice in the general population. We don't have a lot of studies showing that in specifically patients with epilepsy, it reduces or it counteracts the teratogenicity from the anti-seizure medications. And so this study here that I'm quoting is really in the general population. And we know that, for example, valproic acid exposure gives teratogenic effects, but it's not necessarily through the disruption of folic acid metabolism. So giving folic acid is not going to be the only preventive method to having neural tube defects or to having teratogenicity. The only thing that we do know about folic acid supplementation is that actually, there's a couple more studies that show that if you give folic acid supplementation in women with epilepsy who are pregnant, their child tend to have a neurodevelopmental benefit. So it's really an improvement in the IQ in the child. That's what we see. And actually, they looked at there was one study that showed that it was the supplementary folic acid, like the vitamin, that showed that benefit in IQ when they looked at the child at 3 years, and not just eating more, for example, folic acid in your diet. So really, you needed higher levels of folic acid to prevent, for example, autistic traits in your child. So that's the benefit that we see. And there was another Danish study, for example, that showed that they looked at children up to 8 years old, and those children had 5 to 8 times less likelihood of having autistic traits, so not autism per se necessarily, at the age of 8 years old if they took folic acid supplementation. So that we know for sure. So higher IQ, less autistic traits. That's the evidence is showing us. So that's why we give it in our patient population. So in the general population, of course, and that's why it's for NTDs, and we give it, of course, for that too, but we don't have the literature yet to support it in our patient population. You look surprised. Any questions so far? So what's the harm? Because people say, oh, it's a vitamin, why not just give it? So there's been a lot of debate over the years as to how much and why not give it. And so recently, actually in 2022, this led to a lot of controversy as we have a study, I believe it was also in the Danes, right? And then Danish, in the Danish, yes. 27,000 children born to people with epilepsy who were exposed to higher than 1 milligrams per day of folic acid. They were associated with higher risk of childhood cancers before the age of 20 years old. And so this led to a lot of phone calls in our clinics. You know, I'm on 5 milligrams. Is my child going to have cancer? Because, you know, patients are very aware of the literature. And we also had a lot of questions as to how much counseling we need to do about this. And so the conclusion is that, and I can show you the study here. It's in JAMA Neurology in 2022. This has not been replicated yet, but you can see here that if they were, so they followed the children up until 20 years old, and they looked at the incidence of childhood cancers. If you were having high dose folic acid, it's the orange line. If you didn't have a high dose folic acid, so above 1 milligram per day, then you were on the blue line. And this is particularly in mothers who had epilepsy taking high dose folic acid. They didn't really see that same trend, although maybe a little bit, but at least they conclude that they didn't see this trend in patients without epilepsy. So it's something in our patient population with high dose folic acid that seems to correlate with higher incidence of childhood cancers. We don't fully understand it. It was an observational study. You know, it's an association. It doesn't mean it's causation. But we are very careful since then in prescribing high dose folic acid because we're not sure of the benefits, right? We're sure of the benefits through neurodevelopmental outcomes, but unless someone is at high risk of neural tube defects or they're on a medication that is associated with neurodevelopmental or poor neurodevelopmental outcomes in their child, we won't give high dose folic acid. And more studies are ongoing since then. And then the other thing is that it can decrease levels of phenytoin, although very few women are on phenytoin in pregnancy, but something to keep in mind. And something we struggle with is adherence. What happens is we have to prescribe it to every woman who's in childbearing age potential. You know, someone who's controlled, we see them once a year, every 2 years, and then they're not taking their folic acid and they come back and they're pregnant. So you have to take your folic acid at least 3 months before you conceive to protect against neural tube defects. So it's important to really take the folic acid, and that to reinforce taking the folic acid is difficult. Patients don't know what they're taking it. They're like, I'm not getting pregnant now. And we have high rates of unplanned pregnancies. So that's a little bit our challenges in our practice. And now apparently it causes cancer. So that makes things even more difficult in terms of adherence. So we're working on that. So before I continue, I wanted to share a case study and also to break the boredom of showing you a bunch of medications and studies. This is a case that I had in my practice a couple of years ago. I still have time. Am I late? Okay. I tend to go over time, sorry. So just to illustrate a little bit some of the debates that we have in our patient population. So I illustrated the problem in the preconception period. Now, this is a typical referral that we get in our patient practice. And some of the things you have to consider when you see these patients. So this was a very nice lady. She was 29 years old. She was right-handed. She has epilepsy, or so I'm told. She came in at 11 weeks pregnant. So far, I was told the pregnancy was going very well. She's taking topiramate, 25 milligrams twice a day. You're familiar with topiramate a little bit? Something we use for migraine prevention, for epilepsy. Some people use it for mood disorders like bipolar disorder and also for neuropathies, although it doesn't work so well for neuropathies. And she had had a previous pregnancy on topiramate as well, low dose. So typically we go up to 100 twice a day for epilepsy. This is a very, very low dose. She also had obesity, so I could see why they chose this medication. I thought maybe it would help with her, and she had migraines. So I could see why the choice of medication was made. She was referred to reassess this anti-seizure medication due to the fact that she was pregnant. Does anybody know what some of the problems are? Or some questions you might want to ask her? Yeah. Okay, yeah, what are you thinking?
That a previous child?
Yeah.
Just a question in the chat. If she's already 11 weeks pregnant, are there not risk of changing ASM at this point? Question mark.
Yeah, so these are all things to consider. So you bring up a very good point. So you obviously I put that there for a reason. So her child has autism. I found that very interesting. Does anybody know why? I'll get back to the changing anti-seizure medication because that was absolutely my debate. Should I change it or not? And why would I change it? Does anybody know what I'm alluding to? Yeah, so is there an association of topiramate with autism? So that's what I'm getting at here. So do we use topiramate in pregnancy? Do you know? Okay, so those are all the things to consider. So first of all, those are all things that were going through my mind. Of course, she's 11 weeks pregnant. So changing in pregnancy is always debatable. So the first thing I did is I got her records. I mean, obviously, this is something whether you have time or not. Sure. I made a decision before I got her records, but I still got her records to confirm. And she did, in fact, have epilepsy. She had bilateral tonic-clonic seizures in sleep. It was convincing, but she had a very mild epilepsy. And it was many years ago that she had her last seizure. I didn't put it here, but she had her last seizure at least 5 years before. And the last pregnancy, she had no seizures, and she had no seizures before her last year, before she was pregnant right now. So extremely well controlled. Her EEGs were normal, MRI was normal. That doesn't mean she doesn't have epilepsy though. So some of the things to consider when you see a patient like this. So first we have to confirm the diagnosis. That can be already hard if she's already 11 weeks pregnant. It might not be the right time to do that. And then the teratogenicity of her anti-seizure medication, the timing in pregnancy, which are all factors that you've mentioned. So I'm going to go through some of this evidence, and Shunip will go through some of this evidence. And I'll tell you what happened to the case a little bit later on. So what are the anti-seizure medications that are safe? So you guessed it. The reason I put this case here is because she's on an anti-seizure medication that's not safe. Although here it's not that apparent, but so these are, just to explain the graph a little bit, we have international registries where women up until 10 weeks of pregnancy, they call these registries, and then they're followed until the child is about 2 years old, and they look at malformations. They didn't used to look at neurodevelopmental outcomes. It was mostly looking at cardiac malformations, cleft palate, really physical things mostly. And so we have thousands and thousands of women that have put themselves on this registry. And we've come up with rates of major congenital malformations with each medication, depending on each registry that reported it. So this is the European one, the circle, the North American one, and the UK in the square here. So the safest ones that are considered for pregnancy are levetiracetam, which is Keppra, lamotrigine, and oxcarbazepine. We use these for generalized epilepsy, and this one for focal epilepsy. The main point here is that, and the rates of malformations are between 2 and 3%, depending on the registry that's used. Just to give you an idea, a woman that's not on medication that has epilepsy, her rate of major congenital malformation is between 1 to 2%. So it's about double. Okay. So valproic acid, depending on the dose, you're closer to around 10%. So this is the one that we absolutely want to avoid. We don't like phenobarbital. As you see, it's much higher. phenytoin, also we don't tend to use it. Carbamazepine, it depends on the registry. If you look at the European one, it can go up to 6%. And topiramate is not great, but mostly because it was shown to have high rates of cleft palate abnormalities. And we'll talk a little bit later that, yes, in fact, we did see some neurodevelopmental outcome changes, mainly autism, with the use of valproic acid and topiramate, but Tunip will tell you a little bit more about that. So it is dose dependent. So if you have to use valproic acid, we tend to, so you see it's around 10%, or it can be even higher than that depending on the dose. But if you go below 650 milligrams per day, it goes a little bit lower. So in generalized genetic epilepsy, sometimes we don't have a choice. It's the only thing that controls the seizures. And so if we have proof that it's the only thing that's ever worked, we consent the patient and we just keep the dose really, really, really low. So there's some strategies that we can use. So I don't have a dose for topiramate. We don't have this data for all the medications, unfortunately. When we have it, we counsel the patients with that. So do we change during pregnancy? That's a great question. Generally, no, because we don't want to rock that boat when someone's pregnant. And so the other thing is that usually most of organogenesis by 11 weeks is done. So, you know, we're not going to change the medication, especially a new patient like this that I don't know. I don't have a lot of history. I was very hesitant to change the medication. The only problem was that, you know, she hadn't had a seizure in 5 years. So the first question is, does she really need a medication? Could I take her off medications? And the dose was so low, you know, so does she need it at all? And I'm going to steal the punch a little bit from Junip. So there is a risk of autism, and she had had a child with autism before with topiramate. So that was my main concern. And we don't know at which point in the brain development of the fetus that occurs, because we don't fully understand it. So there is an argument then to take her off topiramate just for that reason. And the other reason to change anti-seizure medication is you know, if they have multiple anti-seizure medications and you know by history that they don't need it, or you have the wrong diagnosis, for example, they have the pseudo seizures, and you document that during pregnancy, although you don't have that much time to do all that work. But if you manage to do that, there might be time to remove it. Or if they're on valproic acid and you know that you could have other options. However, again, generally we say the answer is you shouldn't change anti-seizure medication. And there's actually some studies that looked at, as I told you, generalized genetic epilepsy. Valproic acid is the best medication. We have numerous studies that show us that. It just outperforms the new medications like Keppra. We just know it's better. And they've looked at whether if you remove valproic acid, the patients will have more generalized tonic-clonic seizures, and it generally is twice as common as just maintaining the patient on a low dose valproic acid. The problem is that the only type of seizure that we know causes harm to the fetus and to the pregnant woman is generalized tonic-clonic seizures. The other types of seizures we don't know. Like if you have an absence seizure, if you have a focal impaired awareness seizure, you can injure yourself, you can fall down the stairs. So of course they're dangerous. We try to treat them, but we don't know that the seizure itself is dangerous to the fetus. Whereas a generalized tonic-clonic seizure, we know there's changes in oxygenation. We know it's associated with abnormalities. So in general, we don't try to change the anti-seizure medication. I'm going to let you take over here, and then we'll talk about what I did with my case at the end.
Okay. So now we're going to look a little on the neurodevelopment outcomes with anti-seizure medications exposure. So the two poor neurodevelopment outcomes that we're going to focus on today, it's mainly on autism spectrum disorder and the intellectual disability, sorry. And usually these diagnosed are done in the child by the child psychiatrist and psychologists. So this is a study of the neurodevelopment effects of anti-epileptic drugs. So basically the researchers in this study, they followed children up to 6 years old, and they conducted tests to evaluate their cognitive outcomes. And the primary outcome that they looked at, it's the intelligence quotient. And basically, if we see here, the solid lines are basically the children who were exposed to folic acid perinatal. And the dashed line here, it's basically children who were not exposed to folic acid. And in the different medications that are exposed to the seizure medications that are exposed, so we can see that there is actually an better outcome if we are exposed to folic acid. Here with the valproic acid, as we know, basically they're associated with higher risk of like IQ, poor IQs and things. And we see that there's still slight improvement with folic acid. And then this is another study that was look at the registry by the Nordic countries. And what the conclusion they saw was that topiramate and valproic acid was highly associated with autism spectrum disorder and intellectual disability. And they saw that the dose that basically the medication dose, the higher that we use, the risk is increased. And there's not really any changes if we decide to use one medication. Basically, when we choose to use two medications, the risk of neurodevelopmental disorder is the same, except for if we chose the combination of Keppra and lamotrigine. And to show this a little more clear, we'll look at the graphs here. I don't know if it's clear enough. So here, the first column here, it's basically children who were born to women with epilepsy. So they were exposed to medications, and each color of the line, it's the medication. And as we see, the gray one here, and this one is the, I think it's the yeah. And the orange one here is the valproic, the valproic acid. And this one basically is for the autism spectrum disorder. And we see that with those two medications, the risks are higher. The intellectual disability for the valproic acid here is higher. I don't think there was a study for the topiramate on this study for the, I don't see the, no. And basically, they look at the two, and we see that there is increase with the valproic acid and also with the topiramate here. And this is just a study that they looked at children who were from the general population who were also exposed to seizure medications, but not born to mother with epilepsy. And it's the same kind of conclusion for valproic acid, that there is a higher risk of autism spectrum disorder. For the intellectual disability, it's the same. And here we see the same pattern that increases. And if we looked at the combination of therapy, so when we use one medication, the incidence of the risk is lower. And at the bottom here in the red table, square, sorry, we see that valproic and lamotrigine, the incidence increases to 5.5, lamotrigine and trileptal goes to 4.3. And as you see the numbers here, and if you look a little upper here, lamotrigine and Keppra, as we said, is actually a safer choice. The incidence here is 1.6. And this is also results that were on children who were born to women with epilepsy. And then this is the general population of children who were exposed to anti-seizure medications, their mom who did not have epilepsy. And the incidence for lamotrigine and Keppra is actually the same, 1.6, compared to the other population as well. And then we see here for the same for valproic, lamotrigine, trileptal, etc. And then here we can look at the different doses of the incidence. So for lamotrigine, if we use less than 150 milligrams, the risk of having a neurodevelopment outcomes is 1.46. And if we increases the dose to more than 150 milligrams, it's quite similar. It's actually, sorry, this is more than 150, sorry. And this is less than 150. Oh, no. I'm confused. No, sorry. So it's quite, and then for the carbamazepine, if we use less than 500 milligrams, it's 1.74, 1.48. And if we look at valproic acid, it's very dose dependent. So we see that if we are in the lower dose with less than 750 milligrams, the risk is 2.27. And if we increase the dose increases to 750 and more, the risk is actually quite doubled. It's 5.64. And then for the other medications, it's quite similar, the trileptal, carbamazepine, lamotrigine. So what we recommend, the researchers recommends basically is that when we choose medications, we try to choose medications that are less teratogenic. So the Keppra, the lamotrigine, and the Trilepto. We try to use the lowest dose that can control the seizures of the patient. It would be preferred to use a monotherapy, so just one medication, and to minimize the convulsive seizures when they're pregnant. And then do we have to do blood tests on women when they're pregnant? So usually the recommendation is that we do baseline levels when we know that they are pregnant. And then the ideal situation is to do levels every month and until up to 6 weeks postpartum. And then we would also recommend immediate blood tests if they report like increased seizures, or if their seizure severity change, or if they report any side effects of medication such as dizziness, blurred vision, because we want to make sure they're not on medication toxicity. If some medications that they use are not measurable, like Keppra, so the recommendation that we would say is that in the first trimester, we would most likely increase the dose of Keppra if the medication is something that is cleared fast by the kidneys, so such as lamotrigine, Keppra, and Trilepto. So these medications, we know that as pregnancy increases, the clearance increases as well. So the dose that they take basically won't be enough to protect them from seizures. So usually we would increase the dose of these medications during pregnancy. And it's usually, I think, at the 5 week that we see the decrease of the clearance. So at that point, most of the medications will be increased quite a lot. If the patient is also known for a history of having convulsive seizures, we would already increase medications to protect them. Or if we know that in the past they were very sensitive to levels fluctuations and they would have seizures with that, and then we would also increase their medications. And if the patient is already on a low dose of medication when they are known, when they were found out to be pregnant, then most likely we would also increase the dose of this medication. So a little about the delivery. So most women can have a normal, safe vaginal delivery. The recommendation is to have Ativan IV at bedside during the delivery, and something to remind and to be like, sorry, I'm losing my words. Something that we should not be worried too much is that if the mother does have a seizure during the delivery, and we see that the fetal heart is actually depressed, it's normal. It's something that's going to happen temporarily, and after 5 minutes, it will go back to the normal. So it's something that will occur and not to be too worried about. And then after the postpartum period, so usually because we increase so much of the medications, the women might be having side effects. So usually we would recommend to decrease medications to their pre-pregnancy level in 2 to 3 weeks. And for the lamotrigine, usually what the team that I've worked with, like Dr. Pan, usually she already prepares like a prescription for the patients so that they don't have to worry about calling us and to change medication. So we'll give them medications, usually like increase lamotrigine to a certain dose. And after delivery on day 3, day 7, day 3, 7, and 10, how to decrease the lamotrigine back to their pregnancy dose. And we would usually add 50 milligrams of the pre-pregnancy dose just because we know that with mother, they might be sleep deprived, a baby will cry a lot, and sleep deprivation is one of the big factors of seizure occurring. So usually we give them extra medication just to protect them during this period. And for the other medications that are metabolized by the cytochrome P450 enzymes, usually they would be tapered down over 6 weeks. So carbamazepine, Dilantin, those medications, we would taper down slower.
It's not as clear how fast to go, and we go depending on patients. So lamotrigine is the one that's been mostly studied because it's one that we use a lot and we can measure. So that's the one that's why we have a recipe. The rest, it's kind of we go case by case.
And then the little word about breastfeeding. So usually what we educate our patients is that breastfeeding, the medications can penetrate through breast milk. So here, Primidone and Keppra, they probably penetrate through the breast milk. And we're not sure about the amount, but there is probably some that goes through. Gabapentin, lamotrigine, Topomax, they can also possibly penetrate through the breast milk. As for valproic acid, phenobarbital, dilantin, and carbamazepine, they don't penetrate. And basically the recommendation is that breastfeeding is recommended, and we'll show you here some studies that looked into it. So one of the main reason why is, even though we know that the medications pass through the breast milk, the dose that they get compared to when they were exposed during gestational is actually lower. So it's quite safe. And then here we know that some medications who has minimal protein binding and great lipid solubility tend to distribute more evenly, more fast into breast milk. But from the NEED study that we looked at earlier, they also looked at the effects of breastfeeding women with basically the kids who were breastfeed compared to the ones that were not breastfeed. They actually show that the IQ is actually higher for the population that the mom has breastfeed. So they are exposed to some seizure medications, but their IQ compared to the one that were not breastfed is still significantly higher compared to the one that were not breastfed.
And there's no adverse events.
And then what we usually tell our patients how to care for children with their baby. So because of the risk of having seizures, we usually recommend them to change babies on the floor. We would tell them to feed their baby either on the couch or on a padded floor or in the middle of the bed. We usually ask them to be around with someone or the husband or another family member when they are bathing the baby. If they're alone, usually we would recommend them using a stroller, try to avoid walking with the baby for long periods, or try to avoid going up the stairs. So if they do have like different stairs, we would tell them to bring most of their things that they need for the baby to one floor so that it avoids them to going up and down with baby. We also, if they have like an older child, well, we recommend them to maybe teach that older child what to do, how to recognize that the mom has a seizure, and what to do in case of emergency, who to call, what needs to be done. And for sure, we need to keep medications out of the children. And if they have any glass furniture or they have furnitures that are with sharp edge or hard edge, try to protect them or even remove them from their home. And conclusions.
Right, so maybe before we conclude, I'll tell you, I mean, are there any questions so far? No? No? Okay. It's not higher. It depends if they have, if they have multiple seizures or there's fetal distress. We defer really to the obstetrician. So sometimes they do ask us, if we think that the delivery is safe. Unless they're extremely uncontrolled or they have multiple generalized tonic-clonic seizures at the time of delivery. I've not yet recommended. Yeah, there are. So we didn't talk about complications. The reports vary in terms of rates of complications, obstetrical complications. It's not clear. There is a slightly higher rate. We don't like to talk about it too much. There's a slightly higher rate of mortality in women with epilepsy and during pregnancy. But that's really, again, from the Nordic countries and the UK as well. And the rates vary, So I saw one study from 6 times higher, another study is 11 times higher. So we don't fully understand why, So it's the same reasons, it can be, bleeding, it can be amniotic fluid embolisms, pulmonary embolisms. The cause of death are the same. And then some of the deaths can be from, they can be during pregnancy, it can be postpartum period. And if you look at the causes of death, sometimes it's suicide, sometimes it's, injury is rare. And then sometimes we wonder if it's sudden unexpected death in epilepsy, which is something that can happen in our patients. But those numbers are very low compared to the general obstetrical complications. But the literature is not really that consistent. So in general, when we look at the systematic reviews, the guidelines from the American Academy of Epilepsy and American Epilepsy Society, we counsel our patients that about 96 to 98% of our patients have good outcomes, good obstetrical outcomes. And that's the consistent literature. But worldwide, there is that tendency towards increased mortality. So we keep it in mind.
Just a question in the chat. Are there any other prenatal implications that you counsel epileptic women on? Ketogenic diets, B12 or iron deficiencies, etc.
During pregnancy, or I'm not sure I understand the question.
It says prenatal implications. So yes, during pregnancy.
So ketogenic diet during pregnancy, no. We can't do it. I don't know what happens. I've not actually had yet a patient on ketogenic diet who gets pregnant. So I'd have to review the literature to be on it because you have to wean it. And I don't think our nutritionist is here. I defer to Amanda quite a bit. Yeah. Okay. You kept her on it during pregnancy? Okay. That's not happened to me yet. So yeah, I have and she was okay? Okay, and the baby, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so look, you did. She answered it. So apparently, you can, but not to my knowledge. Not I don't know. That's the answer. Any other question? I'll tell you what happened to my patient, my other patient. But, I never finished my case report.
We want to know.
You want to know? Do you want to know?
Is it
Are you asleep?
two autistic kids?
It's a bit of a boring topic. I'm sorry. I was trying to make it a little bit like half asleep, but it is an important topic. So especially when you get the cases in if you meet the people, I should have brought a patient maybe. But yeah, we should have brought a patient. Maybe next time we'll bring a patient. But someone DM you. Yeah, someone DM you. Or one of Heather's patients. But basically, so that patient came to me on Topamax, and just to finish that thought, I couldn't, you're right that I normally wouldn't change anyone. It's easier to do nothing, right? It's always easier to do nothing. But I really didn't like that other child and actually she had been dropped to a 25Q day of topiramate with the previous pregnancy. And even with that, I can't rule out the fact that the topiramate caused the autism in her child. And that really bothered me. So we discussed it. I brought it up. I told her it's a really low dose. We could probably stop it, but I can't guarantee you're not going to have seizures. I told her all the risks. And I told her we could just switch you to something that's safe. And so she finally agreed. We put her on levetiracetam. She was very upset with me because she was very cranky for the rest of her pregnancy, and her partner hated me even more. We added B6, which sometimes you guys do in pediatrics a lot. And there's not that much literature in the adult world, but for her, it worked. It was a miracle. B6 saved her life. So we gave her vitamin B6 with levetiracetam, saved her marriage, and she's still on levetiracetam. Actually, yeah, her husband was really upset with me. She was really irritable, crying, and then she was uncomfortable. She was pregnant. So anyway, but her child's fine as far as we know. It's been a year, so fingers crossed. But the other thing that's difficult is that I would be interested to do genetic testing in her other child to understand if there's a genetic mutation, is it really the medication? Is it not? There's a lot of questions that we don't know. But, we discussed, she was reasonable. We discussed it with the patient. I think it wouldn't have been crazy to stop it because she hadn't had seizures in many years. Her EEGs were normal. So some physicians might have, with the patient, decided not to treat her anymore. Because is it really necessary to be on an anti-seizure medication? I find levetiracetam very, 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 very safe. And we know that. Yeah, I know. But, we put on a really low dose too. I think she was on 250 BID. I put on a really low dose because she was on such a low dose. So, yeah. Yeah, so you worry about that. Someone asked me if there could have been some missed autistic traits in the parents. Yeah, so I didn't meet this second pregnancy was with a different father, so I didn't meet the first one. But there was no family history as far as we knew because we asked that. There was no family history of epilepsy or autism or neurodevelopmental disorders. There's a lot of question as to what causes. We don't know, right? So usually we do genetic testing, but I'm not treating her child. And he's mild, like level 1. So, and she didn't want to have him tested now. So we'll see. But it's a good question. What's the cause of the autism? I don't know. a lot of questions. So the conclusion really is, whenever you meet someone who has epilepsy, look at their medications. I'm happy to send you any my slides if you want, or any of the reference articles that tell you which medications are safe or not. They should be on folic acid around 1 milligram. Really, you should counsel them about contraception. Some oral contraceptives are safe, but usually IUD is what we recommend for most of our patients. And in general, pregnancy is smooth. They need a lot of follow-up, but they are followed in high-risk pregnancy care typically, but most deliveries are vaginal deliveries. And then I think there's something else I wanted to mention, but I'm forgetting now. I forget. Anyway, any other questions? Or? Okay. Yeah, sure.
Is there a eclampsia issue correlation?
So it's different. So if you have new seizures in pregnancy, especially in the second trimester or third trimester, then you worry about eclampsia, and that can be in our epilepsy patients as well. So that's a very good question. And so let's say one of our patients is pregnant and then they go to the emergency room with a seizure. It's very important to question, is this your typical seizure? Because sometimes it's not, it's a different seizure, and then we have to rule out other causes. So yeah. But the new diagnosis in pregnancy, that usually they'll be treated with magnesium and like eclampsia if they meet criteria for eclampsia. Again, that's obstetrics. But then after that, we see them and we have to decide whether they have epilepsy or not. And the way we do that is after the pregnancy, when they're done with the obstetrical portion, we'll do EEGs, MRIs, and we'll do our usual questionnaire to see, do they have epilepsy or was it really related to the pregnancy? That takes time sometimes. No, so I mean, if they meet the criteria for eclampsia, like they have the high blood pressure, the protein in the urine, all that, they'll treat them with magnesium. They won't be treated with anti-seizure medication. But if they don't, they had a seizure, we treat them with anti-seizure medication, and then we'll reassess afterwards how long we treat them, depending on the EEG abnormalities, MRI, But it's a good question.
Oh, no, there's no question.
Well, thank you very much for inviting us.
So our last speaker is Sonia Afanasieva, who is a speech language pathologist at the MUHC, where she's worked since 2021. She earned a master's degree from the University of Ottawa in 2020. Her experience working with the head and neck cancer, dysphagia clinic, stroke, neurology, and tracheostomy teams has shaped her practice and deepened her passion for interprofessional and intraprofessional collaboration. At the MHC, she conducts communication and swallowing assessments across a variety of populations, including critically ill patients in the ICU. Alongside her colleagues in the SLP department, she co-authored a book chapter on managing swallowing disorders during laryngeal cancer treatment and launched a peer committee to develop a protocol for using expiratory muscle strength training with head and neck cancer patients. Sonia hopes to continue having opportunities to exchange knowledge and insights with colleagues from various professions, further enriching her practice and fostering collaborative care. Sonia will present on communication with ventilated and tracheostomized patients. Welcome, Sonia.
Will the sound from my videos work? Or do I have to click on something to share? Do you want me to check? Should be fine? Okay. Okay. So hi everyone, my name is Sonia. My presentation is called Clearing the Air, Communication Beyond the Vent. I've already been thoroughly introduced, so I'm not going to do that. Today, this is going to be the structure of the presentation. So basically, we're going to go through what is communication, why communication can be challenging specifically for our ventilated and trached patients, as well as some solutions that we can find to help these patients communicate, such as using AAC, using different kinds of speaking valves and trachs. And then we're going to talk about additional challenges specific to the neuro population that can make using AAC or speaking valve or any other more classic solutions extra challenging. So communication is defined as the act of transmitting a message from person A to person B. And this can be done in a variety of ways, whether we're pointing at pictures, whether we're gesturing, whether we're actually talking, texting, email, writing, anything you can think of that communicates a message is communication. In general, we do recommend that the patient hear you and see you and communicate in the same language as you. So for that purpose, if they have glasses, they should be wearing them. The lights should be on. They should be wearing their hearing aids if they need them. Otherwise, we have pocket talkers available in our department to help them hear a little bit better, which is like a little mic that you speak to. And then there's headphones that go on the patient's head. If there's a language barrier, it's always best to have a translator at bedside that you can speak through. There are also translation apps that are available. We actually do end up using Google Translate quite a lot. All of these systems have their own limitations. And there's also bilingual picture boards that you can use. So there are various reasons why working in acute care can cause communication to be more challenging, but also it's more important than ever. It's more important because patients are going through a stressful time. They might need extra counseling. They might need extra support. They might have more things to say. They might have more important conversations to have, but this is all happening while they may have a physical impairment, a communication impairment. They might have an alternate level of consciousness. They might be delirious. They might be very stressed, and that can make communication more challenging. This is a quote that I really, really liked that I found. This is a nurse talking, and she said, "The person should not be hungry, wet, or thirsty, but there are other needs, holistic care, psychosocial needs." And she said, "I could imagine on some of these levels, a person who could not speak would find it harder to progress." And I really like this quote because it really spoke to the fact that communication is essential also in the rehab and medical side. However, nurses found that it was extra challenging to communicate for a variety of reasons. They found that time was an important factor, where it can take a little bit longer to communicate. It would be more frustrating. If the patient has a very specific way of communicating, sometimes during shift changes, telling the other nurse what system exactly you might have used can be challenging. And then also lack of resources. So maybe you don't have enough picture boards, alphabet boards, all of these things that you can try at bedside. So let's jump right into it. What is ventilation? It's, as you know, when a person needs an outside source to breathe for them. This can be required because of trauma, because of sleep apnea, respiratory failure, neuromuscular disease. It could be for a surgery. It could be because they have an airway obstruction, such as a tumor in their throat or maybe a vocal fold paralysis that doesn't allow the air to go through the upper airway. Ventilation can be temporary or permanent. It could be invasive or non-invasive. Invasive ventilation can happen through endotracheal intubation, so the tube going in the mouth, or via tracheostomy. When a patient is ventilated for more than a certain amount of time, they would require a tracheostomy in order to increase their comfort, in order to facilitate oral care, to facilitate communication, swallowing, and to avoid laryngeal injury. So the trach, as you know, it's inserted below the vocal folds, and the patient becomes a neck breather. So they breathe in through their neck and they breathe out through their neck. When they have a trach and they're connected to the ventilator, the type of trach that they have is a cuff trach. So you see the little bubble around the trach on the picture on top. And this bubble allows the system to be closed. So there's no air leaking up through the upper airway. Through the weaning process, what happens is we start trying to see if the patient is able to get the air up through the upper airway. So what happens then is that initially the cuff is deflated. This would allow for some air to circulate around the trach. And when it goes up, the air will go through the vocal folds, which are above the trach, which will vibrate, creating a sound wave. And then that sound wave will be shaped into speech by the articulators. So the articulators being the tongue, the soft palate, the lips, the cheeks, and so on. Then, if cuff deflation is tolerated, the patient will be switched to a cuffless trach. The cuffless trach will allow for even more air to circulate around the tracheostomy tube, and the patient will be able, hopefully, to have a voice that's even stronger. At this point, when they're tolerating cuff deflation or they have a cuffless trach, they can either speak with just this voice going around the trach, or we can start trying other strategies. One example could be putting your finger on the trach and blocking the air going out to redirect the air through the vocal folds. And that would allow them to have a stronger voice because there's less loss of air through the neck. And at this point, we might also want to try a speaking valve. So the speaking valve assessment is done by an SLP. I wanted to take a little detour and talk about the inventor of the speaking valve. The inventor of the speaking valve is David Muir, who invented it for himself because he needed it at the age of 23, I think, because he passed away, unfortunately, at the age of 28 in 1990. And he talks a little bit about why he wanted to invent this. And I hope the sound works. Yeah, and the video. Yeah. Should I click on YouTube here? I'll get a commercial job. Is this loud enough? Yeah. Yeah. This is Max. Is there something else? So it's super interesting because David Muir was on a ventilator. So, and he was quadriplegic. So he wasn't able to actually invent the speaking valve by writing a patent or by saying it. So he did have to go through a lot of assistance using alphabet boards, using things like that in order to actually create the object he wanted to create. And now it's used everywhere, which is pretty cool. I just don't know how to get out of this, Gabby. Thank you. I do have quite a few videos, so I don't know if are they all videos? Yeah. They have like aphasias and dysarthria. Did the sound work in the Zoom? Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Nope.
No, it's not. I think I'm the other one. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Hold up. I gotta put you back on full screen. But yeah, this will have to happen.
Thanks, Gabby. So the speaking valve, the way that it works is it's a one direction valve. So it's placed on the trach. And what happens is that when the air is breathed in, when the negative pressure from the lungs will open the valve and the air will come in through the neck. However, when the patient is breathing out, the positive pressure from the lungs will close the valve and the air will be redirected through the upper airway, as we see on the schema over here. It's the benefits of the speaking valve are, on one hand, for communication. So it can help the patient have a stronger voice than what we would just see with leak speech, because there's no air loss through the neck on expiration. But also because there's now air going through the upper airway, it restores sensation, taste, smell, which can... Yeah. Oh, it's okay. And the fact that the air is flowing there can really help with the patient managing their secretions better, having a better cough. It can help with swallowing as well. So it's a good tool for communication, but also a good weaning tool for on the trach and vent pathway. The other thing that's important to know is that because breathing in happens through the neck, there's no humidification that is possible. So with the cork, you don't need a high humidity source. You do need it with the speaking valve because it's not humidified by the mouth and nose. The speaking valve is also a tool that's available with the ventilator. The way it works with the ventilator, it's connected through the tubing. Because we do need the air to escape through the upper airway, the patient would need to tolerate cuff deflation at this point. And there is a video over here. I don't know how hard it's going to be. Do you want to try it in here?
Yeah, we'll try it. We'll just also have to make sure Monday's that okay. We have to share the
sound. Yeah.
So you supposed to share sound?
No.
Option?
Yeah, there's a little tick box.
Yeah. Yeah.
Departments understand their business and reach our goals.
So, project management.
No.
Count for me, Tammy. So we see over here that Tammy has no voice. There's nothing that's coming out. We see her lips moving, but nothing's working.
Good try, good try. So we'll pop the speaking valve on. All right, can you try that again now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How's that? So at this point, the ventilator is breathing for Tammy. Her cuff has been deflated a little bit or all the way. There's been an adjustment made also on the ventilator settings to compensate for the loss of air through the upper airway. So this is an assessment that happens jointly with the respiratory therapist and the speech language pathologist, and usually a nurse or a doctor present as well. So once the patient can tolerate the cuff being deflated, we can also see if they can have leak speech like they would with a trach. But then we can also try the speaking valve, which is, as you saw, placed through the tubing. The perk just for like the speaking valve on the trach is that it does help with weaning, and it is a little bit of a rehab tool because you have to push harder. So it does facilitate lung recruitment. Another way to have a voice while on a trach is to have a special kind of trach, which is called a talking trach. So above cuff vocalization, the way that it works is the special tracheostomy. It will have an additional port that goes on top of the cuff. On the one hand, it's going to allow you to suction from the secretions from above the cuff, but also you can inject air through that port, which would allow you to have a source of airflow and to have a voice. So we have another video with Tammy. Yeah, maybe it works this time. I don't know why it didn't work.
As the RAM just isn't there.
We're going to try this technique called ACV, which is above cuff vocalization. And it's a way that we can help you to speak using your voice, even though this balloon on your tracheostomy tube, the cuff, is up. Okay. I'm just going to check there's no secretions there before we start.
So we see her using the suction
This
fork
thing,
to
that's
take
in
the
the turn.
secretions out.
So we're just going to attach this just onto this oxygen here.
Now she's connecting the oxygen source.
Hopefully we'll get your voice.
For the airflow.
Louise is going to attach this, and what it's going to do, Tammy, is blow a little bit of air above the tracheostomy through your vocal cords.
Just going to start turning the oxygen on now, Tammy, okay? I'll gently be putting my thumb over
controlling
this.
the airflow with the thumb.
And you'll start to feel the airflow. So I'll do it nice and slowly.
So we go to a maximum of only 5 litres of air, so we want a gentle airflow. Okay. Tammy, can you try and count for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'll stop the video here. Actually, it's really interesting because David Muir, in the interview that we saw earlier, he talked about having had this kind of trach before and how he didn't like it because it really dried up his throat to have that airflow going through. I don't know that there are fixed protocols for the use of this kind of trach as well. So I think there's some discrepancies in the way it's used in different places, but it can be a very useful tool, especially for patients who are on the trach for quite a while and who have a lot of secretions above the cuff. The issue with it also is that it does take quite some coordination and does require a lot of monitoring and quite a team. And once again, we see that this is a multidisciplinary approach where the respiratory therapist, the nurse, and the speech language pathologist are all working together to help this patient communicate. Another option is an electrolarynx. So I'm sure you've seen these. I brought one with me. The way that it works is that the electrolarynx is an external vibration source that you can place against your cheek or against your throat. It's going to vibrate like this. It's not loud enough. So you do need to mouth quite clearly when you use this, and it does require some coordination. So a patient would need to press on the button as they speak. For some patients, it's very easy to learn. For some patients, it's a little bit more challenging. So it does require a speech language pathologist to teach the patient how to use it and to practice with them. Now that we went through the ways that we can have a voice, there's also a lot of communication options that don't include a voice that I'm sure you're using all the time. So asking yes/no questions, inviting the patient to mouth, so moving their lips without making any sounds, and using different kinds of alternative and augmentative communication. We also use all of these at the same time, usually. It's very rare that we only use one way of communicating. So yes/no questions might be the most obvious one that we often use with ventilated and trach patients because it's probably the quickest way to do your routine little communication questions. So asking if the patient is tired, if they have pain, if they need to be changed, if they need the bed to be adjusted is pretty easy through yes or no questions. It's important to make sure that the patient has a different way to say yes and to say no, because otherwise it can become very confusing. So the only limit to this is our imagination. As long as the patient has two different symbols that they can use, so looking up and looking down, wiggling their fingers and puckering the lips, all of these are good as long as it's staying consistent, it's communicated between shifts. And it's also important to make sure that the patient is understanding your questions, that they're hearing you correctly. The limitation of this system is that every question is invented by you. So the patient can't really initiate communication. They can't really tell you about a problem they're having. So very quickly, as you know, you can run into more frustration because you're not quite catching what it is that the patient wants you to ask about. So some tips are, sorry, we're to mouthing now. So something else that the patient can do is move their lips without the voice. So what we can encourage the patient to do is to speak slowly, to exaggerate the movements of their lips and tongue, to focus on key words. You might want to also mix it up by adding yes or no questions to make sure that you understood correctly, that to clarify the topic. And you can also ask them to point out the first letter, for example, on an alphabet board, which could be an additional way of combining those different voiceless communication options. Alternative and augmentative communication is a large spectrum that goes from the lowest tech to the highest tech. We might think of a picture board, such as this one that you probably saw in the ICU. You might think of the alphabet board like this one. There's also assisted boards where you're tracking the patient's eyes and seeing where they're looking and asking yes and no questions. And you have like two sides to the board. You also have assisted alphabet boards where you would ask, oh, is your letter in the first row? Is it in the second row? Is it A? Is it B? So there's a lot of different options for AAC. The trade-off is always that when you have a system, it can either be very efficient, so the patient can express their message quickly. With the picture board, for example, they can very quickly tell you that they need a pillow. However, if they use the alphabet board to tell you the same message, it might take you 5 times as long. However, with this, they can communicate a total of 20 messages. That's all they can say. With this, there's an infinity of messages that they can communicate. So it's always a trade-off of efficiency versus specificity and variety of messages. On the longer term, you can also get more complex devices. I don't think we need to see this video, it's okay. But this is a gentleman who uses an eye gaze system where he has an iPad with a camera at the bottom that tracks the movement of his eyes in order to select letters and specific messages. This kind of system is elaborated in tandem with the SLP. It's very, very personalized. It takes a lot of practice to learn. So yeah, I do think I want to show you this one. Sorry. I know I have a lot of videos.
Oh, no worries.
I switched from due dates to due dates, and it made me go from weeks behind to weeks ahead of my deadlines. You see, I used to just bedrot all day getting nothing done.
So I like this video because it's actually a nurse using a communication
Sure, I'm Nick.
cart.
I'm the nurse that's going to be looking after you today.
And the communication cart
getting
that you
on?
see by
Some
the nurse's
patients
side
need
contains
specialist
different
assessment if they've
strategies
got
that
an
they can
underlying communication difficulties. If they've got neurological problems, say they've had a head injury or head and neck cancer surgery. But many patients with tracheostomies actually just need some simple strategies that the nursing staff can use, the physio, anyone in the MDT who's working with the patient. There are lots of different very low-tech tools that we can use for communication. It might be something as simple as a pen and pad, but there are also a range of communication charts, pictures or word-based charts, alphabet charts, an iPad. There are some fantastic apps now. Sometimes patients like to use just one method for communication, but patients who are a bit more unwell with a tracheostomy might vary through the day in terms of their fatigue. So it's good to have different tools available to try at different times. Having everything on one trolley allows the nurse to sort of try different strategies with a patient. So often you see a patient struggling to mouth words or get their message across, and you can see a pen and paper on the other side of the room. So it's just a little bit of thought about having those strategies.
Gabby.
So what I really like about that video is you really see the nurse trying to use different methods. We saw that he tried to use the erase board and that didn't really work. It seemed like the guy's hand was maybe a little weak for writing. They had the yes, no cards. He encouraged the patient to mouth clearer, which seemed to be helpful. And really this sort of stepping up and stepping down and combining different kinds of AAC is very helpful to support the patient's communication. If there are specific boards that you feel like your patient has specific messages that they're trying to say once, again and again, it can be something that the SLP at your hospital can develop with you. And doing an SLP assessment can really help choose the best and most specific AAC that's most helpful for the specific patients. Some patients want to have the opportunity to say anything they can. Other patients really want to go quick and not waste any time. Everyone's different. There's no one size fits all, and working together is really the best way to figure this out. So for the neuro populations, there's many additional challenges because as we know, our patients may have impaired language centers, impaired cognitive centers. They might have motor speech disorders, and they might have reading and writing disorders, which can further impact the way that you can support them. For example, they might be aphasic. So aphasia is a language disorder. So it's a difficulty communicating that occurs because of damage, usually to the language centers of the brain, which for most patients are situated on the left side. It's different from a cognitive deficit. It's different from confusion or delirium, although these things can all occur at the same time. So it's very important to assume competence for our patients. There are different kinds of aphasia. One kind is a fluent aphasia. We'll watch a video here. Sorry, Gabby.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you.
Hi, Byron. How are you?
I'm happy. Are you pretty? You look good.
What are you doing today?
We stayed with the water over here at the moment and talked with the people for them over there. They're diving for them at the moment. They'll save in the moment. He'll have water very soon for him. With luck for him.
So we're on a cruise and we're about to get to
We will
Juneau.
store it right here and they'll save their hands right there for them.
And what were we just doing with the iPad?
Right at the moment, they don't show a darn thing.
With the iPad that we were doing. Like here?
I'd like my change.
So we see that Byron is able to talk in a very fluent way. However, there's not much context.
Hi, Byron. How are you?
I'm happy. Are you pretty?
Now it's
you
working.
look good.
What are you doing today?
We stayed with...
However, we also see that Byron has some trouble understanding the questions that the speech therapist is asking him. He's really responding with things, even though what he's saying doesn't really answer the question, we can also tell that he's not understanding it because he's looking the other way. She's asking about the iPad and he's clearly looking outside the window, thinking that she's talking about something there. So these are patients for whom the relative strength is the fluency of their speech and the relative weakness is their understanding.
For them at the moment.
Sorry about that. There are many other types of aphasias. Sorry, no, it was the previous one, yeah. Another type of aphasia would be a non-fluent aphasia. The non-fluent aphasia is mainly characterized by a difficulty to get words out, with understanding being a relative strength. There are certain skills that you can learn and that you can use to help patients really reveal their competence and reveal how much they understand and how much they have to say. And this is a video that illustrates this very well. maybe. Not quite. It's okay if I grab the mouse. So this is this gentleman talking to the speech therapist, and she's asking him open-ended questions. She's
What
not
sort of house
using
do you
any
live in?
strategies.
Where do you come from?
She says, "Where do you come from?" She's really not supporting him at all, and you can see that he's trying, but the message is not really coming out. So let's see what happens when the therapist uses some strategies.
Okay, I wondered if you could tell me a bit about where you live, Simon. Does that map help, or you want to try this one? Okay.
Yes.
Wallingham. Okay, that's an area I don't know very well.
No.
Actually. Have you lived in Wallingham a long
Yes.
time?
Yes.
How long? 5 years?
No.
10 years? 14 years?
Yes.
14 years in Wallingham?
Yes.
Why have you picked Wallingham? What's nice about Wallingham?
No idea.
You don't know why you chose it?
No.
Was it for any of these reasons? Was it because the schools were good?
No.
No? Or good shopping?
No.
To do with your work? Where you needed to be for your work?
Possibly.
Yeah, possibly. So, your house in Wallingham,
Yes.
what's it like? Is it detached or semi-detached?
Yes. Hemi-detached.
Semi-detached.
Yeah.
How?
So we see that therapist here is using many strategies that are helping this specific gentleman get his thoughts across. Aphasia can have varying degrees of severity, and that can be as much for auditory comprehension. So they might understand shorter sentences, but not longer ones, as much as for verbal expression. So maybe they're not able to get any words out. Maybe, as we saw with Byron, the words come out, but it doesn't make any sense. Every aphasia is different, and there are specific strategies that you can learn for every patient. These strategies are developed by the speech language pathologist during their assessment. So really working together can help us communicate best with these patients. If we go back to the ventilated and tracheostomized population, imagine this person with this pre-existing set of challenges related to their respiratory condition, on top of that having an aphasia. So what that could mean is that some of these strategies that we tried to use before would not work anymore. For example, they might not understand the symbols on your picture board. With a very severe aphasia, you could have difficulty linking a picture to a meaning in your head. They could have difficulty understanding the questions that you're asking them if you're trying to go with a yes-no system. Once they have a voice, if they can have it, it's possible that they want to say one word and another word comes out. So it's very important to make sure that the communication system that you're using is adapted to this patient. This diagnosis is written by an SLP in their assessment. So once again, working together is the best way to support our patient's communication. The other thing that we noticed in the video is that the gentleman was not using his right side. Aphasia usually is associated with left hemisphere damage. So with most people being right-handed, this can affect their dominant hand and their ability to write, for example, or to point at pictures well, or to gesture. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Another type of communication disorder is a cognitive communication disorder. It's different from aphasia because whereas aphasia is due to damage to language centers in the brain, cognitive communication disorder is related to damage to cognitive faculties in the brain. This cognitive damage will impact the patient's communication. For example, if their attention is impaired, well, then they're probably going to have trouble listening to you and attending to what you're saying, which might impact their ability to understand the questions that you're asking. Even though there's no language deficit, they still don't understand you. It might impact their ability to process the information that you're giving them. So they might have trouble understanding when you give them a lot of information at the same time, or it might take them a little longer to integrate it. They might have trouble attending to the left side. This is something that we see a lot, hemi-neglect with right-sided stroke. This can impact their ability to talk to you when you stand on their left side, their ability to look at the left side of your communication board. They can also have impaired nonverbal communication. So maybe they're not responding with facial expressions as much as you want them. They might have a flatter affect. They might not look at you as much. They might have trouble understanding jokes. They might have trouble understanding indirect instructions. Their social communication can be impaired because they're not reading the situation as well. So maybe they're interrupting you, maybe they're making rude comments. Usually, cognitive communication disorders occur from damage either to the right side of the brain or from diffuse damage. So this can happen after a stroke, with a brain tumor. It can happen with a traumatic brain injury, and also neurodegenerative disorders. As I mentioned before, this can also impact our communication with the ventilated and trached populations because they might not attend to the left side of your picture board. They might not attend to the questions that you're asking. They might forget the topic of the conversation. It might take them a little longer to learn a system if they're able to do it. So for example, if you have a complicated communication system that you develop with this patient, maybe they won't remember how to use it the next time. Maybe they won't remember how to use it 5 minutes later because the verbal information provided is not sticking in their brain. There are also motor speech disorders that can impact communication. So if you think about the sequence of sending a message out, the message is formulated. It's sent from the brain to the muscles in the face. When you have apraxia of speech, the issue is not so much with creating the message or really moving the muscles as much as it is an issue with sequencing the movements of the tongue, of the lips in order to talk. So these patients, you'll notice that they'll have trouble starting to talk. You'll notice these groping movements. So the lips moving repeatedly before they start talking. Their errors will be irregular because it's not related to a specific weakness anywhere. And you'll notice that they'll have more trouble the longer their utterance is because it takes more coordination the longer you talk.
Gina, I am 43-year-old. I have praxia speech.
Okay. Did this super quickly. So we saw that this lady, we really saw all of the things that we listed previously. So she has trouble starting to talk. The errors are not the same. It's not always M's or P's that she's having trouble with, for example. And if we think again about our trached and ventilated patients, how this might impact them is, for example, they might have trouble initiating phonation if they're eligible for a speaking valve. They might have trouble starting the voice. They might have trouble mouthing well, so moving their lips and tongue if they don't have a voice. When you have one type of apraxia, such as apraxia of speech, you might have other types of apraxias that come along with it. So maybe they have trouble gesturing in order to communicate. Maybe they have trouble pointing. And once again, apraxia is usually associated with left hemisphere damage. So that would be an impaired dominant side for a lot of our patients. Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay. Another type of motor speech disorder is dysarthria. This one is really related to the movement of the structures that we use for talking. So that could be coordinating breathing, moving your vocal folds, moving your tongue, moving your lips, moving your soft palate. There are different types of dysarthrias which are associated with different lesions, and they all sound different. The gentleman on the bottom has unilateral upper motor neuron dysarthria, and he has it maybe because of a stroke or a brain tumor, but there's definite damage to one side of his brain, which impacts the contralateral side of his face. We see that his lips are drooping a little bit. We see his nasolabial fold that's a little bit flattened on that side. And we can imagine that there's also the same weakness or spasticity, maybe, on the same side in the throat, which would impact his voice, because maybe the vocal fold is not moving as well. His voice would be maybe a little bit breathier. He would have trouble speaking very precisely. And the lady on top has a different type of dysarthria. And I just want to show you how different types of dysarthria sound.
Voici Max. Il a décidé de cuisiner plus.
Okay, man.
My baby on the train.
Okay, she's repeating, my baby ate a cupcake on the train. Say it one more time.
My baby ate a cupcake on the train.
Okay.
So this is a very different type of dysarthria than the one we could imagine the gentleman on the bottom would have. We hear that it impacts the way that her voice sounds. Her voice is very strained. It's very rough. We hear that there's a lot of air escaping through the nose. She sounds a little bit hypernasal. Her articulation is also imprecise. The two dysarthrias that I mentioned before are associated with vocal changes in some patients. So a dysphonia, but a dysphonia can also occur on its own without the dysarthria. For example, and this is very relevant for the population that we're talking about, intubation injuries can occur, which can impact a patient's voice. So on this video, and you actually see it just from the, I don't know if it's going to play quickly. Okay, perfect. On the video, you're going to see a granuloma that occurred because of intubation. So there it is on the left vocal fold. You really see it there. And you can imagine that as the patient will be trying to voice, they will not fully close because of the presence of that mass there. So there's going to be air escaping. So the voice is not going to sound as strong. It's going to sound pretty breathy, maybe a little bit weaker. So that's for ENT to decide. It would really be a good time to consult ENT if you suspect that your patient has an intubation injury. So dysarthria and dysphonia can impact communication, as we can imagine, for our patient population. For example, they might have a lot of trouble using a speaking valve because their vocal folds are just not working as well. So even if the air is blowing through them, well, you might not be able to hear that voice, or it might not be strong enough for you to understand what they're saying. With some types of dysarthrias, you might also not have very good mouthing ability because your lip movements are weaker. Maybe your tongue is not moving as well. So if they don't have a voice and you're just trying to read their lips, it might be extra challenging for these patients. For some patients, it can even impact nonverbal communication, because their facial expression is a little bit fixed because the muscles don't move as well, or they move very little. There are also reading and writing disorders that are also communication impairments that can occur. Reading and writing disorders called alexia and agraphia for writing are associated both with aphasia and cognitive communication disorders, although they can also occur on their own. So a patient might be able to communicate very well verbally, but writing and reading might be impaired, although this is less frequent from my understanding. At the very top, you have a picture from a study where a camera was tracking the person's eye movement while they were reading a text, and you can see that they're only attending to the right side of the paragraph. This would probably impact their ability to really understand what the text says. There are many different types of alexia. This is one, which we can suspect is related to a cognitive communication disorder where the patient is inattentive or neglectful of the left side. But it could be also due to processes more related to language. So for example, the patient could see the letters D-O-G and read out cat. So that's a different type of alexia. At the bottom, you have an example of agraphia. So this is actually a patient here at the hospital who wrote a thank you note to my colleague Tina. He wrote ganks, crossed it out, and tried to write thanks on top. And this one was associated with an aphasia. So we can see that there's different types and different reasons for which a patient might have trouble reading or writing. As with every other communication disorder that we talked about, these things occur on a spectrum. So maybe your patient can read words, but not sentences. Maybe they can write their name, but not write a text to their family. The way that this could impact communication with the vent and trach population is obviously maybe pen and paper is not a great solution for them. Maybe giving them a topic list as an alternative and augmentative communication system might not be a great system for them. So this is also where the speech language pathology assessment would be helpful and where we can work together to figure out the best system for our patients. So that's it. The take-home message that I would like for you to remember is that there are specific challenges associated with trachs and vents. For the neuro population, this often overlaps with specific neuro challenges in communication. There's no one-size-fits-all solution, which is why we work better as a team. And often nurses are closer to the patients. You interact very frequently with the patients. You know exactly where communication breaks down and what messages it is that the patient is trying to get out, but also what messages it is that you are trying to get in. And we have the knowledge to help you out with that. So working together is the best way to help our patients communicate better. That's it.
I will read out a question from a virtual attendee. So I know that Neuralink is conducting some BCI trials in Toronto. Are there plans to involve the neuro in these innovative communication technologies?
That's a great question. I don't think it's relevant on the inpatient side, which is really what we're talking about, because any type of more complex system would require a lot of adaptation. Yeah. It's very personalized, so it's more often done in the outpatient setting. I'm not aware of any collaboration right now, but that sounds super interesting. And if anyone wants to collaborate, they can write to me. Here's my email.
Just a few details about Neuralink. This is something that has been discussed among some clinicians at the Neuro. Just something to keep in mind that all clinical trials are conducted by the clinical research unit here in the building. So that information was passed along to our McGill friends on the other side of the building. But that's the last I've heard.
Perfect. Any other questions? Okay. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then back up my props.
So thank you everyone for your time, attention, energy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for, asking questions and so on. I will pass it on to Maxime, who will give the closing remarks for the conference today. Thank you, everyone. And please fill the evaluation form so we can structure future events. I see a lot coming in already, but please be descriptive. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for, allowing me to speak at the end of the conference. This takes a lot of time to plan these kinds of events, even though it's just one day. Booking all the speakers, going through the logistics, finding sponsors for food, making sure that there's variety in the program. That takes a lot of time. So thank you, Maria, and thank you, Gabby. Thank you as well to everybody who contributed. We had amazing speakers. I think we had a wide range of topics that were discussed today, all very relevant to nursing practice and or neuroscience. It is my wish that we have more of these events in the future. And as I said this morning, if you're not a CANN member yet, please consider joining. You're going to have access to membership on the Medical Association, as well as access to all of the online events that other CANN chapters put together. We're a vibrant association. It's about 200 members coast to coast to coast. And sometimes in your practice, you might want to reach out to somebody in another province who's doing things maybe a bit differently, or they haven't the same field of expertise as you do. There's a Slack, I don't know if people still use this, but we have a Slack channel for CANN members across the country where you can just ask a question and somebody maybe in BC is going to answer you, maybe somebody in Saskatoon or in St. John's. And it's a very close community in neuroscience nursing. So there are definitely benefits to being a member. So I hope you enjoyed the day. Thank you for coming out.
And thank you, Max, for supporting us.
Thanks for pushing the conference. We appreciate it. And all the presentations were recorded today. So if you had to step in and out, don't worry. I will share the recording with the virtual participants, the in-person participants, if you want to look back at anything. But it's probably going to take me a couple of weeks just as I get the registrations and everything back to you and your accreditation certificates. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.